This manhwa begins with a scene of a dimly lit night sky under the bright full moon. In the White Demon Castle, the Lady Goddess of Darkness, Heloise, calls out the White Demon Saint, Chen Bai, our protagonist. With a cold stare, Heloise said to a Breathless Bai that his failure in his previous mission had put her in a bad mood. So for his punishment, he had to be deleted out of existence. Maybe, if he ends up in hell, he will learn a thing or two about the consequences of failing a mighty being such as herself. Shocked at the unexpected and unforgiving turn of events, Bai, sweating profusely, begged for his life. He loudly asked Heloise to please consider his past accomplishments and give him another chance. Unfortunately, his plea fell on deaf ears as Heloise continued that lowly being such as him has no right to request another opportunity from her mighty self. And as for Bai's white magic castle, well, it will face the same fate as him, obliterated with the darkness. So with that, endless darkness descends on the white magic castle, devouring everything in sight, including him. Seeing this, Bai struggles pointlessly to survive. However, moments later, he was plunged in the pit of the endless darkness. As he was being consumed, he thought of how he had completed nearly 100 quests for Heloise, to the point that it was basically the entire sum up of his life, and due to his dedication, he was still a virgin loser. But just because of one failure, he was being wiped out. On top of that, Heloise never considered him as nothing other than a lowly human trash. In that case, fuck this shit. He refused to accept it. He would never submit to this bitch. As the darkness consumed 80% of his body, leaving his head to his chest with one arm, Bai laughed menacingly about his fucked up situation. So with his remaining strength, he gave Heloise the middle finger, calling her an evil dark bitch as his final act of defiance. However, Heloise, with her cold and nonchalant demeanor, casually stepped on Bai's remaining body like squashing a disgusting bug under her feet into the sea of endless darkness. So as his remaining body finally deteriorate, leaving his hourglass necklace, Bai suddenly woke up from his bed, shouting on top of his lungs, still cursing and giving the middle finger to Heloise. Sweating bullets, he regained his bearings and wondered why he was not dead. Turning his head from left to right and right to left, he noticed that he was in his dorm from his college days. How did I get here? Wasn't I killed by that bitch? Bai questioned himself in complete shock. He then wondered if it was a dream, but the decades of trial he went through felt so real. Steeling his resolve, he concluded that it wasn't a dream. It was in that moment that he noticed his necklace, the hourglass. It was the item he obtained 20 years after the arrival of the Universal Will, and when the trial began, it was the most unique item he had ever seen. The hourglass can't display any attributes and can't be destroyed, so he always kept it with him. He also remembered that the sand was at the bottom, it wouldn't flow even if turned upside down, but now it's at the top. So with that, Bai believed that the sand flowing back meant time had reversed, and as he checked the current time he was in. June 5, 2023, 10 days before the arrival of the Universal Will and the start of the trial. It is revealed that 10 days later, on the 15th of June, the Universal Will would officially arrive and the trial will begin. More than 90% of humanity will die, and the deceased humans will turn into various zombies and monsters. All conventional weapons will fail, and the world will witness its demise in just one night. However, along with the dangers of the Universal Will and the trial, came opportunities for those who survived. They awaken innate abilities, and many magical equipment and items from various copies were also descended onto Earth along with the Universal Will. These good things even attracted gods who control the rules of the universe, and these gods cannot directly intervene in the trial, so they attract humans under the guise of protection, attempting to gain benefits from it. In his previous life, he was not strong enough, and due to this, he paid a lot to just join under Heloise's command. Bai desperately completed every task Heloise assigned him, trying to enhance his status, but what he never expected was to be erased just for failing one mission. Moments later, Bai received series of notifications as he searched the news for any weird abnormality. He found what he was looking for, and the news made mention of a new type of rabies, something like zombies from the movies. Patients at Jiangcheng First Hospital are going crazy and biting people. Also, something unbelievable occurred at the hospital. Apparently a body in the middle of forensic dissection at the medical examiner's office woke up. Bai read everything and knew where to start his quest in getting stronger. This time, he plans on getting stronger enough that he wouldn't rely on anyone or any god. Scratch that. He wants to become strong enough to crush even the gods. To crush their narcissistic asses under his feet just like that bitch Heloise did to him. Also, he will make her pay for what she did to him, Bai vowed to himself. So with that, he made his way to the hospital, thinking that 10 years later after the trial began, someone claimed to have discovered the only way to upgrade innate abilities. The person said that 10 days before the trial began, a person's innate abilities actually became effective, and if one discovers and utilizes their innate abilities, they can upgrade them. Again, in his previous life, his innate ability was an E-rank virus resistance. According to that method, by thought of using it to upgrade his innate ability, he must use the virus to trigger and strengthen it in advance. Bai hides behind a wall as he listens to a doctor commenting on how such strange symptoms was truly unprecedented. The nurse replied, saying that she feels like the patient looks exactly like a zombie in the movies. When they left, Bai sneaked in and approached the patient, whose body was heavily restrained, and his mouth was restrained as well to avoid any noise. He stood directly beside the patient, silently confirming out loud that it was indeed a zombie. And as he plunged a syringe into the patient's arm for his blood, Bai commented that to utilize and train his virus resistance innate ability, he can only rely on this patient's blood. He drew some of his blood, commenting that it was enough to trigger his innate ability. A while later, he arrived at his dorm, noticing that his roommates were not present, indicating that they were going to stay up all night. He then took out the syringe with the zombie's blood, momentarily stared at it, thinking that if the theory was wrong, then he will die. Fuck it, he will take his chance. He plunged the syringe in his arm and injected the blood into his body. Before the time reset, Bai struggled for decades as a weakling, barely surviving until he finally made progress. So even if he awaked an E-rank innate ability again, this time knowing the future, he would still miss opportunities due to being too weak. So as the blood seeps into his body, bulging his veins and eyes, Bai experienced an unimaginable pain. He willed himself, commenting that to start over and still be weak was equivalent to him begging for death. If that's the case, he might as well just die now. Seconds later, his wish was granted as he collapses on the floor, losing consciousness as everything fades into complete darkness. In the darkness, Heloise stood in front of his struggling, crouching form. She called out to him, telling him to just give up his futile resistance and embrace the darkness. As a lowly human as himself, he should just be part of the darkness, as that was his most fitting end. Seeing the hallucinated figure, Bai commented, "Oh please, not this bitch again. Seriously Heloise, even in my sea of consciousness you still want to torment me." Bai roared loudly with complete determination and hatred-filled expression. "Just you wait, you fucking bitch. Chen Bai will make you pay for everything." A while later, in his dormitory, Bai stood on his balcony, still in a zombie state. He heard the noise of his dorm's door opening, and as he turned around, his roommates stared at his appearance with an expression like their souls had left their bodies. They immediately took a defensive stance and asked him what was going on. Hearing his name snapped him back to his senses, and as they all stood there, momentarily silent and unmoving, Bai welcomed them back and told them he was going to the washroom to clean himself up. He dashes for the door, leaving them speechless. In the washroom, he stared in the mirror, ecstatic that the theory worked. The zombie virus didn't kill him, and his innate ability has upgraded successfully. He also wondered what level his innate ability will be after awakening. At that moment, the universal will appeared, congratulating Chen Bai on being selected as a pioneer, receiving the title of pioneer and awakening in advance. Bai heard the announcement in his head and immediately knew that it was the voice of the universal will. Also, he thought that if he had already awakened, then he can open his status window. He first opened the title interface with a joyful expression. As a pioneer, he was among those who had discovered, utilized, and trained their abilities before the trial began, therefore he can possess this title. All attributes increase by 5%, experience gain also increases by 10%. So with that, he can open his attribute panel in advance. A sly grin formed on his face as he thought that a percentage boost was the perfect title. Bai then went on to check his innate ability panel. In excitement, his hand dented the tile he was resting his hands on. His innate ability was the Virus Monarch, an SSS-awakened ability. The Virus Monarch was the most powerful ability in the virus element. It can absorb, utilize, manipulate, transform, and even create viruses. But currently, he only had the ability to absorb viruses, and the range of absorption was very limited. Knowing that he needed a large amount of virus to enhance his ability, Bai immediately thought of a hospital since it was naturally the best place to obtain such item. A while later, Bai arrived back again at the Jiangqing First Hospital. His eyes immediately shot up, shocked, as several people rushed out of the hospital, screaming in horror. A fat guy shouts at Bai, telling him that there was zombies in the hospital, claiming it was the end of the world. Hearing this, he smiled, recalling that in his previous life, he heard people talk about the name of 3 strange incidents that happened in Jiangqing before the trial came. One of them was a sealed hospital. Turns out, Jiangqing First Hospital was the hospital in question that got sealed. The fat guy asked where Bai was going as he dashes forward, smirking brightly, saying that it looks like he came to the right place. He launched towards an incoming zombie, grabs his head and pin him to the ground. The Virus Monarch's talent skill was virus absorption. As he placed his hand on the zombie's face, he absorbed the virus from the zombie's body and gained 1 virus point, used for strengthening his abilities. So, as the rest of the zombies outside rushed towards him, Bai excitedly told them that none of them will be able to escape. Meanwhile, in the hospital on the 4th floor's restroom, a few group of zombies were trapped with 2 people. The guy, Lu Feng, was sweating bullets, repeating to himself that it was over, and he didn't want to die. So as one of the zombies continuously hits on the stall he was hiding in, he turned to a pink short-haired girl, Suzin, who happens to be a nurse at the hospital. Crouching on the floor behind Lu Feng, Suzin asked what they should do now. Hearing this, Lu Feng was silent and started to shake uncontrollably, prompting Suzin to ask what was wrong with him. Lu Feng's expression turned malicious, and as he approached Suzin, he told her that he's been chasing her for so long, but she never agreed. Now that they were about to die, why don't they enjoy themselves before they do? Hearing this, Suzin shouts that Lu Feng was mad. How can he spout such nonsense? Hearing the noise, the zombie plunged his hand in the stall, reaching for them. A second later, the entire door was destroyed as Lu Feng frighteningly looked back, wondering how this situation could be happening. He reached and grabbed Suzin's hand, pulled her past himself, and pushed her towards the zombie, using her as a human meat shield. With Suzin and the zombie out of the way, Lu Feng rushed towards the window. A second later, the same zombie was hot on his heels in a flash. Lu Feng suddenly had a crazy idea. He thought of how it was merely the 4th floor, so there was the possibility of him surviving if he just makes the jump. However, before Lu Feng could take the plunge, the zombie launched for him from behind. Fortunately, the zombie missed, crushing through the window. Unfortunately, Lu Feng died from the sudden impact, hanging on the broken window. His eyes turned completely pale as fresh blood dripped from his nose, signifying his lifeless figure. Several minutes later, it is shown that several zombies were found dead in the lower floors. And as Bai reached the 4th floor, he came across Suzin still in the process of turning into a zombie. So after he dealt with the zombies in the restroom with her, he crouched down beside her and placed his hand on her forehead. Knowing that the military will soon arrive to seal off the hospital, he needed someone who knew the hospital's layout to lead the way. So with that thought, Bai activated his virus absorption and sucked out all the zombie virus inside her, canceling her transformation process. Suzin suddenly opened her eyes, sat up with a surprised realization of what happened to her, and turned to Bai, thanking him for saving her. Bai, however, was a little bit surprised that what he did actually worked. He grabbed her hand and asked her if she remembered what happened. Suzin replied that she does. With no time to waste, Bai then asked her that he needs her help with something in the hospital. However, Suzin, embarrassed with the state of her clothes, replied that she wants to change into something new first. Ignoring her insignificant request, Bai again grabbed her hand and told her that there was no time to waste. She just has to take him to the place where the hospital keeps their viruses. A while later, they were at the hospital's laboratory. Suzin then mentioned that this was where they kept their viruses, and all clinical samples from patients were tested here as well. Grabbing all the viruses he can find, Bai immediately started mixing them together, shocking Suzin to inquire what he planned to do with it. After mixing them, he used his virus absorption skill to siphon everything into his body as series of notification rang out. Bai gained several virus points, such as the initial acquisition of hepatitis of 10 virus points, influenza of 7 virus points, herpes of 9 virus points, and finally an HIV of 10 virus points. With all the viruses absorbed, next was strengthening of the zombie virus with the viruses he just acquired. Bai knew that there were several methods of enhancing his strength. They were the ancestor virus, the dark light virus, the decay virus, the coxy virus, and lastly the T virus. But it seems that the most beneficial method of enhancing his strength was the dark light virus. You see, zombies virus evolves into the dark light virus, and all attributes increase by 10. Self-healing ability also increases by 200%. Bai successfully obtained the core ability of the dark light virus to evolve and devour. He knew that the dark light virus was a virus primarily focused on devouring and evolving. Suddenly, Suzin shouted, telling Bai that a zombie was approaching from the door. Seeing this, Bai told her to stay where she was. Then, in a flash, he grabbed the zombie's neck in the other side of the room. He was amazed with his speed and strength. Considering the zombie he's holding weighs about 150 pounds, and he doesn't feel any difficulty at all. He smirks, saying that it was a good opportunity to test his new ability. Suddenly, dark purple vines came out of his hand, and as the zombie screams needlessly, the vines completely covered the zombie, devouring it without a trace. The skill was called the Evolution Devourer. The dark purple vines retracted back into his hand, and as he stretched out his muscles, he was glad that the absorption speed was fast as well, making him recover some of his stamina. Looking totally confused and surprised, Susan wondered what just happened. Making Bai asked her what was wrong, and why that sudden expression on her face. Susan sighed heavily, and replied that Bai saved her, so she trusts that he won't harm her, and she can keep his secret. So with that, Bai officially introduced himself as Chen Bai, and she, in turn, introduced herself as Susan. As the introduction was out of the way, they heard a loud groan and shootings from outside the lab. Bai told Susan that the military and the police were here, and they must have sealed off the hospital in order to clear out the zombies, so they need to leave immediately. As they made a run for it, Bai asked Susan to lead him to the rooftop. They will leave from there. Struggling to keep up, Susan wondered out loud why they couldn't just leave through the main entrance since they hadn't encountered any zombie yet. Bai replied that he didn't have time to be isolated and questioned. Unbeknownst to them, a large evolved zombie was on the ceiling, watching them approaching. When they saw it, Bai quickly pushed Susan to safety and faced the evolved zombie. Susan was frightened, seeing the size of the evolved zombie. She started stuttering, trying to ask what it was. However, Bai, knowing what she was getting at, replied her that it was a mutant. As Bai faced off the mutant, a noticeable amount of fresh blood oozes onto the floor, indicating that he was injured. And as he grabbed his injured arm, the large claw marks began to heal, making him smirk with excitement. He found it interesting to have encountered a mutant this early, and wondered what kind of evolution the dark light virus will produce after absorbing the mutant. As Bai continued to stare at the mutant with a smirk, it launched towards him. In a flash, it was upon him with its arms raised, intending to rip him to pieces. Fortunately, Bai quickly noticed. He exerted a considerable amount of effort in his legs, and leaped upwards, dodging the mutant's strike as it broke the floor, denting it greatly. In the air, Bai stepped on the mutant's head, using it as a stepping stone to leap over it. However, with its fast reflexes, the mutant turned its body just enough to use its claws to slash the air, aiming for Bai. Fortunately, Bai angled himself in mid-air, again, dodging the mutant's lethal attack. After putting a significant distance between them, Bai grabbed a nearby zombie and absorbed the virus from its body. As he did, he commented on how the overall quality on the mutant were on par with his. The mutant dashed for him again, and Bai, with his stamina recovered to a degree, his speed and strength also enhanced, he made a fist with his hand, covered with his dark purple vines, and hit the mutant directly on the chest. As the force of the hit threw the mutant into a wall, Bai acknowledged the toughness of the mutant's skin. Again, he then immediately put a distance between himself and the mutant as the mutant fell on the ground. When it got up, its face darkens as it roared loudly with intense killing intent. It was in that moment that Bai's arm completely healed. He also noticed that his hit didn't make any effective damage, implying that it was going to take a lot of time to deal with this mutant. In that moment, Susan used her elbow to break the glass of a nearby fire hose cabinet and took out an axe. She quickly called out to Bai and threw the axe towards him. However, before the axe could reach him, the mutant made a mad dash forward for his neck. Bai, however, with his amazing reflexes, leaped backwards as the mutant claws narrowly missed him. In the air, he caught the axe, thanking Susan. Then, he landed on the mutant's shoulder, and the same as earlier, he used the mutant's shoulder as a stepping stone. But as he made another leap, he swung the axe as the mutant did the same with its claws. Fortunately, its claws merely nicked his stomach, marking his shirt. On the other hand, the axe sliced the mutant across the chest as it roared in pain. So with that, Bai and the mutant engage in a fierce battle as they fought to a draw, both parties momentarily gaining the upper hand. However, neither can seem to land a fatal blow. As the fight drags on, Bai intended to end it soon, so he threw the axe at the mutant. However, when the axe struck the mutant, it feigned indifference and again launched for him, intending to close the gap Bai keeps creating. As the axe bounced back after hitting the mutant, it became apparent that its stamina was wearing out, making it crouch down. Realizing this, Bai approached it, commenting on how he didn't expect the mutant to have held out for as long as it did. He leisurely rested his foot on the mutant's head, and teasingly told it that it should have gone for his head rather than his hand when it had the chance. However, he, on the other hand, would do no such thing. So with that, he raised the axe, intending to relieve the mutant of his head. Unfortunately, the mutant went berserk, veins bulging out on its head as it crashes by into the wall with a massive force. The sudden impact made him spurt out a mouth full of fresh blood. This scene shocked Susan greatly. She immediately calls out to Bai, asking if he was okay. Bai let go of the axe, thinking that there was no other way except devouring. The mutant, with his claws, reached into Bai's stomach, intending to rip him apart. Seeing this, Bai grinned excitedly, asking the mutant if it felt the same. Thus, the prospect of wanting to tear him apart. Hearing this, the mutant roared loudly. A second later, it was shocked to see several dark purple vines burst out of Bai's stomach and started covering every inch of its body. Bai activated his evolution Devour as the dark purple vines completely engulfed the mutant. Seeing this, Bai teased the mutant of being frightened now that it was caught in his web. He continued that it was too late for the mutant to do anything about it other than being his sustenance. Suzin watched the entire scene, and at that moment, she was confused and decided to give up on trying to make sense of what she just saw. Meanwhile, the system chimed in, notifying Bai that the devouring of a second-stage clawed zombie was complete, and his black light virus transformation was in processing. After the processing was complete, he obtained a clawed zombie ability called the Bone Claws. Witnessing this, Bai was ecstatic. He thought devouring and then evolution, it looks like choosing the black light virus was indeed correct. At that moment, multiple footsteps headed their way. Several military men, armed to the teeth, told Bai and Suzin to raise their hands. Simultaneously, they wondered if they were zombies. Bai fell silent for a moment, then turned to Suzin, indicating that he intended for them to make a run for it. As the military men told them that they had to the count of 3 to raise their hands or else they will shoot, Bai lifted Suzin into his arms, and as the countdown reached 0, they started shooting. Several bullets were fired at them as Bai made a run for it. Suzin directed him on the path he should take that leads to the rooftop. However, the continuous rapid firing made her worry, questioning Bai if he was okay. Bai replied, telling her to refrain from speaking and not move in his arms. The scene shifts to the rooftop. The quiet and clean scenery suddenly disappeared as Bai forcefully kicked open the door. He then asked where Suzin's home was, to which she replied that it was in Rongfeng neighborhood, North 4th Road, Nanbai Street. Hearing this, Bai gave a bright smile and told her to hold on. Then, he made a mad dash on the rooftop and suddenly jumped, scaring the living daylight out of Suzin, who hugged Bai tightly by the neck. They arrived at the desired location 20 minutes later, and as Suzin opened the door to her apartment, she directed Bai to where the bathroom was, offering to help him clean and dress his wounds. Bai replied that he was almost healed since the bullets didn't stay inside his body. Hearing this, Suzin felt a little skeptical. This made Bai decide to show her, so he undressed, removing his shirts. Seeing this, Suzin pointed to the wound on Bai's hand, telling him that it wasn't fully healed, then his stomach, and finally, his chest. However, looking at how ripped Bai was, Suzin couldn't help but blush furiously. Reading the room, Bai teasingly said that if he eats her, he would surely make a full recovery. He then asked her what she thought, will she want to sacrifice herself? Hearing this, Suzin answered, saying that if Bai was going to eat her, he would have already done so, since he had numerous opportunities. In that moment, Bai closed that distance between them, and seductively replied that she was wrong. He didn't eat her earlier because the environment wasn't quite suitable. And also, she misunderstood what type of eating he was referring to. So with that, he ripped out the remaining clothes on Suzin's body, saying that the environment was good and more suitable now. He then asked again about what she thought about helping him recover. Will she willingly sacrifice herself? Hearing all this, Suzin's face was all kinds of shades of red. She began stuttering, unable to form a sentence. So Bai took the plunge and kissed her on the mouth. Seconds later, they were in the bathroom, ensuring that his eating session was thoroughly enjoyed without any disturbances. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the bathroom, Bai's phone buzzed excessively. On his phone, series of messages rang out. It was his friend, Zhao Mu, who mentioned that their class beauty, Songgu, was looking for him. Immediately after, Songgu also messaged him, asking if Bai went to Jiangqing First Hospital like his friend told her, and if he was dead. If he wasn't, he should answer her immediately. The very next day, Bai was leisurely walking down on the street, a bag in hand, phone in the other, doing research on the 3 strange incidents that actually happened in Jiangqing before the trial. He found out that including the SEAL hospital, the other 2 were the suburban bombing and the monster slaughterhouse. Bai didn't know much about these 3 strange incidents. However, given the little information he could find about them before the trial's arrival was an absolute headache. And from the looks of it, nobody seemed to care much about it either. To everyone, it was just something unimportant that was occasionally mentioned in casual conversations. Just then, Suzin called. Bai answered, telling her that he was on his way with their breakfast, but she quickly cut him off. Suzin said that 2 men are at her apartment looking for him, and that's due to the fact that someone named Song Ziqiong wants to see him urgently. She continued that the men looking for him don't look like good people. Also, since they bluntly made mention of Song Zicheong wanting to see him, then it's highly probable that it's a scam. The reason being that Song Zicheong is basically the queen of Jiangcheng and doesn't openly invite anyone. Su Xin asked what she should do. Hearing this, Bai replied that they weren't lying, however. She should tell them to wait outside for him. It was at this moment that Bai checked his messages and found out that Song Go had been trying to reach him non-stop. Song Gu is the daughter of Song Zicheong. Also, she was a classmate of his and they had some entanglement together in the past. After reading through the messages, Bai found it interesting that Song Gu went to see her mother. And since she could find her way to Su Xin's place meant that she must know something. Bai realized this and decided that it seemed necessary that he meets with Song Zicheong. A while later, at the suburban freezer warehouse, a car makes a sharp turn before coming to an expected stop. Bai got out of the car, and one of the men told him that Song Zicheong was waiting for him inside. From rags to riches, Song Zicheong became the richest person in Jiangcheng by excelling in both legitimate and illegitimate endeavors. Also, after the trial's arrival, she was awakened as an A-level talent, swiftly building her power, and eventually, she unified the whole Jiangcheng amidst the three-way competition, truly becoming someone deserving of the title Jiangcheng's queen. In his past life, Bai could only look up to someone like that. However, things are different now. Bai thought that if she could recruit Song Zicheong to his side, then there will be much more he can do during the current interval before the trial begins. As they entered the warehouse's corridor, Bai was officially introduced to Song Zicheong. Song Zicheong apologizes for bringing him here on such short notice, but she couldn't have it any other way at the moment. Hearing this, Bai asked if there was something she wanted to talk to him about. Song Zicheong replied that she called Bai here because Xiao Go, her daughter, came home in panic, requesting that she save Bai since he went out of contact at Jiangcheng First Hospital. So the reason for this gathering was to see what kind of man could make her daughter so nervous. She continued that she was curious about what's so charming about Bai to capture her daughter's attention. Hearing this, Bai wasn't buying her bullshit. He bluntly stated that Song Zicheong should stop beating about the bush and just mention what's the real purpose for her meeting. Song Zicheong commended Bai for being quite straightforward. So due to this, she won't beat about the bush anymore. She replied that, to put things bluntly, she wants Bai to be her man. He can also have her daughter if he's interested in her, because being her son-in-law wasn't out of the question either. Bai replied, wondering out loud what could be the reason for Song Zicheong to want him so badly. Song Zicheong turned back slightly, and with a sly smile, she answered by that with his heroic performance at the hospital, who in their right mind wouldn't want him, or in her daughter's case, have feelings for him. Hearing Song Zicheong casually made mention of his deeds at the hospital shocked Bai greatly. He remembers destroying the hospital surveillance system and power supply, so how did Song Zicheong know about what he did at the hospital so quickly? Song Zicheong teasingly told him not to underestimate her capabilities. At least, during the time from the lobby to the monitoring room, her people could still trace him. Also, she was lucky to conveniently have someone in the hospital who was trapped at the ward. That person luckily saw everything and relayed everything Bai did at the hospital. Thanks to Bai killing all the zombies, she was safe and sound. Unfortunately for Bai, she took a video of his fight against the mutant. So as Song Zicheong showed by her proof, she was confident in how lucky she was that among the survivors brought out of isolation by the military troops the next morning, she found a colleague of Su Xin who was quite familiar with that bastard Lu Feng. Hearing Lu Feng's name, Bai recalled the night before where he shared with Su Xin. She made mention of Lu Feng. Su Xin said that Lu Feng was in the bathroom with her, and not only did he try to forcefully have his way with her, he also pushed her towards the zombies, using her as a human meat shield. So as Su Xin continued to tell Bai everything that happened to Lu Feng, from running to the window, to getting his head smashed through the window's glass. Finally realizing Lu Feng was the one hanging on the window, Bai questioned Su Xin if Lu Feng wasn't dead when he came in. Su Xin replied that she believed he was. However, she hates Lu Feng so much for what he did to her, and wants nothing to do with him. Anyway, she feels much better now, and she would like to continue what they started earlier. Bai cheekily stared at a blushing Su Xin with one eye, and replied that he really didn't expect her to be a first-timer. Also, Su Xin's screams from just moments earlier was quite tragic. Su Xin apologizes and Bai answered that it was okay since they had plenty of time in the future. However, Su Xin was not having it. She replied that she must satisfy her lifesaver at any cost. So with that, she got on top and the rest was a wild marathon throughout the night. Back at the suburban freezer warehouse at the corridor freight elevator's first floor, Bai asked Song Zicheong if she could tell him where the isolated survivors were. But Song Zicheong tried to leverage this information by telling Bai to agree to being his. Then and only then will she tell him. Hearing this, Bai answered that Song Zicheong had really underestimated him. Song Zicheong said that Bai was right, with just this piece of information it wouldn't match a man of his skill. She tried to continue, but Bai cut her off by saying that Song Ziqiang misunderstood what he said. What he implied was that Song Ziqiang knew little about him because if she did, then she would have known that he couldn't be her man, but rather the other way around. She would become his woman instead. So with a sly grin, Bai activated his bone claws skill, trying to intimidate Song Ziqiang, and also show her what she was up against by extension. Seeing this, Song Ziqiang, with a visibly worried expression, asked if that was really a mutation of the zombie virus. Her bodyguard immediately got in front of her, alert and ready to fight Bai if it comes to it. However, Bai just casually waved his hand, deactivating the bone claw skill, continuing that if Song Ziqiang agrees to be his woman, she will also tell her what it was that he just did. With both parties at a stalemate, Bai asked Song Ziqiang what she thought about his offer. Song Ziqiang just smiled and replied that Bai also underestimates her as well. With just those claws, did he think she could win her over? Moreover, Bai already has Su Xin and she is pretty as well. Why will he be interested in an old lady such as herself? In a flash, Bai was delicately holding Song Ziqiang's chin, and with a touch of his unlimited riz, he replied that who wouldn't be tempted by such a beautiful woman. He continued by purposefully saying that everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, and at least in these days before the apocalypse, there were much more Song Ziqiang could do for him that Su Xin can't. The word apocalypse didn't go unnoticed by Song Ziqiang. She asked what just a few zombies could do. Zombies? They are not even worthy of being called a warm-up. Bai replied her with a devilish grin. Hearing this, Song Ziqiang knew that Bai knew more than what he was willing to share. More than she could even imagine, Bai replied. At this point, Song Ziqiang knew that they were both not the type that will submit to the other. So, she proposed a cooperation, her help for Bai's knowledge. Hearing this, Bai readily agreed as both parties shook on it. As they did, Bai commented on how conquering the Queen of Jianqing was indeed not easy to do. Song Ziqiang replied that it wasn't. However, she'd never come across any man who could conquer her, and she is actually looking forward to that person. However, she encourages Bai to keep up with his effort. As they were filling each other out, a loud bang rang across the entire warehouse. It was a gunshot, alerting them to wonder what was going on. As the shootings intensify, Song Ziqiang explained to Bai that a night ago, Commander Huang of the Jiangxing military region sent Captain Zhao to negotiate with her. They've requisitioned some refrigerated warehouses to store live zombies and survivors rescued from the isolated hospital. Confident that the rapid gunfire was from them, Song Ziqiang wondered curiously what could have gone wrong there to cause such a ruckus, since there were only around 30 zombies locked in the cold storage. She was genuinely confused because the zombies captured were hardly capable of moving, and the military had also stationed half a platoon there with them. Bai listened carefully, and thought that he didn't expect the discovery of the zombies to happen so quickly. This is due to their sluggishness in low temperature, but since the military wouldn't know that extreme conditions increase the probability of zombie mutation. At this moment, Bai had a suddenly realization: the suburban cold storage and mutated zombies were too obvious and coincidental to ignore. That location was indeed the third location of the 3 strange incidents that actually happened in Jiangxing before the trial, the suburban bombing. So with a wide grin, Bai was excited, wondering what kind of mutation the zombie will be. He then tells the 2 women behind him that they need to go check it out. Meanwhile, at that location, several military men struggle to fend off a mutated zombie. Aiming for its mouth, one of the men throws a hand grenade directly at the mutated zombie, causing it to roar loudly, wallowing in pain. The hit also made it falls backwards, dusting the area as it crushes into the cold storage building. As the smoke of the hand grenade, together with the dust, engulfed the mutant entire figure, encasing it, its figure hidden within the smoke, making the soldiers unable to see where the mutant was. Suddenly, a large figure grabbed a soldier and with a loud roar, the soldier was crushed to death. Seeing this, Supreme Commander, Captain Zhao, told his men that their weapons could not cause effective damage. So everyone should form a group with the people around them and spread out to attract the mutants' attention separately. They must hold out until reinforcements arrive. At that moment, Song Ziqiang appeared behind Captain Zhao, and while approaching, she told him that he should tell his men to cease fire and retreat. Confused, Captain Zhao turned around and asked what she meant by that. What I meant was, you, Captain Zhao, including your soldiers, can't injure that meat mountain of a creature. She then questioned if Captain Zhao wants his men to plunge into their deaths in vain anyway. This time, Song Ziqiang tells Captain Zhao to order his men to protect her cold storage employees and the survivors from the isolation hospital he brought from there, and he should hurry up about it. Hearing this, Captain Zhao replied that it was impossible. The mutant wasn't slow, and no one can escape without someone restraining it. At the same time, Lu Li, a survivor from the isolation hospital, was about to be crushed by the mutant. her face drenched in cold sweat as she watched the mutant's hand about to slam down on her. Song Zicheong watched the scene with a smirk, commenting that Captain Zhao shouldn't worry about the mutant's restraint. She had someone who would take care of it. At that moment, Bai appeared at the scene and activated his bone claw skill, piercing the mutant's side. The soldiers helped Lu Li up to her feet, as she watched Bai with a sense of gratitude. Bai, however, was smirking, commenting on the toughness of the mutant's skin. Just a casual grab and he almost dislocated his arm. And from the way it's grown to such an extent, it seems like the mutant will be difficult to deal with. The mutant raised its hand, intending to smash Bai into the ground. However, as its hand approached him, Bai, with his fast reflexes and speed, used his claws to slice multiple wounds on the mutant's entire arm in an instant. He then lands in front of the mutant as it wallows in pain. Realizing this, the mutant clenched its teeth in anger as Bai casually walked towards it. Suddenly, the mutant sharply made a turnaround and smashed the cold storage warehouse, searching for something. Seeing all this, Captain Zhao worriedly asked Song Zicheong if he was raising a monster. Song Zicheong replied him with a cheeky grin that Bai wasn't a monster but her partner. In the closest storage room full of meat, the mutant intended to devour the meat to increase in size and strength. However, Bai stops it, teasing the mutant of wasting all these meat. He then activated his evolution devour as several tentacles spread out of him, devouring all the meat, and was also about to devour the mutant's arm. Seeing this, the mutant punched furiously at Bai with its other arm. Fortunately, he makes a leap over the mutant in time as the system chimed in that the devouring was complete. Host has consumed a large amount of frozen beef. Blacklight virus has evolved slightly, increasing host's strength and endurance. Seeing this, Bai smiled. This was truly a premium beef. Not only did it restore his energy but also made him level up. Realizing this, Bai knew that the mutant was trying to replenish its lost energy. The mutant looks exhausted, so it was time for it to die. Bai laughed menacingly at the mutant. Moments later, a massive beam of energy was shot at the mutant, shocking both Song Zicheong and Captain Zhao. And as the mutant was falling to the ground, Bai followed with a skull-crushing punch to the mutant's forehead. However, immediately after, he flinched when the mutant raised its hands intending to crush Bai. Bai saw this and smirked mockingly, activating his evolution devour again. And as the tentacles burst out and gradually wrap around the mutant's entire body, and also restraining its hands, Captain Zhao was horrified and sweating bullets seeing this. However, Bai continued with his teasing as the mutant screamed needlessly. Captain Zhao could no longer stand idle and watch the scene unfold. He commented that Bai was definitely not human. Then, his face suddenly morphed as a wicked idea occurred to him. He thought of how, with both monsters restrained, it was the perfect opportunity to blow them up. So with a loud shout into his walkie-talkie, he ordered to have his reinforcements launch a missile to his desired coordinates. Fortunately, before he could give out the coordinates, a tap on his shoulder made him halt his actions. He turned to look at Song Zicheong, who warned him to think carefully. Bai was helping them now, and he also saved his fucking ass a while ago. He doesn't need to do something stupid that will end badly for everyone. 10 minutes later, Bai had successfully devoured the mutant. However, the soldiers, under Captain Zhao's command, aimed their firearms at Bai, who looked unbothered by the threat. Captain Zhao told his men to be on high alert on Bai's every movements. Hearing this made Song Zicheong displeased, so she reminds the captain about what she said earlier. Captain Zhao replied that he hasn't forgotten. However, if her partner decides to attack, then he will retaliate in kind. Closing his eyes, Bai felt an overwhelming surge of energy as the system prompt notified him that the first obtainment of a zombie virus variant Flesh Mountain. His strength form is primary and gained 500 virus points. Also, he unlocked the Virus King talent called Virus Injection. Seconds later, he opened his eyes, took a deep breath as his gaze sharpens. At that moment, another notification chimed in, notifying Bai that he devoured a rare mutant, which was a first-stage strength-type Flesh Mountain zombie. Therefore, all abilities of the Black Light virus will be greatly enhanced. And with that, his Bone Claws ability has evolved, growing in size and increasing in efficiency. Also, the strength form of the Flesh Mountain decomposed, and as a result, he gained another ability called the Heavy Hammer. This basically makes his hand increase in size massively, along with a superhuman strength. As he examines both abilities, Bai was delighted. Indeed, a significant evolution with the Heavy Hammer. He can feel an incredibly powerful force. However, it was unfortunate that there was nothing he could test it on. Seconds later, his hand retracted to its original form, and as it did, he reached into his jacket pocket for something. Smirking about his biggest gain of the day, the Flesh Mountain Core. The Flesh Mountain Core was a very rare material which could be used to craft equipment. However, Bai wondered what gains he might receive if he finds a way to control it, and even use it to create a flesh that can grow infinitely. As he contemplate on whether or not he should feed the flesh mountain core with more virus, thereby growing another flesh mountain to test its strength. Just then, Song Ziqiong called out to him, ending his reverie. Bai hides the flesh mountain core back in his pocket. At the same time, Lu Lai walks up to him with a bright smile, and as she stretched her hand, introducing herself, Bai told Lu Lai that he heard of her. She is a well-known journalist in Jiangqing, and also a somewhat famous internet celebrity. Curious, Bai then asked if Lu Lai was the one who secretly filmed him at the hospital. Hearing this, she replied him with her nervous smile that indeed, she was the one. Also, she wants to personally thank Bai for saving her twice. Bai closed the space between them and said saving her both times was just a mere coincidence. However, did she film his fight with the Flesh Mountain mutant? Lu Lai replied nervously that it was a professional habit, but if Bai did not like being recorded, she could delete it if he prefers it. However, Lu Lai did not expect Bai to tell her to keep it because he had a use for it, and she shouldn't send it out. They were suddenly interrupted by Captain Zhao, who informed him that their military district commander, Commander Huang, hopes that Bai could explain everything about himself and what he knows to the military. Looking at the captain, Bai remembered Huang Xingqiu, commonly known as Commander Huang, all too well. It was a name he would never forget. After the trials came, he coerced the awakened who were weak and alone, using them like pigs and dogs. At first, they used patriotism and national righteousness to comfort everyone, but later it was just arbitrary bearings and insults. Bai was one of them, struggling and starving, unable to even have a proper meal. The most ridiculous thing was, anyone who tries to leave was accused of treason and hunted down. This forced Bai to leave Jiangqing. So with those thoughts, Bai coldly stared at Captain Zhao, asking Song Ziqiong if he should oblige. Of course not, I don't know anything yet either, so why should you do what he says? Song Ziqiong replied Bai, who smirked, asking what he should do then. Song Ziqiong told Bai that he doesn't need to worry, she will handle the situation personally. Seeing Song Ziqiong approaching, Captain Zhao suspiciously told her that she should understand the duty of being a citizen of this country, especially this city. However, Song Ziqiong was not having any of it. She stomped her heels firmly on the ground, and replied Captain Zhao that he should stop spouting nonsense like an official. What fucking duty was he referring to? He was just a platoon leader, not qualified enough to demand anything. Furthermore, he should go tell his master that if he has any issues, he should come to her himself. Hearing this, Captain Zhao was speechless. At that moment, one of his men came up from behind him and informed him that the isolated personnel were causing trouble, making a ruckus. What should they do about it? Hearing this made Captain Zhao gritted his teeth in anger. However, Bai questioned the soldier if there was someone named Lu Feng among the people. The soldier replied that there was, and from what he's seen, Lu Feng was the one causing the most trouble. Hearing that Lu Feng was alive, Bai asked Captain Zhao if he could see him. Captain Zhao readily obliged, knowing Lu Feng was the troublesome one among the lot. Moments later, Lu Feng came out of the building, delighted and asking if his dad called for him. Was that the reason why he was released? He continued boastfully that his dad, Lu Huinong, was the vice president of the first hospital. However, a tap on the shoulder shut him up, and as he looked worriedly at the person, Bai activated his skill, virus injection, and transmitted the zombie virus into Lu Feng's body. After that, he told Lu Feng that he had been looking for him because someone asked him to pass on a message to him. Lu Feng asked who Bai was, but Bai leaned closer to his ear, whispering that Su Zin told him everything that happened to her in his bed the night after. And from what Lu Feng did to her, Su Zin want him dead. Hearing this, Lu Feng began to sweat profusely, questioning Bai how Su Zin survived. It wasn't possible, and Bai was definitely lying. Suddenly, Bai stepped back, loudly telling everyone that Lin Feng was infected and was about to turn into a zombie. The sudden news made everyone alert, watching Lu Feng cautiously. Lu Feng was incredulous, saying Bai was just spouting nonsense. Was he playing him? He continued that Bai was the one about to turn into a zombie when he was done with him. Lu Feng then launched towards Bai, shouting that Su Zin was a bitch. How could she be with him? And this was a lie intending to trick him. Bai was going to die. At that moment, Lu Feng's anger clouded his reasoning. His eyes bulged out as the virus took over, transforming him into semi-mutated zombie. But before he could fully reach Bai, he activated his heavy hammer, punching Lu Feng. Lu Feng's entire upper body disappeared upon impact as the punch created a slight shockwave, shocking everyone. Seeing the results, Bai thought that the skill wasn't bad. It was more powerful than he previously thought. Meanwhile, Captain Zhao was watching Bai's mutated hand with a surprised look, questioning himself if Bai was a superhuman. Bai turned to Song Ziqiong, referring to her as his boss. He told her that he will relay some information to her when they get back. Hearing this shocked Song Zicheong, so she told Bai to just call her Zicheong or Song Jie from this very moment onwards. Puzzled, Bai asked why. Song Zicheong grabbed Bai's hand and replied that she doesn't believe her partner should refer to her as boss. Besides, with this, it's still possible for her and those who also wants to be with him. Hearing this, Bai smirked, saying that everything will depend on her value and performance. Soon, the group was on the road. And while in the car, Song Zicheong told Bai that she was taking him to her place for dinner. Hearing this, Bai readily agreed but replied that he shouldn't be disturbed for here on out till they reached her villa. He had something to take care of. It was time for the lottery draw, and he wanted to see if there were any good rewards for defeating the meat mountain. So with that, he opened the inventory, and from the looks of it, his luck wasn't that bad. Surprisingly, he obtained 2 skill books. One was an active F-class skill, Rampage Bloodlust, which increases all attributes by 3 for 10 minutes with a cooldown of a day. And during cooldown, all attributes decreased by 50%. Seeing this, Bai knew that this rewards wasn't worth it, so he moved to the second rewards, which was an E-rank passive skill, Muscle Enhancement. This skill greatly increased muscle mass and double the growth rate of strength and constitution. Yeah, this wouldn't work either. As a regressor, Bai knew that those who used this in his previous life all turn out to be muscle freaks, greatly reducing their flexibility. However, Bai thought that although they were not useful for him, these skill books were quite valuable in any of the trial. Whether it's for building a faction or rallying people, they were quite useful to have. Oh, and speaking of building a faction, Bai thought it was time he started planning. The other rewards for killing the meat mountain amounted his gold coins to 6, his silver coins to 35 and his copper coins to 6. Just enough to establish his own chart group. He will use the chart group to gather pioneers and help them lay a solid foundation before the trial. They might be useful in the future. The faction in the latest stages of the trial in his previous life were complex, making the relationships established in the early stages of the trial crucial. So with that, Bai created a chat group, costing him 5 gold coins. The system notified him to name his chat group, but Bai decided against it for now, canceling the naming. Bai intends to rebuild his White Demon Castle and remake it into a divine kingdom. And as for Heloise, he will make sure to let that bitch crawl and beg, becoming the lowest dog at his feet when he is done with her. And that was a promise. The scene shifts to 3 hours later, at Song Zicheong's private villa. Song Zicheong, holding her chin, pondered. Based on what you said, in the cosmic trial, more than 90% of the population will become monsters and some will be gifted and become evolvers. Also, modern conventional means such as firearms and most electronic devices will be rendered useless. Upon hearing her analysis, Bai smirked, confidently saying that it was unfortunate, but that's all he can tell her at the moment. However, it should be enough for you to deal with the immediate challenges and gain an advantage, am I correct? No, not enough, Mr. Chen Bai. I will get straight to the point then. How can I become your person? Song Zicheong asked with a serious expression. Well, the first thing must be your ability. I don't need useless people. Second is loyalty. And I mean absolute loyalty, like a loyal dog to its master. As Song Zicheong continued to stare at Bai, she paused for a moment, her gaze exuding a confident decision. She replied that loyalty she can provide. And as for ability, she believed she was qualified. After all, influence, money and status were at her disposal in Jiangqing. No one can compare to her, but little did she know that the rules and values after the trial will be completely new. Her current power, status and money will have no value other than making a target to the idea of enslaving her and her loved ones more tempting to anyone. Bai recalls the gruesome scene of Song Zicheong and her daughter, Song Gu, captured, their hands bound and hanging by a rope at an auction house. Song Zicheong then asked Bai, what's the difference between a loyal dog here and being a plaything elsewhere? Because at the moment they both seemed like receiving the short end of the stick anyway. Hearing this, Bai smiled, as if expecting this question. He replied that the difference was that she will be given freedom where she can exert her strength if she wishes, and a master who won't restrict her out of fear of her power. The reason being that Bai will always be stronger and above her. So even if she gain immerse power compared to Bai, she will always come out short. Hearing this made Song Zicheong smile, and while flicking her short hair, she replied that she suddenly had a feeling that if she hesitates any longer, she will miss out on a very important opportunity. So with that comment, she immediately stood properly, then slowly got on her knees. And without any hesitation, she calmly said she was willing to serve Bai, not forgetting to call him master. Seeing this scene, Bai commented that he's not gonna lie. The reputation and status that Song Zicheong currently has had made the emotional value she provides extremely high. It is intoxicating, almost like an addictive drug, and quite interesting. Bai delicately held her chin, saying he wants to witness her charm up close, in person. But first, he had some tasks for her to handle. At another room in the villa, Luli continued to watch the video on her phone as Chinger received a message from Song Zicheong, telling her to let Luli send Bai's video to her. Then, she should take her home to rest because she's been through enough for the past few days. Also, she should find someone to keep Bai's posts prominently displayed on major forums. The post should be titled, "To the Pioneers," with the post ID Pioneer White Emperor. Chinger went to Luli, recounting the message to her. Hearing this, Luli asked if there really was nothing else she could do to help. "No, go home, rest up and calm down. You've been through enough," Chinger replied softly. Reluctantly, Luli agreed. But as she continued to watch the video, she commented that although she nearly died at the hands of a zombie earlier, strangely, the shock she received doesn't seem as intense as when she first saw one. Luli doesn't know if it's because she has accepted the possibility of dying at the hands of a zombie, or maybe because Bai's strength makes her feel at ease. Back to Bai. A call suddenly came in. It was Song-gu, calling her mother. As soon as Bai picked up the call, Song-gu, thinking it was her mother on the other end, asked to confirm if she really wanted her back home. Was there something wrong? Bai responded, making Song-gu inquire why he had her mother's phone. Where is she? Bai mockingly replied that her mother is busy at the moment, working and eating, so she doesn't have time to talk to her at present. However, it was important that she comes home immediately. Song-gu didn't have the chance to give a reply before the call was cut, leaving her speechless. As she stares at her phone, enraged, Song-gu vowed to make Bai kneel under her feet sooner or later for what just happened. Like a pet, Bai patted Song Zicheong's head. She then asked if Bai can protect her daughter also. Bai replied that Song-gu lacks any ability, and her character has been spoiled by her mother's indulgence. However, if Song Zicheong works hard enough, he can guarantee that Song-gu will most likely not become a monster when the trial arrives. Hearing this, Song Zicheong's cheeks flushed red, blushing profusely. She thanked Bai for his consideration. The scene shifts to a secret warehouse at Suburban. In the car, Song-gu questioned her mother how she can believe something so absurd. "Are you sure you're not being deceived by Chen Bai? I stopped you from looking for Chen Bai last night because of this. After we get off the car, don't speak and just observe quietly." Outside, Chinger told Bai that she visited all the places rumored to have zombies and monsters in the entire city the previous day. In the end, only this place was found. This place used to be an underground casino, but now all the gamblers inside have turned into zombies. There were about 160 of them, and I didn't find any special zombie like Meat Mountain. Hearing this, Bai thought of the zombie slaughterhouse. Could this be the place? Bai questioned himself in disbelief. No, it can't be. The hospital fit the description because they're indoors, and also it was the Meat Mountain because it's extremely difficult to kill. And this place is remote, so if something happens, it's hard for people to remember and spread it. He then asked Chinger, "Are you sure you went to all the places rumored to have zombies and monsters, but only found them here?" "Yes." Hearing her confirmation, Bai pondered. It seems that someone is still collecting zombies, and the place where he places them should be the zombie slaughterhouse. The military only contain a few dozen zombies at most, but this person wants to collect all the zombies and monsters. Is he a curious adventurer or a pioneer who knows some information? This is getting quite exciting. Bai then demanded for the door to be opened. So as the two guards begun to slowly creak open the massive gate in terror, the bloodthirsty zombies started to rush out with creepy sounds and terrifying noises. Their hungry eyes fixed on the person in front of them. They look like they haven't eaten in 1,000 years. The guard panicked as he himself didn't expect the horde of zombies to be in such frenzy. Then the horde of bloodthirsty zombies dashed towards Bai, screaming, and Bai stood there, preparing himself. Some jumped towards him while others crawled at him at an unbelievable pace. Bai, as cool as ever without breaking a sweat, in a flash, kicked the immediate zombie in the stomach, and used that momentum to launch himself in the air. In the air, he grabbed two zombies and smashed them on the ground. Su Xin took her phone and immediately started recording while Song-gu watched in horror, sweat dripping down her face like she'd been exercising the whole day. A while later, the fight was over as Bai, using his virus absorption, sucked the virus from over 100 zombies. He stood on top of a pile of their corpses, the virus radiating off his body in waves. The system congratulated Bai on obtaining the title Zombie Hunter by killing over 300 zombies. With this new title came with an E-rank skill Zombie Slayer, which boosts all attributes of +5 and also increases damage to a zombie by 5%. The system also informed him that he had collected 500 samples of zombie-class viruses, which could be used to exchange for the zombie virus serum formula. This was achieved using his virus points in the talent tree zombie virus entry. Bai was surprised seeing this. A devilish smirk formed on his lips as he thought of the possibilities. A zombie virus serum formula? This is a valuable item. Even awakened talents can sometimes be troubled by the zombie viruses. The system then asked if Bai wants to unlock the zombie formula, which would cost him 300 virus points. So as he chose yes, he thought that after all, not everyone has talents immune to viruses and ultra-strong physique. Bai then came outside and called Song Ziqiong and everyone to come inside. He asked Song Ziqiong if she remembered what he told her before they set off. Of course, holding a bat, Song Ziqiong replied with a knowing grin. Behind her was the three girls. So as Chinger and Su Zin confidently stare ahead with a stern face, Song Go covered her mouth, trying not to throw up. She finds the entire scene disgusting. As they entered the warehouse, Song Ziqiong commented that fighting zombies with cold weapons would greatly reduce the chance of turning into a monster when the trial comes. But killing zombies unharmed was a definite way of not turning into a monster when the trial arrives. Holding a zombie by the neck, Bai asked who wanted to go first. It had to be one after the other since Bai wants to examine their strength and skills up close. Chinger stepped forward, saying she'd like to be the first. Hearing this, Bai let loose of the zombie, who dashes forward at Chinger. Chinger did the same as well, and as she got close enough, she grabbed hold of the zombie's arm, swiftly turned around, then with great force, body slammed the zombie to the ground, breaking its neck in the process. Bai observed the brief fight and was impressed with Chinger's fast speed, ruthless and accurate assessment. Next was Song Ziqiong, who smacked the zombie's face with her bat, then delivered several continuous hits to the zombie's head while on the ground. Bai noticed that Song Ziqiong's strength wasn't enough to knock the zombie down in one hit, but more importantly, it took more than 10 hits to finish it off. Su Zin soon followed after, panting while lying on the ground with the zombie. However, the zombie was unconscious, then slowly lost all signs of movement, indicating its death. Bai assessed her strength, which was too weak. Su Zin got tackled by the zombie, but she managed to kill it by relying on her familiarity with the human body structure. Song Ziqiong gave her bat to her daughter and told her that it was her turn. But Song Go was scared shitless, even to the point that she peed on herself, shouting that she can't do it. Seeing this, Bai didn't waste any time in failing her. He also points out her peeing session and her unwillingness to fight. He then calls for Song Ziqiong, who hurriedly ran to his side, although she was still concerned for her daughter. Bai told her that if Chinger had gone to all the places where there were rumors of zombies and monsters but still found nothing, this meant that something fishy was happening that required a thorough investigation. Song Ziqiong responded in agreement to investigate, but about her daughter, Bai cut her off, saying that it was too bad, especially for Song Gu. He doesn't have time to slowly train everyone, so she had to arrange their practice, including her daughters. This answer worried Song Ziqiong because Bai won't be there to eliminate the virus if something unexpected happens. Hearing this, Bai handed her a paper, and when she looked at it, she was surprised. Confused, she asked what it was. But upon a close inspection, she noticed that it was a note containing the zombie virus serum formula. Song Ziqiong remarked that the steps were so complicated, but Bai told her that she could put the materials of the formula to generate it herself if she so chooses. This was the preciousness of potion formulas. Upon hearing this, she smiled, thanking Bai for his trust in her. Song Ziqiong assured Bai that she would do her best to complete the task he has entrusted to her, and keeping the formula safe had become one of her utmost priority. Satisfied with her answer, Bai replied that she should go do the task he had assigned her, and also have someone to send me back to the villa. Of course, sir. I will have Chinger take you to the villa as per your command. Later during the day, Bai, while checking his phone, wondered how many people had seen his post. Not knowing if anyone had contacted him beforehand, he checked his messages. Upon checking, he was speechless, seeing the responses of everyone as they were mocking him, and even asked him which mental hospital he had crawled out from. However, something caught his eye and he became a bit serious upon seeing it. It was a private message from someone named Shil. In the message, Shil said that he knows about Pioneer because he is one too. Shil was curious about what Bai knew. Seeing this, Bai was thrilled that not everyone was a loser, as there were some gains as well. So he asked Shil about his talent, to which Shil responded that he had an S-level talent, mental control. Bai then tells Shil that he could find a communication channel on the panel. It was unlocked to Pioneer in advance, so he should search for a nameless group chat group 001, as some basic things had been explained by him in that group. Bai then continued that if Shil had any problems after reading them, then he could directly come to him. At that moment, he saw that a person named Han Xiao had just joined the chat group. Han Xiao then asked if he could invite a person named Xue Chuan. Upon hearing the name, Bai was stunned. He pondered if this Xue Chuan is the emperor-level powerhouse in his previous life who also goes by that name. It must be him. Bai got excited about him joining the group, so he responded to Han Xiao that he could, and if he noticed any other pioneers, he could invite them all. Immediately after, a mischievous laugh rang in the air as Bai saw that Shui Chuan had just joined his chat group. Meanwhile, in an alleyway during the next day, Luli was on the phone with Song Ziqiong, who asked her if there were any results in her investigation of collecting zombies. Luli responded that there was, and it was the forces of the Jiangxing Lord. They had sent all the collected zombies to a Mankai container yard near the Jiangxing Wharf. Luli also mentioned that she had sent someone to gather more information, and it was time for her to meet them as agreed. However, they hadn't returned, so she didn't see the need to wait any longer. At that moment, to her horror, 2 people fell in front of her. Both pretty much dead. She was terrified by the sight. The culprit was at the window, laughing while staring at her. Seeing this, Luli was stunned and scared, shaking uncontrollably. Still in a panicked state, she told Song Ziqiong on the line that she had been discovered. The scene shifted back to the villa. Inside, Bai was having a chat with a person named Lu Huai, who just recently joined the group. Lu Huai told Bai that his talent instructions were a bit obscure, so he hoped if Bai can help him understand it. Bai asked him to send it, and as he did, it was a Yin wood body of rank SS. Bai searched for it on his panel, and it showed that Yin wood body was the most Yin of woods. The source of life was endless. And with Yin's soul entering the body, it was the land of eternal life for activating the wood body. It costs 1 spirit to activate, and for Yin's soul it costs 1 constitution to also activate. It was a talent of SS level, so Bai told Lu Huai that the cost of activating the ability was quite high, and if his spirit was more than 3 then he could activate the Yin wood body. Lu Huai said he had 5 spirits, so he is fortunate then. He thanked Bai for providing that information. Suddenly, Song Ziqiong came in, rushing towards Bai. Seeing her urgency, Bai asked her why she was in such a hurry. What was going on? Song Ziqiong responded that Luli had found out that all the zombies had been sent to the Mankai container yard, but she was caught in the process. Song Ziqiong also mentioned that the opposing party was asking her to negotiate. Upon hearing this, Bai stood up and asked surprisingly whether they really contacted her, and if Luli had given her up. Song Ziqiong was stunned hearing this. Song Ziqiong bowed down in front of Bai, stating that she raised Luli herself, so there was no way she would betray her. Moreover, she was discovered due to the people she was commanding from behind, so the fault lies with those people she sent out to investigate. After hearing her out, Bai decided that if that was the case, then he would save her. Song Ziqiong thanked Bai for this, and as the scene shifts back to the Mankai container yard, to be specific, in Zone B, we see that Luli was seriously tied to a chair by the same guy from earlier, Xingmeng. Xingmeng was also a pioneer, and as he poured himself a glass of wine, he commented that Luli was a bit ignorant in the situation she was in. He also hadn't touched her yet out of respect she has for Song Ziqiong. If Song Ziqiong chooses to submit to him after she arrives, then Luli would be her subordinate. However, if she chooses not to, well then, she and Song Ziqiong would just unwillingly be his playthings. Luli felt uncomfortable hearing this as she tries desperately to loosen the rope. Seeing her discomfort, Xingmeng got close to her, and with a mocking smile, he told her that they should toast to their possible upcoming cooperation. Also, Luli should be mindful not to spit the wine out recklessly after consumption. Xingmeng seemed to be delighted in seeing the fear in Luli's eyes when he made mention of punishing her. What? Do you not agree with my toasting? Suddenly, Bai's voice rang out from the other side of the room, where he seems to be cutting a steak leisurely at the table that was prepared to invite Song Ziqiong. He commented that there was no grace in his toasting, so why should he punish the girl for his poor manners? Or maybe the girl doesn't like drinking. Seeing Bai, Xingmeng was shocked. He wondered when Bai came in without his knowledge. Bai then stood up with a steak in hand, and as he approached Luli, he asked her if she was hungry. He continued that he had tried the steak and it wasn't that bad. Seeing this, Xingmeng was getting annoyed with Bai, who dismissed his presence like he was a joke to him. Bai then fed Luli and coolly told her that he was here to take her home. Luli's cheeks flushed bright red as she stared at Bai in admiration. Xingmeng then asked if Song Ziqiong sent him, but soon he denied it himself. Realizing that if Bai could get this close to him without him noticing, then Bai must be a pioneer too. This made perfect sense to Xingmeng. So as Bai untied Luli from her restraints, Xingmeng did nothing and leisurely waited while sipping his wine. Bai then tells Luli to wait outside in the car with Song Ziqiong. He will be there soon. Hearing this, Luli agreed and left. With Luli gone, Xingmeng asked to confirm if Song Ziqiong was already under Bai's control. That's right, Bai answered with a confident smile. Xingmeng found it interesting. He knows it's unlikely that the Queen of Jiangxing would surrender so easily, right? So Bai must have a lot of interesting methods. Maybe we can exchange ideas. I'm still very interested in the current events happening. Among the 3 major forces in Jiangqing, I had subdued the Lord, and as it stands, you had also subdued the Queen. Now only the commander was left. Xing Meng then asked Bai to assist him in becoming the king of Jiangqing, and he would make Bai his confidant. He offered Bai a toast, already ahead of himself, thinking that Bai wouldn't refuse, and that's exactly what he just did after that. Xing Meng was shocked hearing this. He then got angry and threw the glass of wine on the floor. He then tells Bai not to worry as his talent was an S-level, the highest level there was. Curious, he asked Bai if he would like to drink the punishment wine. Bai then shared that before he came there, he looked around and he found out that not only was Xing Meng collecting zombies, but he was also creating zombies with living people. Having such a powerful ability like yours is harmful and useless, so it was better for you to die early. Also, you're not worthy of my assistance because my talent was an SSS level. Xing Meng laughed upon hearing this. He took out his weapon and told Bai that his talent was called Slaughter Progression. He explains that it could permanently transfer parts of the attributes of the killed target to himself, so with this, he could grow indefinitely. This invincible top-level ability was only of S level. However, yours is SSS level. Are you afraid that you will instantly become a god? Bai responded that he was close enough, but he can't tell him. Inwardly, he pondered, thinking Xing Meng's ability turns out to be an unlimited growth pure combat type talent. And that claw, it's definitely an equipment, right? Xing Meng had had enough of the chit-chat, so he dashes towards Bai, shouting that Bai was an arrogant person. He hopes Bai would increase his attributes after his death. Don't disappoint me too much. Bai nullified the attack by clashing it with his bone claw skill. Both parties turned to look at each other before deciding to launch at each other's throats. However, when Xing Meng saw Bai cancel that attack, he understood that he had a shape-shifting talent which was indeed interesting, but Bai's strength wasn't enough to overpower him. Hearing this, Bai thought, was he referring to the skill? It seemed like this guy didn't explain his abilities fully to me. Anyway, I don't know what effect this skill of his has, so I have to be extra careful. It was in this moment that Xing Meng leaped in the air, and his claws emitting a killing aura. Bai took on a defensive stance and retracted his bone claw skill, and activated his heavy hammer skill. He launched towards the incoming Xing Meng. Their fists clashed, creating a big impact in their surroundings, breaking the ground in the process. At this moment, the immediate clash of the 2 heavy fists sent Xing Meng flying. Fortunately for him, he managed to stop himself, making a sturdy landing. Then Xing Meng dashed towards Bai in an instant, and with his claws, he aims for Bai's neck. Bai quickly switched to his bone claw and blocks the attack, then counters with his heavy hammer with his other hand, preparing to land another blow. But unexpectedly, Xing Meng just effortlessly blocks it with his hand, which made him quite smug. Is this your SSS class talent? That's all? Are you even trying? You weakling. Hearing this, Bai just laughed. My talent has been at work for a while now. You're just too dumb to notice. Unaware of the true situation, Xing Meng thought Bai was just bluffing. In the next second, he instantly appeared in front of Bai and sent him flying. Clearly, all your attributes are weaker than mine. Stop pretending. In the face of absolute power, you're just a... Before Xing Meng could finish his sentence, he started spewing blood non-stop the next moment after. At the same time, the system kept popping up with various virus infection notifications, including the most severe like HIV. Seeing the baffled look on Xing Meng's face, Bai couldn't help but remark, this guy's constitution is really good. It really took so long for the virus to take effect. How does it feel to suffer so many diseases at once? Xing Meng's defenses broke instantly, but he still charged at Bai in his current state. In this situation, how could he be a match for Bai? So with a single strike, Bai pierced through his body, and at the same time, his devouring skill was activated. I hope your talent won't disappoint me. Sure enough, the system not only notified that the black light virus had completed its initial awakening, but also gained the ability to access some memories of the devoured targets, and a chance to acquire any skills they had mastered. This left Bai very satisfied. Bai then picked up the equipment dropped by Xing Meng to identify it, and it was clear he had killed more than just one mutated zombie, as he even had a C-grade crafting blueprint. This meant his luck attribute was quite high, but now all these are Bai's. After handling the matter, Bai recalled his experiences from the day he returned to the past until now. It has been a rewarding journey, and Bai even successfully subdued the once high and mighty queen of Jiangqing. Boss, please get in the car. In these last few days, we need to properly plan and prepare for the developments after the descent. Back at the villa, Bai confirmed that all the tasks he had assigned to Song Ziqiong and the others were completed. Luli had collected a population data from the area around the villa, so they could start cleaning up as soon as the apocalypse begins. Su-jin had also finished purchasing all the supplies necessary. Bai finally announced that the timing of the apocalypse has arrived. In the Pioneers chat group, the Pioneers promptly received Bai's message. There's only 10 minutes until the trials descend, so don't be complacent about your early advantages and rare talents. Bai then urged them to stay calm as the trials bring dangers they couldn't even imagine. The reason was he didn't want anyone from the group to disappear in 10 minutes after. Some were impatient, some were nervous, and others were excited as time ticked by. But one thing common was that they were all grateful for Bai's help and guidance. They began to share their thoughts as time continued to tick away. Bai hurriedly asked Song Zicheong and the others to come to the window to see because soon, this peaceful and tranquil scene would disappear completely. A 10-second countdown began, and Song Gu began to shiver in fear beside Chinger. Chinger calms her down, reminding her not to be afraid, while Song Zicheong and Su Jin appeared confident. 3 seconds left. 2, 1. Time's up. The familiar sensation hit everyone again, and the apocalypse trial officially began. The surviving humans became evolvers, and most of the rest were either killed by other species that appeared during the trial or eventually turned into zombies. At the same time, spatial rifts began to appear in the skies, and at this moment, Bai quietly watched everything unfolds outside through the window. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded, "Time hourglass ownership confirmed. Beginning binding." Not good. Song Zicheong and the others were still there, and Bai couldn't let anyone know about the hourglass. But just as he was about to speak, he was surprised to find that time seemed to have stopped for everyone but him. Even the crashing airplane also froze in midair, and then the hourglass began to glow. A purple light instantly surged into Bai's body. The time hourglass binding was successful, and its panel also displayed. Unexpectedly, Bai had also gained a life-saving skill, allowing him to save his state and load from that saved-up state. With such a powerful life-saving skill, a cooldown of an hour couldn't even be considered a downside. As the time stop ended, Song Zicheong came to Bai's side and asked, "Did you just give any instructions, or did I hear wrong?" Bai told her she hadn't heard wrong, and immediately instructed them to ensure the villa's security. The nights after the trial's arrival are very dangerous, and we need to be vigilant at all times. As soon as daylight breaks, everyone need to start clearing the villa area. By the next morning, as expected, zombies had already surrounded the villa. Seeing this, Song Zicheong immediately activated her S-class talent, Amethyst Eyes, and used the ability Insight Crystal, which can view the target's attribute panel and weaknesses. She resolved the zombie situation in an instant. Meanwhile, Chinger's talent was the A-class Path of the Assassin. Already strong, her talent made her seem like a possessed god of death, making her clear dozens of zombies in mere moments. On the other side, the wounded people were brought before Su Jin. Su Jin, she awakened the B-class talent, High-Speed Recovery. She was responsible for treating injured survivors inside the villa, and so far, everything looked good with no accidents occurring. Bai felt quite relieved. He then left the situation at the villa to everyone, and used the memories of his previous life to quickly head towards Jiangcheng University. At this time in his previous life, a strange symbol had appeared over Jiangcheng University, and it took him a long time to understand the meaning of that symbol. By the time he did, he regretted it. It was too late, so this time, Bai intends on seizing the opportunity. He quickly arrived at Jiangcheng University, and from the looks of it, it seems that where he had arrived was the place where the symbol had projected a certain deity's descending. Without hesitation, Bai eagerly searched forward. Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Hey young evolver, please wait. It's rare to see such a powerful little fellow like you at the beginning of this ordeal. I'm a merchant. Are you interested in doing some trades with me?" Upon hearing this, Bai was overjoyed. This was exactly what he had been hoping for. "It would be my greatest honor to conduct a transaction with you. A kind and fair, generous, wealthy, and powerful person such as yourself. I humbly greet the Lord of Trading, Lord Leto." It seems Lord Leto came in his real form in the past as well. Hearing this, Lord Leto was flattered, so as he gave Bai a card, he made mention that Bai was destined to meet him. Consider this as a meeting gift. It was his gold membership card to the Goblin Chamber of Commerce. To purchase items from the Goblin Chamber of Commerce with this card, you will receive a 12% discount on every item. Upon seeing this, Bai wondered. In his last life when he had met Lord Leto, he was immune to compliments and praise, so it was good he was quick on the uptake. Bai took the card, expressing his gratitude, and acknowledging Lord Leto's generosity. Lord Leto noticed that Bai was willing to trade. If so, then he was going to show him the products available. A Thunderwalker scroll of S grade and a Reaper's Touch, also an S- grade. Seeing all the precious items, Bai was stunned. Also, seeing the Thunder Walker profession scroll from his previous life indicated that it was purchased from Lord Leto. There were also so many other precious profession scrolls and items. Bai apologized to Lord Leto, explaining that he wanted to buy all the things he would offer, but unfortunately, he couldn't afford them right now. Understandingly, Lord Leto replied that he knew. At the beginning of the trials, evolvers wouldn't have much currency on hand, so Lord Leto reassured Bai that his products weren't junk. If Bai works hard to become wealthy, his anticipation upon meeting him again in the future for trading is guaranteed. Bai pondered for a while, then stated that although he couldn't afford to buy his products, he had heard that the gods couldn't participate directly in the trials. However, they can invest in evolved beings to make a profit. Lord Leto, I believed you must have come here with the intention of investing, right? Hearing this, Lord Leto was impressed. Bai's insight and knowledge was better than average. You want my investment, don't you? Yes. Yes, I do, Lord Leto. But I also heard you possessed a treasure that's highly regarded by all the gods and no evolver could refuse it. I ask you to invest that treasure in me, and I promise you that you won't regret it. Indeed, I do have such treasure, but such investment must be profitable, and this treasure was something that all the gods would covet. What makes you think that you could offer more than it's worth? Even if you're my admirer, doing a business that would lead to a loss isn't in me. Hearing this made Bai transform, showcasing his bone claw and heavy hammer skill. Bai activated his full power, demonstrating what his SSS-level talent was capable of. Seeing this, Lord Leto was fascinated. This is indeed a peculiar talent unlike any I had ever seen. It seems Blue Star trial will be quite interesting. Okay. I will admit that your offer is tempting, but I never had any plans on investing this much early in the trial. However, I have decided to make an exception and give you a chance. Cherish this opportunity, kid. If it weren't for the fact that you don't have the aura of another god and gifted, I wouldn't have agreed. Hearing this, Bai was delighted, so he promptly asked Lord Leto if he could have the precious investment. No, not quite. A demonstration is not enough. Your talent doesn't necessarily represent your future. Even among the gods, there were those with less than an A-level talent. So to receive my highest level of investment, you need to prove your worth through your own strength and growth. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. The god of goblins and trading Leto had issued an SSS-ranked mission named the Ultimate Investment. Do you accept? Without hesitation, Bai directly accepted the mission request. Leto gave a coin to Bai, explaining that whenever he completes the task, he could use the coin to summon his shadow. I hope you won't keep me waiting for too long. Hearing this made Bai ask Lord Leto if he could show him the desired treasure that even all the gods would covet. Seeing no problem with the request, Leto revealed a golden scroll dazzling with golden light. The treasure was named the Dual Procession Scroll, an SSS-grade special item. The Dual Profession Scroll allows the user to have two professions simultaneously, enabling dual profession attribute, growth attribute, bonuses, and skills to take effect. Upon seeing this, Bai was stunned, wondering if it was really a dual profession. Could my eyes be deceiving me? Bai's daydreaming was cut short as Leto informed him that the transaction had concluded. It was time for him to go, but before leaving, Leto remarked that his harvest of the day was quite pleasant and he hopes that Bai could complete the task. Immediately after his departure, Bai opened his mission panel. On it was the description, stating that to obtain the most valuable investment from the smartest and greatest goblin, the god of trade, Bai needed to provide enough proof of his worth. His objective was to find a special copy of the secret realm in Jiangcheng University, defeat the creature inside that Leto was interested in, and obtain a part of its body to give to him. The reward would be decided by Leto upon completion. Bai was impressed reading this. A reward decided by only Leto. He's truly a god of trade, he said. Bai also knew that Lord Leto's reputation in the previous life was good and legit. This meant if he did a good job, he wouldn't suffer any loss afterwards. Now, his biggest problem was to find the secret realm in Jiangcheng University. In Bai's previous life, he had never heard of a secret realm in the early days in Jiangcheng University, which only signifies that it was well hidden. He began to ponder where he should start looking first. The scene then shifts to the gymnasium of Jiangcheng University, where two guys and a girl were bullying the rest trapped in the gymnasium with them. Their leader, Tom, demanded the other students to take off their clothes and beg to be his servants in a manner that pleased him. He threatens to harm them if they didn't comply. Furious, they refuse, calling Tom a piggy bastard. Hearing this, Tom got excited and continues with his threats. If you all are willing to die, then I will fulfill your wish. But don't think for a second that I will let you die easily. The girl in his group, Mia, tried to convince Tom that he was going too far. But what she received in return was a slap across the face as Tom tells her to fuck off. Suddenly, a massive commotion occurred at the entrance, removing the debris in the process. Everyone was startled seeing this. At the entrance was Bai, asking Tom if he was responsible for beating the rest of the students. Hearing this, Tom smiled, proudly admitting he was indeed the one. What are you gonna do about it? However, in the next second, Bai was upon him in an instant, shocking him and his minion and also Mia. With his bone claw, Bai tells Tom to go meet the King of Hell, slicing through him without any resistance. And like an idiot, his minion dashes towards Bai from behind. Mia was scared shitless, her expression highlighting how fucked up she was. As Bai holds the minion's lifeless figure by the head, he proceeds to ask if anyone among them was from the medical faculty. He was looking for something and needed assistance from someone familiar with the medical faculty. The students immediately began to ask themselves which person among them was from the medical department. It seems that there were no medical students in sight, but suddenly one of the girls, Gia, pointed at Mia. So as Mia laid on the floor in panic, Gia continues that she remembers Mia was from the medical department. Upon hearing this, Bai turned to Mia, who was still on the floor. Mia immediately started pleading, begging Bai not to kill her. She didn't hit anyone, and although she may be white, she believes in her heart that she's one of them. Upon hearing this, the guys behind her laugh hysterically, while Gia turned her head away in embarrassment at Mia's audacity. Mia continued that if Bai was to spare her life, she'll do anything in return. Gia reiterated that Mia didn't participate in any wrongdoing, and had even tried to stop the two guys. Bai replied that he understands. The very next day, outside the university's gymnasium, Bai informs everyone that Mia will stay with him, but everyone must leave. When they leave, they should follow the trail of zombie corpses to the Jiang City East Mountain Villa area. Upon arrival, report with the name Chen Bai, and the people there will help you settle. Hearing this, everyone became tense, expressing their concern that the city was full of zombies, so how could they possibly leave? Additionally, the Jiang City East Mountain Villa was far from the university. They feared they could die on the way there. Bai reassured them that he had cleared almost all the zombies along the way, so they didn't need to worry as much as they wouldn't be in constant danger. He points out that they were all survivors, which means they were gifted evolvers as well. If they are too scared to face the zombies now, what would they do when the zombies and monsters start growing in numbers and evolve as well? If they don't start now, one thing is certain, they would be as good as dead in the near future. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, their expression highlighting the gruesome reality that awaits them if they refuse to level up their abilities. Gia was the first to speak up, thanking Bai and promising to set off with everyone immediately as soon as they can. As everyone leave, Mia asked Bai why she couldn't leave with them. Why would you keep me here? Then, a salacious thought sprouted in Mia's mind, making her blush profusely. She concluded that since all the native students in Jiangxing University happens to like foreign beauties, Bai wasn't any exception. Why else would Bai keep her by his side? Mia proceeds to tell Bai not to use violence against her. She was willing to be his wildest horse. Hearing this, Bai smiled and told her she misunderstood him. He wasn't interested in a horse ridden by thousands. Did you forget? I remember mentioning that I needed someone to help me find something in the medical department. Hearing this, Mia felt embarrassed and apologized, admitting that she was so scared before that she hadn't heard anything. And as she got over her brief embarrassment, Mia furiously shouted, telling Bai to not insult her like that. She hadn't been ridden by anyone, let alone thousands of people, and she can prove it. Hearing this made Bai reply that he got it. However, he couldn't help but smile at how quickly she got riled up. A while later, they left the university's gymnasium. Mai was visibly tired, so she started to complain, saying she was very tired from walking so much. Can they take a break and rest for a bit? Of course not. I'm in a hurry, so we have to go now. And with those words, Bai held Mia's waist, pulling her along for the run as she whines about her shirt. A few minutes later, they reached the medical department research building, where Mia was a little frustrated, accusing Bai of being too pushy. She explains that if her foot hadn't caught her shirt at that last second, it would have been troublesome to be dressed in only her undergarment. Looking at the building, Bai asked Mia if this was really the research lab. Yes, it is. There is a research room on the 3rd floor that only professors could enter. It is said to contain many samples and information about bacteria and viruses. Also, the passageway that leads to the underground basement isn't a garage, but the home of the anatomy teacher and the incinerator. So if there was anything hidden in the medical department that no one knows about, this was the only place she can think of. Hearing Mia's explanation, Bai nodded in understanding. The two then proceed to the virus research laboratory of the university, where there were numerous types of viruses. Seeing this, Bai was impressed and delighted. He remarked that he didn't expect the university to have such a treasure trove. Bai didn't need any invitation as he began to absorb all the viruses he could find. And along with his virus absorption came with several notifications, further elevating his power. However, during the process, the system notified him that he had gained enough influenza virus. The number of points needed to upgrade the influenza virus to a skill has been met, but doing so will reduce his points once again. With a surprised smile, Bai chose to upgrade. The upgrade was successful as he obtained the skill Epidemic Influenza. This skill releases a flu virus that infects a target within its range, reducing all of the target's attributes and adding a negative condition. Additionally, it has a feature called sneezing, which interrupts all chanting, accumulation, charging, and aiming when triggered. A wide smile crept on Bai's lips as he reads the notification. This is indeed a strong skill, capable of causing interruptions and offer a powerful control, especially with the addition of the sneeze effect. It was in that moment that Bai realized that when he was going through the virus tree, he hadn't paid enough attention to the reality of the viruses. It seems that he needed to pay more attention to this aspect when upgrading in the future. Knowing this, Bai also finally realized how terrifying an SSS-level talent really is. He still had some virus points left, and considering that the trial of the Goblin God will definitely not be simple, he decided to use them to increase his strength first. Bai then proceeds to open the Blacklight virus skill tree. He unlocked 2 passive skills, the first being the Flying Eaves and Walking Walls. With this skill, he could cling to any surface, and with the Blacklight virus greatly aiding in enhancing his balance and sense of direction. The second was Combat Focus, which focus on mind concentration. It greatly enhances dynamic vision and reflexes, doubling the ability to control all muscles in the body. He then moves towards a nearby wall, and as he stretched his fisted hand, Bai slowly aim at hitting it. However, the wall shuddered upon impact. This scene shocked Mia greatly. She wondered how it was possible for Bai to shudder an entire wall with just a touch of a fist. Luckily, he didn't use it on me, otherwise I'll be dead by now, she thought. On the other hand, Bai was delighted in his new strength. He thought that if he could control all his muscles, not to mention exerting force between their sizes, then, even within a hair's breadth, he could throw a full-force punch. As he turned around, Bai noticed that Mia was blushing profusely. But when he asked, Mia replied that it was nothing. Hearing this, Bai told Mia to lead the way to the anatomy teacher's place because he was done with the research laboratory. Soon, they were in the corridor of the Virus Research Institute basement, and up ahead of them was the entrance to the incineration room. However, due to the lack of electricity in the basement, the corridor was dark. This scared Mia greatly, so as she complained about it to Bai, Bai simply told her to stop walking. They've reached their destination. He could feel it, but at the same time as Mia heard this, she crashed headfirst into Bai. Opening the door, Bai warned Mia for the second time to wait in the corridor and under no circumstance should she enter. And although she was scared, she reluctantly agreed. As Bai entered the room, the system immediately notified him. The system asked Bai to confirm his entry into the Dungeon of Instance, the cooling incinerator. There was also a recommended level ranging from 5 to 10. So with a confident smile, Bai's response was a yes. Upon confirmation, the system then notified Bai that a successful clearance of the instance dungeon will make the dungeon exist permanently. But if it isn't cleared within 2 days, it will permanently disappear. Seeing this, Bai realized that this was the reason why he'd never heard of this dungeon before in his previous life. Suddenly, the corpses there began to move. Seeing this, Bai readied himself, activating his bone claw skill. Immediately after, the dead bodies suddenly woke up, with one even crawling on the ceiling. It seems that the corpses had mutate, making them stronger and more agile. Bai took on a defensive stance, his gaze moving back and forth between the 2 mutated corpses. Surprising enough, the 2 didn't attack simultaneously. The one on the ground was the first to launch towards Bai, but as soon as it got within an attacking distance, Bai, without hesitation, slashed its chest with his bone claws. The attack was so fast and fierce that the mutated corpse died instantly. The system notified him that he'd gained 400 experience points for killing a level 5 resurrected body. Seeing this, the other on the ceiling opened its mouth and sucked in a considerable amount of air, then released it in a thunderstorm-like attack on Bai. But due to Bai's fast movements, he effortlessly moved to the side, dodging the assault with ease. He now understands why they didn't attack together earlier. It seems the attack just now requires some time to be activated. And although the attack might be too slow, Bai had no intention of playing around first. So with a giant leap, he made his way towards the mutated corpse on the ceiling, and as a smile crept on his lips, he told it to go back to hell. So with his heavy hammer, he delivered a massive gut-wrenching punch. killing it instantly. Again, the system notified him. This time around, he gained 1,000 experience points for killing a level 7 splicer infant spider. Seeing the system prompt, Bai was delighted as he made a sturdy landing. He thought this instant dungeon was really special indeed. It had a lot of experience points just begging to be harvested. At that very moment, the rest of the corpses mutated as they woke up. Their gaze locked on Bai with an intense killing intent. Also, the door of the machine's incinerating chamber was repeatedly being hit from the inside. On the other hand, Bai was excited seeing this new development. He urged them to hurry and attack him already. The more the merrier. However, their slow movement made Bai decide to attack first. With his fast movements, Bai easily dealt with them, gaining 7,400 experience points in the process. The system prompted Bai that he had leveled up to 4 and gained 2 free attribute points. Bai approached the incinerating chamber and called out the boss. "Your minions are all dead, why don't you come out? Or would you like me to help you out?" Suddenly, a loud bang rang out, and with it, the door of the machine's incinerating chamber was blown open. Bai was immediately alert, his gaze fixated on what was in front of him. In the incinerating chamber was a massive meat-like monster. The sudden appearance made Bai feel uneasy. He wondered how it was possible for the meat-like monster to evoke such a strong sense of danger in him. This prompted him to quickly take action to eliminate the monster before it could evolve any further. So without hesitation, Bai launched an attack. However, the monster swiftly blocked it with a hand. Bai was undeterred and followed up with an attempt to infect the monster with his evolved flu virus. But the system notified him that the skill had no effect on the target. So as the meat-like monster fully emerged from the machine, it transformed and retaliated with a powerful punch which sent Bai flying and crashing into a wall, denting it greatly. As the dust cleared, Bai, staring at the monster, was impressed with its strength. In front of him was now a completed transformation of the meat-like monster Biomaniac, a giant monster over 5 meters tall. Biomaniac immediately dashed towards Bai at full might. Seeing this, Bai countered with a powerful punch in the stomach, then immediately did a backflip, evading Biomaniac's attack. However, Biomaniac had a high-speed regeneration ability, and with this, it swiftly recovered from the heavy punch with ease. Seeing this new development, Bai was oddly thrilled. He hasn't been able to fight going all out since his reborn. But now, the prospect of being able to do that against Biomaniac would be able to sharpen his hands and feet that had been rusty for the past few days. He also made mention of using Biomaniac to restore a little bit of his strength. An hour quickly passed by, and the fight was still ongoing as Bai continued his relentless onslaught. Biomaniac, on the other hand, kept up the pace, healing himself over and over again. Bai found the whole situation interesting as he began to ponder if Biomaniac's regeneration was infinite. So with curiosity, Bai activated a status read of his hourglass, which allowed him to recover instantly by enabling him to access an earlier copied state of himself. And just like that, the fight resumed again for another hour. At this point, Biomaniac was taking a longer time to heal. And Bai noticed this, so he questioned if Biomaniac's healing ability was going to eventually stop at some point, right? Again, an hour passed, and it seems that Biomaniac was nearing its limit. It laid on the ground, trembling and exhausted. Seeing this, Bai urged it to get up and continue with their fight. He hadn't had enough. Soon, an hour passed again, and at this point, Bai was basically being a bully. So as he stared at a defeated and trembling Biomaniac, who had reverted back to its little meat-like form, he questioned if he could not regenerate anymore. How disappointing. Anyway, it was fun while it lasted. But it's almost time to end this. Don't you think so? Bai asked this and immediately stomped on Biomaniac, crushing it into pieces and killing it. The system revealed that Biomaniac was a level 8 boss and killing it merit a whopping 10,000 experience points. Furthermore, Bai leveled up to 5 and gained 2 free attribute points. Bai received another notification that the dungeon had been successfully cleared, and he now had the option to exit anytime. Also, the instant dungeon cooled incinerator had been made permanent with a cooldown of 3 days. The system then presented Bai with an option to upload the clearance video as a paid video guide. All the payment would belong to the uploader. There was also an option to hide his face, ID and name. The price of viewing the video can also be set by the uploader. Seeing this, Bai agreed to the terms and requested to hide his appearance. The scene then shifted to Dongshan Villa area, specifically, Song Ziqiong's villa. Inside her room, she was being treated by Su Zin. Suddenly, Song Ziqiong immediately sat up straight, shocked at the announcement in the chat group. An evolver named White had uploaded the clearance video of a nightmare-level mystery dungeon, cooled incinerator, with a recommended level of 5 to 10. The viewing price was set at 1 copper coin. Seeing this, Song Ziqiong and Su Zin, with a nervous anticipation, decided to watch the video together. At the same time, other pioneers were way ahead of them. They had already tuned in from wherever they were. A girl was stunned by the speed at which Bai fought the monster, so she had to slow down the video to observe it carefully. Another was delighted that Bai was fully recovered. A guy with a headband was excited upon witnessing the fierce fight, and another, after observing, realized that the monster's regeneration was on a whole different level than Bai's. Although not infinite, was better than anything he'd ever seen. The chat group immediately exploded with comments after comments. Some were of Bai's insane power and also biomaniacs. Others were about their admiration towards him. Overall, the fight was intense and impressive. Back at the cooled incinerator dungeon, Bai had successfully absorbed all traces of Biomaniac and his minions. The system notified him that he'd gained 300 Black Light virus evolution points after the absorption of the special complex mutant. It seems that the Black Light virus had its own evolution points which were different from the virus points of talent. With his current resources, it meant Bai can only evolve the abilities and skills of the Black Light virus. Upon realizing this, Bai was actually delighted with the information. The system showed that with his evolution of his Black Light virus, his recovery speed had increased by 300%. He also acquired Biomaniac's Grade A passive ability skill, Cell Regeneration, and this was triggered by his Black Light virus. This skill allowed him to use a certain amount of his stamina or other energy to regenerate as quickly as possible, including a severed limb. The skill can also be turned on or off. Knowing there was a low probability of getting a passive skill, let alone an A-level skill at that, Bai was delighted with himself. Then, finally, it was time for him to check what the nightmare level boss dropped. In front of Bai were 3 golden rewards that dropped. The first reward Bai picked up was a scroll, a unique A-level biodemon professional scroll. It was an evil profession that absorbs other living beings to improve itself, and has the ability to stimulate its own cells to greatly enhance its strength and recovery capabilities. There was also a caution that excessive absorption may cause gene disintegration or mutation, and the consequences were unknown. The evolver had to be of level 10 with a physique greater than 15 to be able to use the item. A unique A-level profession with both risk and benefits. But I already have the Black Light virus, so this won't do. Bai commented after a considerable thought. He then moved on to the second reward, which was a potion. A grade C genetic essence which had a perfect genetic essence that can be used to greatly improve one's physical condition. However, each evolver can only take it once. Seeing this, Bai immediately uncorked it, then drank the content without a second thought. His strength, physique and agility permanently increased by 2, 6 and 3 respectively. Then, the last of the 3 was a cloth named the Faceless Skin. Curious, Bai picked it up, and upon doing so, he realized that it was a D-grade special defense item. A special skin product with an excellent defense, multiple genes, and can alleviate the problem of a sagging skin. It adds a plus 10 each to an evolver's agility, physique and defense. Also, it had 2 effects on the body. The first was called body shaping, which could improve body shape when worn for a long term. However, this was recommended for women because it had a better effect on them. The second was called dynamic skin. After wearing it, an evolver can change the color and shape of any part of their body according to their own ideas. Seeing this, Bai was a little taken aback. The description of the dynamic skin was a little ambiguous. Is it a body change or is it an equipment item? Alright. I also managed to pick up some of the monsters dropped. Bai said this as he opened his system's inventory. And upon doing so, he realized that the other dropped items were all ordinary equipment that could be worn as inner armor. Although it wasn't the best quality, Bai was fine with it. But at that moment, a D-rank active skill book, the Active Cells, caught his eye. It increases cell activity for a short period of time. Thus, an evolver's recovery ability rises dramatically as a result. Its cooldown time is 10 hours. However, there was a note that states if an evolver already had the advanced version of this skill, which was the cell regeneration, then this skill book would be invalid. Seeing this, Bai commented that it didn't matter. After all, these life-saving skill books can be traded for other things in the system's chat room. Also, it was almost time for Bai to leave, and as long as he hands over the part of Biomaniac's body to Lord Leto, then the mission will be completed. Bai wondered if Lord Leto would even imagined that he'd be able to complete the task this quickly. And as he thought about Lord Leto's actions some more, Bai hesitated on leaving the dungeon. Then, he suddenly chose not to exit the dungeon. According to Bai, something wasn't adding up. Lord Leto wasn't a wandering trader in the game who move aimlessly. He must have come to Blue Star for a reason. And as Bai remembers Lord Leto's departing words, about his day being an unexpected harvest because Bai was an unexpected bonus, then Lord Leto's original purpose was most likely this special dungeon. Bai became resolve in his decision after this thought. However, the amount of rewards that he was getting in the dungeon wasn't adding up. There was no need for a divine avatar to come to Blue Star for these rewards. Could it be that his purpose had nothing to do with this dungeon? Or am I missing something? His attention immediately shifted to the dungeon's incineration chamber. Upon close inspection, Bai realized that if there was anything he hadn't seen in the dungeon, then it must be inside the incineration chamber. As he entered the incineration chamber, he noticed that the walls of the iron sheets, which was the fire outlets for the incineration bodies, was covered with oil and grease. And that was it. There was nothing special about it either. Looking at the pipe system, he wondered, could it be inside the pipe? Bai decided to go inside the pipe above to have a look. If he didn't investigate thoroughly, he might miss something. So with a light leap, Bai moved above the incineration chamber into the pipe system at a considerable pace. After a brief moment inside the pipe, he noticed that it was quite long and had far exceeded the height of the room. Then, looking ahead of him, his eyes widened in surprise. To his shock, it was a dead end. It can't be. Can it? Is there really nothing? Bai questioned himself as his elbow involuntarily hit the iron sheet. Immediately after, a golden mask emerged from the iron sheet with a burst of golden light. Bai's reflexes kicked in as he punched the mask without any consideration. However, the system's notification alerted him soon after. What he'd found was a mask with an unknown name and grade. But the main cause of the incinerator's phenomenon was this unknown thing, and the appearance of the mask, which seems to have miraculous functions and effects. Amazed that his hunch was right, and there was actually an item, Bai, with curiosity and caution, picked up the mask. Although the mask had an unspecified name with some question marks, Bai had a gut feeling that it was most likely a fragment of an SSS class item or an item related to a god. This was amazing, he said. This was definitely what Lord Leto was aiming for, but fortunately, it's in my hands now, and I've got to find a way to keep it. Outside the building of the university's underground incinerator, nightfall descends. Inside, Bai came out of the incineration chamber, then the dungeon soon after, and upon seeing Bai, Mia, with enthusiasm, shouted excitedly that she'd watched Bai's video. He was way too strong than what she initially thought, and that she was in love with him now. Hearing this, Bai just asked her if she had copper coins. Oh, I do. When the others were fighting zombies, I contributed with a last-ditch attack. Checking his own, Bai wondered how many gold coins he had. The price to watch the video was a copper coin, so there should be a lot of people watching. He found out that he had a total of 912 gold coins, 75 silver coins, and 32 copper coins, which was not enough. He needed 1,000 gold coins to unlock a spatial storage feature. The spatial storage was protected by the universal will from all intruders in every dimension or place, so it was the safest way to leave the item undetected. Due to this, he decided to wait before he turned in his mission. Soon, Bai and Mia exit the university's medical faculty, specifically, its main building. Mia asked Bai if he was heading back to Dongshin Villa mentioned earlier. No, not at this moment. There are many unknown dangers at night, so we should find a place to spend the night first. Hearing this, Mia was delighted. She made mention that there were a few high-class hotels not far from the university, and it was not a holiday either, so there won't be many people. Also, they were extremely tall, so it should be safer, right? Bai had no objections hearing this, so she told Mia to lead the way. They made their way to the Love Couple Hotel. Inside a room named Hundreds of Temptations, Mia, dressed in a nurse uniform, asked Bai if the uniform was to his liking. No, I don't like this one. Hearing this, Mia apologized. She thought Bai picked this hotel specifically for this purpose. Indeed, I did pick this hotel for this purpose, but I simply don't like what you're wearing right now. Mia suggested she'll go find another uniform then. Soon, she came out from the changing room, dressed in a too revealing cop uniform. Again, Bai told her to change into something else. She did just that immediately. Her next uniform was that of a teacher. But same as previously, she was told that a change of uniform was needed because she wasn't well behaved enough. Next was a student, but she was boring, so another change was needed, preferably a more interesting costume. Mia's next uniform was that of a pet, with a tail and all. Seeing this, Bai, intrigued with the idea of Mia being his little pet, told her to come over. What she had on was a perfect costume that fit her for the night. His little pet. Immediately after, the hotel lived up to its purpose with flying colors. Deep within the night, Bai woke up after their long session. Checking his coins, he finally had enough gold coins to enable his spatial storage function. The storage space could not be detected by any ability or skill, and it's absolutely private and secret, protected by the universal will. Bai was then given an option to choose a successor, and asked to use the spatial storage carefully. His first action was the golden mask. Bai successfully stored it in the storage space. The next step was to proceed to summon Lord Leto. Bai, with a smile, took out the coin and tossed it, summoning the god of goblin and trade. At an undisclosed location near Love Hotel, Bai waited patiently for Lord Leto's arrival. And as he was waiting, he remembered a saying in his previous life that was widely circulated. It was that when trading with Lord Leto, emotions were part of the bargaining chip. This meant that Lord Leto would adjust the rewards in order to take care of the emotions of the transaction or task object. However, the premise was that the evolver had to have enough value in Lord Leto's eyes. Soon, Bai took out the piece of Biomaniac's body from his pocket when Lord Leto arrived. Lord Leto, who was in his usual mood, greeted Bai. He admitted that he didn't expect Bai to summon him so soon. "Have you completed the task to proof yourself?" he asked. "Yes, and here's the proof. A part of the creature's body from the dungeon required for the task." Bai replied and tossed a part of Biomaniac's body over. The piece fell near Lord Leto's feet. Looking at the wizened flesh, it was obviously not fresh. And Lord Leto noticed this immediately with a hint of surprise. He deduced that Bai must have completed the task last night, right? "Why didn't you call me right away? Or is it that you suddenly didn't want the scroll anymore?" Lord Leto summoned his walking stick as he questioned Bai. Hearing this, Bai replied in a cold tone that he couldn't figure it out earlier. The person whom he respects and admires so much actually hid a crucial information from him. "Why did you hide the difficulty of the dungeon from me? It wasn't until I entered the dungeon that I realized that it was a nightmare level. And if I hadn't had some tricks up on me, I would have died in there." Considering Bai's accusations, Lord Leto replied after a brief moment that he understands Bai's frustration, but he can explain. In fact, it was part of the test if he's being honest. There was no way he would hand over such a treasure to someone who couldn't handle the unexpected. So with this realization, Lord Leto hopes Bai understands. Bai, still maintaining his cold demeanor, replied that he got it. "Anyway, what's the reward and the next task?" First, Lord Leto admitted that it was wrong of him to hide the information from Bai in the first place. Second, since Bai had proven himself, he had to reward him. However, this time around, the reward was of Bai's choosing. Also, the next task will be the final round. How's that? Hearing this, Bai smiled for the first time upon summoning Lord Leto. Bai then paid his respects to Lord Leto for his understanding and generosity. Acknowledging Bai's appreciation, Lord Leto told him to take his pick with the highest quality B rank items. Immediately after, numerous items suddenly appeared around Bai, shocking him. Seeing the items on display, Bai was impressed. He chose a B rank recovery scroll. Bai's choice also impressed Lord Leto a little. He commented that Bai was indeed knowledgeable and had a clear goal in mind. So with the reward session over, the next thing was the final task. Upon hearing this, Bai's entire demeanor stiffens as his eyes widen in complete shock. In front of him was an SSS-level task, named the Ultimate Investment, issued by Lord Leto. This final round was to get 2 SSS-level profession scrolls. 2 SSS-level profession scrolls? Bai shouted in disbelief. So with a nervous look, Bai questioned Lord Leto if he knows the level of difficulty the task was. "Even gods are not born with SSS-level professions." "Of course I know. I know all too well. After all, my first profession was an A level. However, it's my best treasure, so it must go to the best place. Otherwise, I would have a hard time parting with it." Left with no choice, Bai agreed, accepting the task with full confidence. Meanwhile, at the same time at Dongshan Villa area, Song Ziqiong and her men were in a dire situation. Their territory was invaded by a level 5 mutant giant rat. With a strength of 18, agility of 20, physique of 19, and energy of 3. This was the only information they could get their hands on since their difference in levels were too great to see the rest of the giant rat's abilities. As Dongshan Villa area faced several casualties, Song Ziqiong, Chinger, and a couple of guards hid behind huge rocks amidst the chaos, observing the movements of the giant rat. Chinger briefed Song Ziqiong that the rat they're currently facing was much bigger than the previous ones. Also, the 2 teams which had encountered the rat had been completely wiped out. Hearing this, Song Ziqiong replied, knowing all too well that the mutated rat had its attributes higher than theirs about 3 or 4 times. Hearing this made Chinger ask what they should do then, since they were unable to deal with it. Looking at her injured men, Song Ziqiong ordered them to stay away from the giant rat for now, but should continue to observe its movements. However, unbeknownst to everyone, the giant rat had a high sense of smell, and had caught on to their scent at that precise moment. Seeing this, Chinger's eyes widened upon realization, but it was too late. The giant mutated rat, with its fierce movements, was upon them in an instant. Song Ziqiang shouted for everyone to run away as Chinger helps her evade the rat's assault. The mutated rat began to wreak havoc over and over without any signs of slowing down. Amidst the deafening chaos, Chinger tried to help Song Ziqiang to her feet, urging her about the need to escape their immediate vicinity as soon as possible. But witnessing the rat's agility, Song Ziqiang replied that it was too late, and indeed it was, because at that moment, the giant rat launched at them high in the air with an intense killing intent. Fortunately, above them, including the rat, was a purple ball of lightning, shot from the sky, aiming directly at their location. This mysterious light was Bai, who landed directly on top of the mutated rat with a massive kick, killing it instantly. Seeing Bai's sudden appearance, Song Ziqiang's face lights up like a Christmas tree. It was obvious that she was way too delighted with Bai's arrival. Standing on top of the dead rat, Bai noticed that he arrived in the nick of time. Any moment later would have been too damaging to mend. He ordered Chinger to call the men to clean up the villa's compound, and make sure to compensate and reward those who died. And as for Song Ziqiang, she should brief him on the situation so far. A while later, inside Song Ziqiang's villa, Luli briefs Bai on what happened since he left. They had been able to clear out the zombies. But soon after, the mutated rats, which were originally located at the east side from the villa's location, swamped in their territory like ants. Also, they lost 6 warehouses and the number of casualties exceeded 100. Luli hands the documents over to Bai, who praised everyone for their efforts. Based on the information he'd received, it looks like they've all worked hard. Bai assures everyone that he will clean up the mutated rats in the area the following day, and also find out the source. Hearing this, Song Ziqiang, still with her warm smile, thanked Bai for his concern. But they will feel uneasy if they all rest now, and had no one to take care of him. So she would like to recommend someone for him this very evening. Hearing this, Bai had no objections. At the door, Song Ziqiang told the person in question to come in. Immediately after, the door opened, and at the door was a young blonde lady with a well-defined good body, a pretty face with a salacious curves that was too enticing to ignore. Song Ziqiang introduced her as a lawyer. According to her, the lovely lady could help Bai with any rules he's currently facing, and she was willing to be Bai's people. The underlying meaning of her words was pretty obvious. Hearing this, Bai replied that the young lady, Qin Lingyu, could stay and the rest should leave and rest. Everyone left the two in the room immediately after those words. Meanwhile, Qin Lingyu, with a seductive demeanor, told Bai that if he needed her to do anything, then all he needs to do is say it. Hearing this, Bai placed a finger delicately underneath her chin and told her that he'd heard that her profession was quite sharp-tongued, so the man downstairs would like to experience it firsthand. Upon hearing this, Qin Lingyu gave a radiant smile, understanding her task with joy. She replied that she understands, and assures Bai that she won't disappoint him. So, after an intense session a while later, Qin Lingyu wipes her mouth clean, thanking Bai for this opportunity. Bai replied, saying he was very satisfied, because Qin Lingyu's technique was really good. He then got up from the sofa and head towards the window. Looking at the view below, he told her to come over. "Let me say a few words about our rulemaking requirements here," he said. But as Bai was about to continue, Qin Lingyu suddenly bends in front of him by the window, puzzling him. Bai asked what the reason for her sudden posture. Did she not hear a word he just said? Qin Lingyu apologized that she wasn't paying attention due to her B-level skill. Focus. It allows her to increase the speed of her thinking and the sensitivity of her senses when she is concentrating on anything, and blocks out all other information from the outside world. Listening to her explanation, Bai continued with what he was saying earlier. "Anyway, I asked you to come over so you can see all the 3 areas of Dongshan. From this point of view at the villa, you can see high-end residential on the hillside and lower mountain neighborhoods. I need you to make rules according to these different areas." Qin Lingyu replied that she understood, and continued by asking if Bai had any other requests. Hearing this gave Bai an idea, so with a sly grin, he replied that he indeed did have a simple request, and it was about her abilities. "I'm curious to see how far your senses can be stimulated when you're concentrating on your feelings." Qin Lingyu began to blush profusely when she understood what Bai was implying. She then turns to face the window, activating her focus skill. And what followed after was another intense session throughout the night. The next morning, Bai led a team to the sewerage outlet within the area. He explained to everyone present that he found this place through the architectural drawing and traces of mutated rats. And after a brief exploration, he noticed that it was the lair of those mutated rats. Bai also decided against cleaning the place up by himself. And this was the reason why he brought everyone here. He wants to quickly train strong individuals who were reliable and could be trusted to protect everyone within their community when he's not around. Everyone present was picked and brought here by him to level up. When they become strong and capable, they would be the backbone of the community. Bai turned to face them and ask if they were ready for such a task. In unison, everyone half knelt and replied that they were ready, calling him master. Being called master sounded cringed and awkward, so Bai addressed it, telling them to simply call him brother Bai instead of master. It was weird for a bunch of grown men to be calling him master. This pleased everyone and also squashed the awkwardness from earlier. Bai approached the entrance of the sewerage outlet, and with just the casual movements of his hand, he destroyed the iron bars blocking the tunnel. Immediately upon doing this, the system issued a notification that a special mission, sewer hosts, has been triggered. Seeing this, Bai asked the rest if they also received the same notification. After receiving an affirmative reply, Chinger reads aloud that the mission requires them to kill all the mutated rats, the Rat King, and investigate the source of the mutation of the rats. The reward depended entirely on the rate of completion. They all head inside with Bai leading the charge. Due to the tunnel being so dark, Bai was pleased that he took the initiative to ask everyone to bring torches along. However, what surprised him was how clean the sewerage tunnel was. At that very second, a loud rustling sound could be heard approaching. Bai immediately warned everyone to be on alert. The rats were coming. And just like that, within a few distance, a mischief of mutated rats swarmed the entire tunnel. Seeing this, Bai activated his bone claw skill with one hand and the heavy hammer skill with the other. There were a lot of them, so he told everyone to be careful. They soon engage in a one-sided battle as the rats were being eliminated without difficulty. Bai instructed them to be mindful of the injured but not dead rats, since they could pose a threat if they become complacent. A while later, the group successfully managed to kill all the mutated rats, with some of them gaining some equipment. Song Ziqiong gave Bai a brief assessment of their progress so far. They had almost cleared the section of this pipe, and 16 long and short sections of the pipeline as well. But at that moment, another rat approached them, causing one of the men to loudly notify everyone. Seeing this, Song Ziqiong just smiled and said she will personally take care of it since it was only one mutated rat. So as the rat approached them from the shadows, Bai instructed her to use her scouting skill first. When she did, she immediately froze on the spot when she realized that it was the boss. A level 7 boss, the Rat King. She couldn't see his specific attributes, but the strength and agility were 30 and 40 respectively. The Rat King launched at Song Ziqiong with evident killing intent, but before it could get any closer to her, Bai leaped forward, deciding to face it head-on. Worried, she told Bai to be careful, but what she saw right after left her speechless. In one clean strike, Bai had swiftly killed the Rat King. He received a grade E set of defense plague boots. It gives an additional 5 agility points to the user. It also had a poison protection function which reduces the effects of poisonous debuffs. The boots worn by the plague bearer will spread fear and death wherever he steps. The disease spreads also. Bai was surprised upon receiving a piece of a full set equipment for killing the Rat King. He immediately puts it on, and although it was a lower grade item, if he were to collect all of them, 5 in total, then they would be several times stronger than that of normal equipment of the same grade. With the Rat King killed, the remaining task was to investigate the cause of the mutation. A while later, after exploring all the remaining 5 pipelines, everyone was puzzled that there weren't that many rats to deal with. When they try approaching Bai, he told them, including Song Ziqiong, to stop. They shouldn't approach any further. Bai took a couple steps forward, and as he did, the system notified him that he had absorbed a spore plague for the first time and gained 10 plus virus points. Then, a bone spur plague also for the first time and gained 23 plus virus points. A rotting plague, a mutant dark green spore plague, and a black death plague for 15, 14, and 20 plus virus points respectively. Bai was surprised with this new development. It was normal to absorb viruses and some germs in the sewers, but the viruses he just absorbed were something that didn't exist on Earth before the trials. Moreover, the type, quality, and quantity could even harm evolvers. It seems the source of the mutation was not far ahead either. So Bai told Song Ziqiong and the others that they couldn't go any further. They should return immediately. Song Ziqiong agreed without hesitation. And as Bai continued further, he noticed that with each step he took, the virus points grew faster, which he found interesting. He wondered what the growth rate will be when he finds the source. As Bai approached the source, he felt the virus points growing more and more intense. And as for a Virus Monarch such as himself, this place was heaven for him. Bai found the source, and it turns out to be a corpse with several web-like structure attached to its back. It was emitting a green glow and suspending the corpse in the air. A corpse? So this is the source of the mutation and plague virus, he said. According to the concentration of the plague virus, the source should be this scroll. Bai walked up to the corpse and took out the scroll. Upon opening the content without any preparations and instructions, he found out that it was just some sort of letter, addressed by Lilian Zhao, the plague cult, a name and a cult he never heard of even in his previous life. But that was of no importance to him because after absorbing all the viruses there, he would be able to make a breakthrough in strength. He then used his virus absorption on the scroll. But what happened immediately after almost tore his arm off? An unknown power entered through his arm, nearly tearing it apart. And seconds after, he received a notification that the special mission, Sewer Host, was completed. 2,000 experience points were gained with a random reward being drawn also. Then the system congratulates him on obtaining the item Wall of Flesh. The corpse immediately fell over as Bai received another notification. He had received the Seal of Plague, and this was proof that he had become a core member of the plague cult. The seal, which was condensed from countless number of horrific plagues, will change if another plague seal is within a certain radius. What? Seal of Plague? Bai murmured to himself, a little taken aback. Also, by obtaining the Seal of Plague without being corrupted by it, the requirement was achieved to trigger subsequent missions. The system issued another mission, Plague Cult, with difficulty level of SSS. And this shocked Bai greatly. The description of the SSS mission states that the Plague Cult has sacrificed the old gods and brought countless treasures to this world in order to welcome the true god of their prophecy. If you have the Seal of Plague, you are qualified to become the true god of prophecy. You need to find the members of the Plague sect and take their test. So the objective of the mission is to find a Plague bringer, and the mission rewards are unknown. When he finished reading, he knew the mission was related to acquiring a god's authority, and if he acquires that and becomes the god of Plague, he will be qualified to fight Heloise head-on. This made him excited on finding this Plague bringer. At that moment, a dungeon started generating in front of him, and as he got closer, a notification popped up. A Hell difficulty dungeon Plague Sewer was being generated, and the remaining time until it's completely generated was 29 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 59 seconds. This level was harder than the Cold Incinerator's Nightmare level. Knowing it will take a month to generate, Bai cautioned himself to not take the Hell difficulty of this dungeon lightly when he comes back in a month's time. He will be well prepared. Meanwhile, Song Ziqiong and the rest had found another dungeon in the sewer area, and this one had been generated completely. Moreover, it was of normal difficulty with recommended levels ranging from 1 to 10. The limit was 3 entries per day, so it was pretty convenient for everyone. Bai happens to arrive at that moment, commenting that level 1 to level 10 was just about right for everyone, especially Song Ziqiong, to level up. Song Ziqiong smiled when Bai returned. She told him that she'd sent someone to notify every evolver. They had to come in groups to level up in this new dungeon. And with 3 entries a day, it was pretty convenient and the opportunity shouldn't be wasted. Bai agreed, telling her that she'd done well. 20 minutes later, everyone gathered at the entrance of the dungeon area as Bai explained the situation. The sewer dungeon didn't have a large space, so it's best to enter in groups of 4 to 8. But keep in mind that your life are more important. Life first, profit second, in that order. Hearing this, everyone replied in unison that they understood. Bai turned to Song Ziqiong, Luli, and Chinger. You 3 will enter the dungeon with me, but you're on your own once we're inside. I will only interfere when it's necessary, he said. Bai told them to team up and join a chat group he sent them. An invitation immediately popped up, displaying that the evolver number 001 has invited them to join his White Emperor Palace chat group. Song Ziqiong was shocked greatly when she saw Bai's number. The numbering was just the order in which everyone became an evolver, so there's no need to be so surprised. Bai said this with a smug. But Song Gu, at this moment, was confused as to why she didn't receive any invitation. Bai replied that she didn't receive any invitation because he never sent her one. His harem were for only loyal and capable people, not for a little girl who apparently was scared shitless of a zombie that she wet herself. Song Gu shouted, saying that Bai shouldn't underestimate her too much. She had grown a lot since then. Really? Are you sure? Then pick up an equipment and get in the dungeon. Show me how much you have grown then. Immediately after, Bai displayed an array of weapons in front of her to choose from. Then they entered the dungeon seconds after. Inside the sewer dungeon infested with several mutated rats, the group was not far from the entrance when they encountered some of them. Song Gu, with a dagger in hand, took on a stance and readied herself. I will handle these giant rats ahead by myself, she said. At this moment, Bai remembered that he still had no idea what Luli and Song Gu talents were. Luli explained that hers was a B-level talent, Illusion, which allows her to create disembodied phantoms based on her imagination. This obviously plays a minor role in combat. And as for Song-gu, her talent was a C-ranked natural aptitude, which accelerates the growth of experience and proficiency by 50%. A growth accelerator, It seems that it's not as helpful in combat as your phantom skill. Bai commented on this, to which Luli agreed. Feeling proud of herself, Song-gu was able to successfully deal with 3 mutated rats without any assistance. Also, since the giant rats were obviously more powerful than a zombie, she deemed it a better way to redeem herself. Bai took a couple steps forward, commenting that her results wasn't bad. And since she was trying too hard to join his harem, he will make an exception. Song-gu was a little flustered when she heard this. She feigned being bored, and replied that she just wanted to prove herself. She wasn't trying to join any harem. Okay then, I will respect your choice and won't send you any invitation. This freaked Song-gu out because she expected Bai to try to persuade her in order to win her over. So with an embarrassed demeanor, she pleaded for Bai to let her join. Bai wasn't going to make it easy, so in a teasing manner, he made mention that since Song-gu was still being a little reluctant, he would also try to think about sending it if he has time. This shocked the already flustered Song-gu, making her blush profusely in embarrassment. Her mother cut in at this moment, telling Bai to stop teasing her daughter. After all, she was still young, and she was apparently angry at her for introducing Qin Lingyu to him instead of her. Hearing this from her mother, Song-gu was even more embarrassed. She wanted the ground to swallow her whole. Bai leaned close to her, and with a teasing smile, told her that, for her mother's sake, he would send her the invitation. Upon accepting the invitation to join the White Emperor Palace, we see that Song-gu is evolver number 10261521. Song-gu got excited with this, and immediately run off to kill some mutated rats. Seeing this made Bai comment on how she was behaving like a tsundere little princess. Song Ziqiong added that her daughter was just a tough talker, but Bai need not to worry. If they finished raiding the dungeon and go back to the villa, she promised to make sure her daughter calls him daddy. Taken aback by Song Ziqiong's bold declaration, Bai asked with a smile, "You are very decisive, aren't you?" "Of course I am. You have to be decisive," she replied in a seductive demeanor. "The world has completely changed, and a young lady like my daughter, who had never suffered before, should have a daddy." Having a daddy like Bai would mean a lot to Song-gu. Meanwhile, in a bathroom of a luxury suite in a hotel somewhere, a young blue-haired lady was enjoying her comfortable life she'd had during the end of the world, and it was all thanks to the advice she'd had from Bai in the group chat. So as she was leisurely relaxing in a jacuzzi, a notification popped up. It stated that the Evolver Bai's team made the first clearance of a normal level dungeon, a sewer dungeon in Dongshan. The level was 1 to level 10, and the price to watch the clearance video was 10 copper coins. Seeing this, her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. What? The group leader had cleared a dungeon again? She immediately clicked on the video, commenting that she had never seen a normal dungeon before, so she was curious. But with 10 copper coins and the rate at which Bai was uploading his videos, she will soon go bankrupt if she continues to watch every time. As she began to watch, what she immediately noticed were the women. Why was there so many women? She questioned herself with an evident blush. At this time, many evolvers were also watching the video. One commented that although the women in the video were very talented overall, they weren't particularly good in combat. What he wanted was Bai to take action and fight, so he fast-forwarded to the desired time of the video. Another also commented that the monsters in the depths of the dungeon were of high level. And due to this, even with Bai's guidance, the women still couldn't defeat them, so Bai had to take matters into his own hands and take action. Facing the boss of the dungeon, which seems to be very strong, was defeated by Chen Bai with ease. Other evolvers were also curious about Bai's true power. And whatever it might be, one of them argued that it wouldn't be as powerful as their S-rank leader, Tom, so it was fine. They had just been unlucky, and hadn't encountered any dungeons so far. Their conversation was cut short by Tom, who corrected them that Bai killed the boss of the dungeon in one shot. And based on what he's seen, Bai was stronger than him. Meanwhile, back to the blue-haired lady, she was having an exotic fantasy about Bai. A level 10 boss. The group leader is really strong, and the fighting methods he taught those women were also very strong, she said. If only I was in the group leader's city too. I really envy those women, since they were being personally instructed by Bai and all. The scene then shifts to Song Ziqiong's villa. In her study room, Bai called for her, and as Song Ziqiong came over, Bai told her he had a task for her. After everyone had gone through the sewer dungeon, they would probably receive a lot of low-grade equipment. Song Ziqiong's task was to work with Qin Lingyu and Luli to create rules for the economy of the base and equipment trade as soon as possible. Song Ziqiong was on board when she heard this. Then Bai took out some items from his inventory. Anyway, I have something for you, he said. Bai then proceeds to take out the wall of flesh, the faceless skin, and a scroll. When Song Zicheong saw this, she was speechless. You should be able to see the importance of these items, right? Bai questioned with a smug look. First, Song Zicheong picked up the wall of flesh, and upon checking its status, she found out that it was a wall material that could grow by devouring flesh and blood. It was also stronger than any wall they could ever build, and could also be a powerful barrier if utilized properly. The second item she picked up was the scroll, which contained some sort of instructions in creating something. And the effect of whatever it is depends on the material used to make it. And it was something that could save your life when needed. Song Zicheong commented that with these items, they could definitely become the sole ruler of Jiangqing in a short time. The third, and what Song Zicheong became most interested in, was the faceless skin, which improves the appearance of the body and can be transformed into any appearance. Seeing her excitement, Bai took a seat and asked if the other two was less important than what she was currently holding. What? How can that be? When you're the real owner of all this, Song Zicheong said with a seductive demeanor. That's why the equipment that pleases you the most is the most important of the three. She then snuggled up to Bai as Bai commented. I don't know much about women's clothes, so I'm wondering if you can surprise me. Song Zicheong replied that she did had a surprise for Bai, and it wasn't just her. She promised to make Song Gu officially call Bai daddy. She was gonna dress up right now, so Bai should just wait patiently. A while later, in the middle of the night, inside the bedroom of the villa, Bai was carrying a woman dressed in a cat costume. She was fast asleep as Bai carried her, and gently placed her on a white cotton sheet where there were 4 other women, who were also fast asleep. What took place was obvious and didn't need any explanation. And as Bai was leaving the room, he took one last look behind him with an evident smug on his face. He dressed up, equipped himself with the plague robe, and as he did, the system notified him that all his attributes had increased by 5, and he was 2 out of 5 when it came to equipping himself with the plague set part. His day's dungeon raid in the sewer only dropped 1 plague set after 3 attempts. But if he were to get 1 plague set part after every 3 attempts, then he can collect the full set in 3 days. At that moment, Bai got a system alert in his chat group. A member by the name Dreamy had initiated a private chat with Bai. Dreamy? Upon checking the message, it reads that Dreamy had watched Bai's recent strategy video. He gave guidance based on each person's talents and abilities. Dreamy, on the other hand, was not good at combat, so contacting Bai at this moment was to get his guidance. Is that okay? Realizing it was just a person looking for guidance, Bai replied. Guidance requires me to have a certain understanding of your talent. If you trust me, then send me your talent details and I can help you after taking a look. If you don't want to reveal your talent details, your attributes details are fine too. But with just that, I won't be able to help you much. Dreamy answered immediately after reading the reply. No, if it depends on talent details, I will give it to you right now, she said. Bai was puzzled. He'd never heard of someone named Dreamy in his previous life. And the people in the group are all pioneers, so she's got to be good. But at that moment, Bai's eyes widened in shock when Dreamy sent her talent details over. Dream Butterfly with dream points of 31. An SSS-level talent with infinite growth. Seeing this, he was certain that there was no way this power of Dreamy could be unknown in his previous life. So this meant that she died in his previous life. Bai replied, saying that SSS-level talents were very complicated. Can you tell me the effects of your talents and skills? He asked. Dreamy agreed and replied that her dream butterfly was the ability to enter the dream world, which was the same as the real world. And it can also be used to enter other people's dream world. She continued that some things could be taken out of the dream world. And with that, she had been dream weaving. Dream weaving was about adjusting anything in the dream world, however, there was very little she could adjust at the moment. Also, to dream with her, she had to invite the person into her dream world by creating a dream totem. Bai read the message with a smile. He knew that the talent was practically invincible as long as no one finds her true body. Dreamy sent him another message, saying that she wanted to send Bai a dream totem in the form of a picture. Then Bai could enter the dream world and guide her. Bai wasn't on board with that idea because, if he were to enter in her dream world, he wouldn't have any protection. Dreamy pleaded for Bai to not refuse her. She could sign an Evolver's contract with him, promising not to do anything harmful to Bai. An Evolver's contract? Bai's eyes widened in surprise when he read this. A bit unsure, Bai asked Dreamy if she meant an Evolver's contract, recognized by the Universal Will, which also cost at least 10 gold coins. This made Bai question why she needed his combat advice anyway. She was willing to sacrifice 10 gold coins. Also, if she's that weak in combat, how come she has 10 gold coins to begin with? The monsters I kill in the dream world die in real life as well, she said. And I can adjust the explosion rate of the monsters in the dream world through dreamweaving, so I have just enough gold coins. Dreamy also made mention that she could give Bai other rewards which he would be interested in. They were 2 skill books. The first skill is Spiritual Perception D-level skill book. Bai knew it was a powerful ability, and it could be said that it was no worse than Bai's Virus King. The second skill is City Building Order, a grade F special item. At this moment, Dreamy pleaded again, telling Bai that although she might be strong in her dreams, she is the exact opposite in reality. And on top of this, she had a strong gut feeling that if she didn't improve her combat skills, she would die sooner or later. Upon reading this, Bai immediately thought that her instincts were accurate. After all, her abilities had no physical improvements whatsoever. It was an incredible weakness. Alright then, send me the Evolver's contract. Bai agreed to teach her. Since Dreamy was willing to sign the contract, he would help her. After all, such a powerful talent must be recruited for his use. Seconds later, the Evolver's contract was sent, which was valid for 24 hours. And Bai, without hesitation, agreed and signed the contract. It was nightfall, and in the second bedroom of the villa, Bai was leisurely resting on his bed. The dream totem needs Bai to relax and focus for 3 minutes to activate. But it takes significantly longer if a person has a guarded personality. And Bai happens to fall in this situation. He knew that if Dreamy's ability evolves to the point where it was possible to be awake and dream at the same time, then it would be terrifying. The contract was eventually activated as Bai fell under, and slowly woke up in Dreamy's apartment in the dream world. He got up, took a couple steps when he saw Dreamy for the first time. Dreamy turned out to be a little pink-haired girl. "Hello, group leader. Welcome to the dream world," she said nervously. "My given name is Meng Meng, as in dream, and I've just signed a contract with you, Brother Bai." Bai also introduced himself as Chen Bai. "So, this is the world of your dreams?" he asked. "It's not suitable for combat training." "Oh, not here. I cleaned up a gym not far from here." And as Meng Meng said this, she opened a portal from her apartment to the outside world of the dream. Seeing this, Bai was surprised and impressed. The layout outside was identical to the city before the arrival of the Universal Will. "Is this the gym?" he asked. "It seems that your dream world is very big." Hearing this, Meng Meng, with a bright smile, decided to clarify something. She explained that the dream world was independent and does not belong to her. However, she, as a dream traveler, could only enter and modify it. And based on her exploration ever since she dream traveled, it seems that the dream world was a reflection of the real world. Bai understood and told Meng Meng that they should get started. They had no time to waste. "Let's go to the gym right now and start your training." Meng Meng agreed and led Bai through the portal as they walked above the city. A while later, they arrived at a basketball court inside the dream world. Meng Meng, who had a direct authority in the dream space, just simply snapped her fingers. "Let there be light," she said. Then, immediately upon saying this, the entire court was illuminated. Bai took a look around, then back at Meng Meng, and commented that she looks like a middle school girl after all, so this place suits her. Meng Meng retorted that she was a novelist before the apocalypse. Bai took a seat and said to Meng Meng, "So, what you want is to strengthen your abilities in the real world. Then the best way to do that is by learning how to fight." He continued, telling her not to use her dream world abilities against him. She should just use her fighting strength at her current level. Meng Meng explained that all her attributes are boosted to the level of her mental strength in the dream world, and her current mental strength is 48, so Bai should be careful. Bai got up and told her not to worry. She should just attack him with all she has. Hearing this, Meng Meng took on a fighting posture, and with a loud shout, she launched at Bai with a close fist. Bai simply stepped aside with minimal effort as Meng Meng took a swing and missed, knocking herself off balance in the process. Bai assessed the situation and commented that her weight is unbalanced. She can't hit the target and also can't retreat either. Again, upon hearing this, Meng Meng tried again. Only this time, she was throwing punches everywhere with her eyes closed. The scene was so childish that Bai, with a teasing smile, asked, "Is this the turtle punch in a children's martial arts school or something?" "Well, first you must control your balance. A punch that cannot be recovered is the weakest." The second was that Meng Meng needed to determine her target, expose where she wants to hit instead of hitting randomly. The third was that she needed to watch her opponent and not be obsessed with her own attack. Now that Bai had an understanding of Meng Meng's current level, he told her to remember these 3 points he just said, and she will be fine. Just now, as Bai tried to attack her, the speed of his punches was about 20, and she couldn't handle it. Meng Meng apologized for her inadequacies. Hearing this, Bai told her that there was no need to apologize. She should just work hard in training. Being close to Bai made Meng Meng a bit flustered. She promised to do as she has been told, and work hard. The scene shifts to the villa, and 7 days had passed. It was nightfall and inside at the lounging hall. Song Ziqiong reported to Bai that all the laws had been established and had been posted in the community. There were also people in front of each billboard who were responsible for any explanation needed. Hearing that the state of Dongshan area was already on the right track, Bai informed Song Ziqiong that he would be leaving early the next day. He had been cleaning up Dongshan area in the past few days, but now that the area is stable, the management of the entire area would be left in her hands. Surprised, Song Ziqiong asked why Bai was leaving so soon. She initially thought Bai would stay for a while longer. After all, the plague group was missing one piece. Checking the status window of the plague group, which was now 4 out of 5, Bai replied that he didn't have the time to wait for an E-grade group anymore. There were numerous opportunities and precious treasures out there, and he needed to go out there and grab what he can, before it's too late to do so. Hearing Bai's reason, Song Ziqiong leaned in close and placed her arms around his shoulders, reminding him to also think about them too. He needed to return to them safely. Otherwise, if Emperor Bai's palace get flooded with more harem, no one will be able to control it. "Oh, is there a flood on my land?" he questioned in a flirtatious manner. "If there is, then go summon them all. We will have a good discussion today about how to close the water outlet to avoid the flood." Song Ziqiong was on board, agreeing to carry out the orders immediately. Late in the night, an intense discussion took place, and the entire villa were filled with echoing moans from Bai's harem. This lasted throughout the night to the next morning. So early the next morning, the entire harem had passed out from exhaustion. Bai got dressed and left the room, closing the door behind him. Chinger, who happens to be looking for someone, appeared right after. Upon seeing Chinger, Bai asked her if she is looking for someone inside his room because no one had woken up yet. She replied that she was actually looking for him. Hearing this, Bai asked what the matter was. Chinger reported that there is someone causing trouble in the settlement at the foot of the mountain. Bai was a bit puzzled as to why she was looking for him for this kind of matter. Haven't the community rules already been posted? He turned to face her and continued, wondering why she wasn't resolving whatever the issue was according to the rules. Chinger apologized for bothering Bai and said that they had already controlled the situation. But there's someone among them instigating a commotion, and also claims to be Bai's classmate. Hearing enough of this, Bai told Chinger to take him there. They soon arrived at the foot of the mountain in the villa area, where this classmate in question started shouting for everyone to take a look when he saw Bai. Chinger gave Bai an update on the situation down there. These were the people who are dissatisfied with our daily fee of 1 copper coin, and they want to get free security and stability without paying the price. As Bai descends the stairs, the guy loudly called out to him, stating that his name is Li Chun. "Li Chun? I know you," he said, "but our rules are not harsh because to get 1 copper coin you only need to kill 1 zombie. That's it. And even if you can't kill a zombie, there were jobs in the community where anyone can earn money. So why are you causing trouble?" Li Chun replied that it wasn't a matter of how much money was being collected. Bai was wrong because in the end times, everyone must be careful and help each other out. Now that Bai has resources, he should help everyone overcome their difficulties. Li Chun said this was his advice to Bai as the student council president. Cancellation of the rules would be in the best interest for everyone, and everyone would also appreciate his effort. Bai couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He neither had the time nor did he want to waste it on someone as insignificant as him. He then told everyone to listen up. There are rules here, and anyone who disagrees or refuses to accept it can leave. Anyone who doesn't leave after 3 minutes will be shot without any mercy. That's right. These are the rules here, and anyone who doesn't accept them should leave immediately. If anyone refuses to leave after 3 minutes, they will be shot mercilessly. Then he tells Chinger to start counting. However, this threat neither intimidated Li Chun nor his followers. He told Bai that there was no need for the countdown because he wasn't going to leave at all. What he was trying to do was to save money for everyone. So all the protesters present will support and thank him. A guard, having enough of Li Chun's actions, loudly shouted for Li Chun to stop with his nonsense. 1 copper coin wasn't a burden on anyone here. Those who don't pay are either worthless or selfishly stingy, and they don't protect those types of people. The rest of the guards also agreed, calling Li Chun trash for not being able to kill 1 zombie a day. But he shouldn't worry because trash like him can become a guard dog at his home. And if he does that very well, he would pay him 2 copper coins a day. Li Chun gritted his teeth, furious at what he just heard. He loudly shouted that he would be leaving this cursed place if he had to, but Bai should just wait. he would regret ever kicking him out. Hearing this, Bai immediately tells him to wait a moment. Li Chun smirked and asked Bai if he'd regret his decision already. Bai walked up to Li Chun, and as soon as he got close, he activated his bone claw skill and immediately sliced him in half. Who had a shocked expression on his face, wondering what just happened. The crowd also had the same expression on their faces when they saw the scene in front of them. Blood drips from Bai's claws as he smirks. He commented that Li Chun was right about one thing. When someone holds a grudge against him and brags about it, they will definitely regret it. Chinger also let the crowd know that they had 1 minute left. "Won't you leave?" she questioned. But one of them replied that he was ready to comply with the rules and accept any consequences for the troubles he'd cause. All he asked for was a second chance. Looking at the guy, Bai commented that the guy seemed like an intelligent man. So, with 5 copper coins, things will return to normal after a month. The guy agreed and thanked Bai. As the rest saw this, they also immediately agreed to do the same. Bai left the rest to Chinger, who assured him that she understood what she needed to do. On his way, Meng Meng sent him a message. In her message, she told Bai that she was finding it very difficult to improve her abilities in reality, despite her heightened spiritual energy. Also, she lacked any offensive skill. Seeing this, Bai immediately sent Meng Meng a reply, telling her to take things slow and be patient. He would help her search for books that would help enhance her spiritual energy attacks. Then, Meng Meng wanted to know which city Bai resides so she can visit when she is able to go out. The city was Jiangcheng, and she replied that it was wonderful. She lived in Wuchang, which was a city nearby. Bai offered to visit her if she'd like to join him. Meng Meng was excited with this news. But on the other hand, Bai recalled that in his previous life, he received an S-grade professional mission related to Wuchang. And although it wasn't an SSS grade, it could still be used as capital for exchanging materials or information he needs. So with those thoughts, Bai decided that his next stop would be the city of Wuchang before anything else. Meanwhile, inside a hotel somewhere in Jiang City, 2 guys, Zhang Lupeng and Song Ji, were discussing their current predicament. Looking out the window, Zhang Lupeng asked Song Ji how much food they still had. Song Ji replied that it wasn't much, and based on his estimation, they'll only hold out for 3 more days with 10 people. Zhang Lupeng gritted his teeth and cursed loudly. "Damn, this is all due to that special zombie. He effortlessly killed 5 of our men, and on top of that, he has incredibly sharp senses. And as soon as we go down to the 10th floor, he becomes aware of us, not to mention escaping through the back door." The mutated zombie in question was a colossal armored titan. "Seems we're trapped here," Song Ji replied. "Look there." One of the 2 girls in the room with them said this as she pointed a finger to something outside. Her name was Wei Shihu, and she had dark brown hair and was wearing a red blouse. "What is that thing? I can barely see it. It's just a faint illusion," they speculated. Seeing something moving quickly on the rooftop of the buildings. "Is it a new type of zombie?" one of them asked. "Whatever it is, it can jump on walls, so it's extremely dangerous. We need not to give away our location," Zhang Lupeng declared, already closing the curtain. But when Shihu stopped him, "No need to worry, Zhang. I think it's a human," she said. Song Ji, wearing glasses, approached her and asked how it was possible for that to be a human. "Yeah. You didn't see wrong, did you?" Zhang Lupeng asked curiously. The girl, Wei Shihu, replied that she was certain. "Have you forgotten about my abilities?" Beside her was her friend with black hair in a yellow crop top, Zhang Ishue, who had remained silent until she suddenly declared, "He's coming towards us." Jumping across the buildings, Bai moved through the city until he noticed the enormous titan emitting a red cloud and said, "A tyrant? Looks like I'm in luck. This is an unexpected reward. Coincidentally, I have a plan for a weapon that requires a tyrant bone." Bai decided to not use his heavy hammer skill, because it might damage the tyrant zombie bone. Therefore, effectively dropping the rate and its safety as well. It is better to decapitate it. Then in an instant, Bai activated his bone claw and leaped, using his momentum to freefall towards the titan. The group of young evolvers hidden had closed the curtains to avoid being noticed. "I can't see clearly, Wei. What's the situation now?" Song Ji asked. "It is better not to look. It's extremely dangerous," Zhang Ishue replied, stepping away from the window, while the rest gathered around the curtain gap. "The battle has begun." That man's hand turned into claws. Wei Shihu informed them of what was happening. "I told you he's a monster. Who's ever seen a human with regular claws?" Zhang Lupeng questioned. But immediately after, Wei Shihu exclaimed in surprise that the monster was dead. "And it looks like Bai was absorbing it." "Wait, I saw his face," she continued. Back outside, Bai stood beside the titan's body while the system informed him of his rewards. a mutant zombie of the plague virus, elite model, enhanced offensive and defensive type, was killed, gaining 2,000 experience points. The elite mutant body was absorbed, a comprehensive plague zombie of the 3rd stage, with all dark virus abilities enhanced. Bai gained 800 virus points and 500 special evolution points for the dark virus. The dark virus acquired a new form, muscle augmentation and shield. From Bai's left arm, purple energy extended, enveloping him in purple flames and covering him completely, while gradually forming a large shield on his arm. Checking through his new skills, he is notified that the muscle augmentation can strengthen any part of the body, unlike other forms that affect body shape and cause discomfort. And the defensive strength of the shield is nearly double his base strength. It's a really good reward, he murmured. But in that moment, Wei Shihu then opened the curtains. And in excitement, she loudly called out to Bai when she finally recognized who he was. Bai immediately looked up and saw Wei Shihu, wondering who she was. Wei Shihu continued to shout excitedly from the window, but Bai still couldn't make out who she was exactly, given where she was. Curious to know who it was, Bai decided to get closer. So, using his bone claw, he climbed on the walls of the building towards the open window. When he reached that particular window, he realized that the person in question was a close friend of Songgu. I was wondering who it was. Wei Shihu looked at him happily and asked, "Chen Bai, do you know how Songgu is? Is she okay?" Later, somewhere within that hotel, Bai was sitting at the table with these 4 people. I've established a settlement in the Dongshan village area, and now about a few hundred people are living there. Song Ziqiong is helping me manage the settlement, so Songgu is very safe, he explained to the people at the table. Really? Wei Shihu exclaimed, impressed. Zhang Yishui also looked at him in amazement, while the 2 guys doubted, questioning if Bai really established a settlement with hundreds of people. Jiang Lupeng asked sarcastically while Song Ji reinforced, "The queen of Jiangcheng is helping you Chen Bai manage it? You must be joking, right?" Bai simply crossed his legs casually and replied, "You'll understand as soon as you get there. I wouldn't lie about something so easy to uncover." Suddenly, someone opened the door, and a guy in a blue shirt walked in with an excited demeanor, calling Bai's name. Bai turned to the door, a bit taken aback. "Qi Zheng," he said. Then 2 other guys, Li Feng and Zhao Mu, his classmates and roommates before the end of the world, also walked in. "I knew I heard someone calling your name just now," Qi Zheng declared with a smile. "Chen Bai, you're really here," Zhao Mu also declared with the same demeanor. Bai got up with a smile and asked what they were all doing here. When his classmates entered the room, Zhang placed his hand on Bai's shoulder. He narrated what they experienced since the end of the world. He even tried to find him, but it was for naught. This made Bai ask if there are many of their classmates from Jiang University. Also, if you're willing, you can go to the settlement in the Dongshan village area. However, there's a rule that requires you to hand over a copper coin each day. Do you think you can handle that? Of course. If that monster hadn't trapped us here, we might have even found gold coins. Jiang Lupeng replied with a nervous expression, and continued that the way to the settlement is dangerous. "Can you come with us?" Bai made a light gesture with his hand and replied that he had other things to take care of. But they shouldn't worry. On his way here, he only saw the tyrant zombie. Jiang Lupeng knew at that moment that the tyrant was not an ordinary monster. So we really were unlucky then. Not necessarily. Bai opened his inventory panel and placed some items on the table. Qi Zheng, Zhao Mu, and Wei Shihu. "These are low-level items that I don't need, so I'm giving them to you," he said. "But I'm in a hurry, so I need to hit the road. Now that you all know the location of the settlement, I'll leave first." Bai patted Jiang Lupeng on the back as he thanked him. Bai then heads for the door, waving goodbye. He left the building and continued his seamless means of transportation, jumping between the rooftops when suddenly a notification popped up. Meng Meng had started a private chat with him. "Master, an evolver named King Han Wang is complaining in the group. I think my new skill can help him." Bai replied that there were too many people in the group, so she should just tell him directly what the situation is. While holding his chin, he took a moment to think things over. Meanwhile, back inside the hotel, everyone had gathered to discuss what to do. Zhao Mu wanted them to do as Bai said and go to the settlement. But Jiang Lupeng just said that although it's crucial for them to go to the settlement which was safe and also had other evolvers there, they needed to be patient and prepare well for it, especially since getting to Dongshan from their current location was almost a cross-city journey. Li Feng adjusted his glasses and told everyone to wait a moment. He thinks, but before he could continue, Wei Shihu said something that surprised everyone. Confused, Wei Shihu questioned why Bai had returned. Approaching Bai at the window, she asked if something was wrong. "Well, yes, I suddenly need a room to deal with something," Bai replied. And as Zhao Mu heard this, he offered his and Qi Zheng's room. Bai was delighted with this news. He placed his arms around their shoulders and said he need to be alone in the room. Are you guys okay with that? No worries, Chizheng said. You can stay in the room and we can keep an eye on you in the living room. Wei Shihu looked at him silently for a few moments and finally decided to join them. He shouted for them to wait for her. In the hotel corridor, Wei Shihu caught up to them, and as she leaned on her knees, she remembered a question she needed to ask of Bai. Do you know Song Gu Evolver's ID number? I want to add her as a friend. Oh, it's 990225. Hearing this made Chizheng also ask Bai for his number. He wanted to add it along with Zhao Mu's number. Bai turned to him and answered that it was 001. Chizheng looked at him incredulously, then suddenly burst out laughing. We're all evolvers now, but your dry humor hasn't evolved at all, he said. Behind him, Zhao Mu opened the friend request window, walked up to his friend and tapped him on the shoulder. Chizheng, you'll find out when you add him. Chizheng was a bit confused with this response. So when the notification came through, notifying him that the evolved number 001 had accepted his friend request, he freaked out, screaming. Bai, who was already used to this kind of reaction, just smiled and told him not to just stand there. He should hurry and catch up. 10 minutes later, the three were in the living room. And as Wei Shihu was busy, fiddling with her system window in the armchair, Zhao Mu and Chizheng were sprawled on the sofa, chatting. Chizheng was still surprised with Bai's identification number, saying that it was really impressive. Indeed, Zhao Mu agreed with him, and continued that Bai made mention that it was the sequence to become an evolved one. So that means he was the first to become one. Zhao replied, resting his head in his hands. Zhou Mu then turned towards him, and questioned if Chizheng remembers what Bai posted in the dorm group before the end of the world. There was something about the school changing the date of the physical test to mid-June. Of course I remember, Chizheng replied. We ended up exercising for more than a week because of that. He then suddenly sat up, asking what Zhou Mu was going with this. Wait, did Bai already know about the end of the world back then? Smiling, Zhao Mu declared that it might just be a coincidence. But they benefited from that exercise, didn't they? Indeed, we really did benefit from the information Bai provided. It was at this moment that Chizheng noticed Wei Shihu's silence. She was totally immersed in whatever she was watching on her system window. She was also blushing. Chizheng questioned why her face was red all of a sudden. Hearing this, she got up and left the room, saying that it was nothing. Anyway, I'm going back to my room, so don't forget Chen Bai's instructions, she said. Whatever you do, don't go into his room. Wei Shihu closed the door and thought of Bai with an evident blush. She recalled the messages she had with Song Gu, and in the conversation she had with her, Song Gu alluded to bisexual escapades. She even suggested that she might not be the only one calling Bai with the name Daddy in the future. Wei Shihu, with a flushed face, couldn't help but have those kind of thoughts about Bai. It can't be what I'm thinking, right? How could it be? She questioned herself. Seriously, Brother Bai and Song Gu, and everyone together? Unexpectedly, she heard something not far from her that drew her attention. It was a conversation between Jiang Lupeng and Li Feng. Listen to me, Brother Jiang, Li Feng said. This isn't a simple matter. Bai is definitely lying to us. There are too many loopholes in what he said. Li Feng was speaking alongside Jiang, leaning against the wall side by side. I also feel it's a bit false. Song Ziqiong, the queen of Jiangcheng, being some sort of an assistant for Bai is just too outrageous to believe. No matter how you look at it, it just seems like a show-off. Wei Shihu watched them in silence, and was also careful in order not to be noticed. Back in the dream space, in the magical city, at Han Zhao's house, Bai arrived through the pink butterfly totem, and upon arrival, he greeted everyone with a warm smile, and added that he made some arrangements in the real world, hence the reason why he's a bit late. Looks like I'm the last one here. He noticed 3 people in the room. Meng Meng sitting on the sofa with a boy in a hooded sweatshirt next to her, and another young guy with some sort of a gas mask on his face, standing behind them. The boy on the sofa got up and took off his hood with a smile. He introduced himself as Han Xiao with the username of King Han Wang. He then started to flatter Bai a little bit, complimenting him on his facial features. Meng Meng looked at him and teased the guy about his apparent flattering. The guy, with a nervous smile, replied that he was simply telling the truth. The other with the gas mask finally spoke up, introducing himself as Crow. Crow continued that his friend, Meng Meng, invited him to complete the total number. Anyway, my talent is fear embodiment of SS grade. Han Xiao lowered his head in despair. His S-grade talent was the weakest of the 3. Crow and Meng Meng had SS and SSS talent respectively. So Han Zhao's S-grade talent, mental control, was obviously the weakest. Bai then approached them and said that although Han Zhao's talent was lacking, his luck wasn't bad. If you had encountered this situation the day before yesterday, Meng Meng wouldn't have been able to help you, because back then, she could only bring us into the dream world using her own position. After all, the ability to bring everyone to her dream space using her dream totem as the core was something she just learned yesterday. Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled and scratched his neck, commenting that he'd always been pretty lucky. I looked at him and said to everyone present, "Alright, Meng Meng doesn't have much time to keep the four of us in the dream world. Explain why you were complaining in the group." Han Xiao then began to speak. "It's about a dungeon. A dungeon with a specific mission for me. I'll send you a screenshot of the mission, but it's not nearby, so we'll talk as we go. The dungeon was a family mystery, an S-grade exclusive mission. Then the system notification displayed the mission. In your father's belongings, you found a medical record from the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital with the name of an aunt you've never heard of. Her record mentions a familial genetic disorder that piqued your curiosity. What is this genetic disorder? Why has your aunt never been mentioned? Is your powerful mental talent related to this genetic disorder?" The Red Star Psychiatric Hospital seems to hold the key to this mystery. A while later, the group then walked through the dream space until they reached the specified location, where the mission entrance was. A red portal stood before them. Han Xiao approached it and said that this is the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital. By the time he found it, it had already become a dungeon. He went in once but quickly gave up. The difficulty level of the monsters were from 5 to 12, and the dungeon was also of a nightmare level. This proved to be too much for Han Xiao to handle, so he couldn't wait to evolve and come back. "After I abandoned the dungeon for the first time, the Universal will informed me that someone had noticed my presence and could loot everything and leave," he said. Bai then simply raised his hand and said he understands, surprising everyone. The system notified him on his decision to lead the team in the dungeon of the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital. So, as a strong light emanated around his feet, he confidently chose yes. The group entered the dream space of Magical City, inside the dungeon of the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital. Crow spotted a monster and notified the rest. Meng Meng also commented that she had a bad feeling about the dungeon. "The monsters right at the beginning of the dungeon aren't weak. Be careful," Han Xiao warned. A creature approached, a zombie woman dressed as a nurse, trembling and holding a syringe, moaning as she walked awkwardly. Her name was Monster Nurse. Crow then took a few steps forward and suggested for them to test their strength first. The creature lunged at him fiercely, but in that moment, Crow summoned a huge scarecrow that emanated a green aura, activating his talent, Incorporation of Fear. The nurse fell back terrified, her heart racing, her eyes filled with horror. "Fear mode lawful explosion." Crow said this, and with a snap of his fingers, the nurse's heart immediately exploded, killing her instantly. The system then informed them that a team member had killed a crazed nurse. Therefore, the experience would be shared. Meng Meng commented that Crow's ability looks a lot like a villain boss. Han Xiao was stunned and exclaimed in surprise what a powerful ability Crow had. Bai crossed his arms and simply praised Crow a little. A grade D skill card drop form killing the nurse zombie. It launches a mental attack with a sharp scream causing mental damage within a certain range. Also, the sound produced will attract the attention of nearby monsters. Crow picked up the card in his hands and said, "Everyone, we are lucky we got a skill drop." Bai then declared, "Han Xiao, you and Meng Meng have mental talents. You both decide who gets this." Han Xiao said, "I don't need it. I just want the items for my exclusive mission. Besides, my talent already has a similar ability." Meng Meng approached Crow and taking the card from his hand said, "Then I won't hold back. Thank you." Meng Meng embraced the card and her hair flew. A strong pink and purple aura emanated from her. And then the system informed the Meng Meng had learned the skill, Sharp Screeching Thought Explosion. Bai approached Meng Meng and told her to use the skill. Meng Meng flinched and replied that the damage range of the skill isn't great, but the sound is wide, can even attract monsters in the rooms. He then responded, "That's exactly what we need. Searching room by room is too much trouble. But don't worry, it will be fine." Hearing this, Meng Meng agreed with an evident blush. Meng Meng levitated and let out a sharp scream, followed by a strong explosion of pink aura that expanded throughout the place, attracting monsters from all the rooms. "This monster attracting effect is really good," Bai declared, watching the monsters approach. "There are many monsters in this place," Han Xiao declared apprehensively, seeing the zombies crowding around the group. "Everyone, be careful, don't get distracted," Crow said. "Master, are you sure we can handle so many?" Meng Meng asked fearfully, turning to Bai, who replied with his hands in his pockets, relaxed. "Of course, no problem. This is a great opportunity to test my newly updated abilities." He then scratched his neck, stretching. Han Xiao raised his hands, making daggers levitate around him, enveloped in purple energy. If the group leader says so, then I feel at ease. Let's start the massacre. He threw the daggers at the zombies, hitting them in the forehead, perfect headshots. Crow expanded a black aura from his feet, saying, source of fear, strangulation, and several black tentacles stretched toward the creatures, grabbing various parts of their bodies. A huge explosion occurred on the other side, launching everything into the air in dust and fire. It was Meng Meng who had created a bazooka to blow up the zombies. Crow and Han Xiao exclaimed in shock, and Meng Meng licked her lips, smiling and said, "It's so good, let's do it again." Han Xiao turned and said, "A bazooka? The ability to create things in dreams is very powerful. Will Miss Meng Meng be able to build a rocket launcher in the future?" And Crow replied, "Definitely." Then he turned and looked at Bai, thinking, but why hasn't the group leader made a move yet? Bai had already activated his claws and was waiting, thinking. Finally, the energy is at its limit. This skill's cooldown is a bit slow. It seems hard to fully charge it during battle. And then, he finally declared with a smile, "All right." Bai buried his fists in the ground, declaring, "Earth spikes." The ground shattered into various pieces of stone as black energy spikes emerged, impaling the zombies from below. A huge cloud of dust rose, and a forest of spikes formed. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Behind Bai, 2 nurse zombies walked closer without him noticing. Han Xiao noticed something and rushed forward, declaring that 2 monsters were still alive, so he'll take care of them. Bai signaled with a hand and said, "Wait, those 2 mini-boss nurses were intentionally left by me." Bai activated his absorption with his left hand, raising some tentacles and immobilizing the nurses in the air. Han Xiao stopped in shock midway and stuttered. He caught them. He caught them with one hand, while Crow silently touched his shoulder, trying to console him. The system then showed a notification. This black light ability has evolved, and Bai can now view part of the memories of his devoured targets. But there was a low chance of acquiring any of their skill. It was at this moment that Bai remembered he hadn't used the memory reading and absorption ability since he received it before the apocalypse. Then he touched the 2 nurses on top of their heads, while their hands were shackled by black ties. Their bodies were no longer dressed in nurse uniforms. They were now wearing normal clothes. Bai then saw a woman in her undergarment crawling with inscriptions carved into her body, wondering, "What is this?" Other women were trapped on crosses with inscriptions on their bellies and barbed wire restraining their bodies. As one woman trembled on the floor, dragging herself, and a man in a blood-stained lab coat in the middle of the room said, smiling, "Nurse Kong, calm down." And then another scream in horror, another memory. The same man with glasses was fixing a nurse's hair, saying, "Have you lost your mind? How can your mental strength be so weak? I was planning to offer you to the master. What a pity. This crazy woman can only be the sacrifice for next month." A red-haired nurse turned near a counter and said, "Nurse Wang, don't be so sad. Everyone is avoiding you because of Nurse Kang's situation." A black-haired nurse then replied, "I know, I also like Nurse Kong." Tied to the hospital bed, Nurse Kong was struggling, repeating the word 16 over and over again. Meanwhile, Nurse Wang lamented, "Such a good and beautiful person. How did she go crazy all of a sudden?" Bai held the 2 nurse zombies by the head, thinking, 16? Demon formation? I remember now. In my previous life as a demon hunter, I heard about a psychiatric hospital in the magical capital related to demons, where you could even summon demons. Unfortunately, my level at the time far exceeded the limits of the place, so I only glanced at some posts on the Evolvers forum and didn't pay much attention afterward. Bai released the nurses and addressed the group. He told them that it was time to go find clues for Han Zhao's exclusive mission. Everyone be careful and don't spread out. There may be very powerful creatures here. Half an hour later, the group continued searching the hospital. All the monsters in this building should have been eliminated by now. We haven't seen any for a while. We've searched 3 floors and found no clues. Han Xiao commented as the group climbed a staircase. "We're not completely without clues," Meng Meng replied. "The number 16 appears frequently here," Crow added while climbing ahead, and then as they reached the next floor behind Bai, he said, "Who cares if it's 16 or 18? I just want to know why the instance boss hasn't made a move yet. Is he afraid of Emperor Bai and doesn't dare to show himself?" It was then that a strong aura emerged with murderous intent, and a frightening voice said, "Young man, you are very arrogant." Everyone activated their powers instantly. Crow summoned his scarecrow. Han Xiao levitated the daggers, and Meng Meng created double swords. Bai began to release a bit of his aura and question who was there. Immediately after, a huge creature with bloodied paws slowly emerged from the darkness. A demon with long horns, glasses, and an elongated chin. The creature then spoke, I am the director of the Red Star Mental Hospital and also an envoy of the 16th demon of the 72 Pillars of Solomon Jia. Meng Meng remained silent with an angry expression. Han Xiao looked surprised and exclaimed, He is a demon? Crow repeated, envoy of the demon god. The demon declared, pretending to be calm is useless. Being a sacrifice for my master is your only fate. This girl, if she is willing to serve my master loyally and bear his children, I can spare her life. Meng Meng immediately reacted, shouting that the demon can suck it and go bear children for his master himself. Bai then spoke up in a mocking tone. A low-level demon transformed from a human, you are very arrogant. If you have the courage, show us your power. Stop spouting nonsense to make us laugh. Immediately upon hearing this, the demon unleashed his claws, emanating an intense aura. Ignorant people who do not know the vastness of the sky and the earth, let me show you the power my master has granted me. The demon declared, roaring with its arms raised. A huge, terrifying aura spread across the room and gradually Crow and Han Xiao began to bow. What is this terrible feeling? Han Xiao wondered, holding his head. Meng Meng called out to Bai as she felt an intense pain on her psyche. Bai adjusted his posture and thought anxiously, damn, this is the psychic-type demon I hate the most. The one that can exert psychic pressure continuously. Although my psychic power is not weak, I have no psychic abilities. So prolonging this would be very disadvantageous. I need to end this quickly. Bai rushed toward the demon exuding an oppressive aura. He then buried his claws in the demon's abdomen, which bent over and congratulates him. Well done, it said. The creature then exhaled a red and dark flames which immediately engulfed the entire corridor. Bai quickly activated his shield to protect himself and was pushed back. You really have some strength to endure this, but in the end, you won't be able to break through my hellfire. And if this drags on, the result will be you collapsing under my psychic pressure. The demon declared, as Bai's vision became increasingly shaken by the pressure. The demon then shouted with hatred and fury. There's no way to advance and there's no way to go back either. Fight and scream in despair and entertain me with it. Suddenly, Han Xiao laughed and stood up, touching his temple. The psychic pressure suddenly disappeared, and everyone noticed this immediately as a blue energy emanated from Han Xiao. If you had this ability, why didn't you use it before, Han Xiao? Meng Meng asked. Han Xiao scratched his head and smiled shyly, saying, although I'm not sure what's happening, it seems that if I release a bit of my psychic power, I can resist his pressure. On the other side of the corridor, the demon spoke, a bit taken aback. Han Xiao, so you are a descendant of the Han family, a descendant of the master's blood. Don't think that just because you are resisting the psychic pressure with your blood, you are safe. The hellfire can still turn you to ashes. Han Xiao stepped forward and with a mocking smile said, Hey, aren't you the master's dog? Why are you trying to kill a descendant of the master's blood? Be careful, the master might kill you. The demon laughed and replied, just a family trying to betray the master. Killing you might even reward me. Now, I'm going to turn you into ashes with my hellfire. The demon leaned back and gathered a flame in its chest. At the same time, the group rushed forward, led by Crow, who told the two behind him about the need to not let the demon finish summoning his hellfire. They needed to interrupt him. However, before they could reach him, the demon suddenly sneezed. Old man, did you catch a cold? Crow teased curiously, as he and the rest stopped mid-stride. Han Xiao also asked if it was a new technique. Seeing this new development, Bai, in a mocking tone, commented that what's happening took a bit longer to take effect than he expected. Seems like your constitution isn't so bad among the lower demons. The demon began to cough uncontrollably and asked what Bai did. Bai approached him and replied that it was just a skill that can make an enemy sneeze constantly. But he recently upgraded it. This skill is called flu and lung infection. The system description of the skill popped up. This evolutional skill was a flu infection, specifically the pulmonary infection. After releasing it on the target, depending on the difference in constitution, it takes 1 second to 10 minutes to enter the first phase. First phase, all attributes slowly decrease, applying randomly 3 to 5 types of disease-related debuffs. All attack spells will be affected by the sneeze effect, causing them to fail, slow down, or not work. When the constitution drops below half, it enters the second phase. The demon began to curse, coughing and commenting that this was impossible. How could I get sick? The system then notified the second phase of the infection. And that's all recovery abilities drop to less than 90%, difficulty concentrating, and 5 to 10 types of disease-related debuffs appear randomly. Breathing ability begins to fail. Bai leisurely approached the demon from behind, who was, at this very moment, struggling desperately to walk, leaning against the walls. The demon thought it was already at a higher level of any life form, so how could this happen? Then the system showed the final part. Third phase, loss of the ability to breathe. The demon fell, trembling without air in its lungs, writhing in pain. Not bad. After all, demons also need to breathe. It was worth the large amount of virus points I used, Bai declared, looking at the demon on the ground and smiling with a sick satisfaction. The system then informed the group that the dungeon boss, Zhao Chonglin, a level 12 demon, was defeated. 30,000 experience points was gained based on the battle contribution. Bai then turned and looked at the trembling group in confusion and asked, "What are you guys doing?" This question made them jump, and as they cover their mouths, feeling nauseated, they also tried not to breathe. Then Crow spoke up, saying that none of them want to catch a cold. Hearing this made Bai laugh. He told them there was no need to worry. If he doesn't release the flu, no one would get infected. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Crow even took off his mask. Meng Meng sat down and commented that Bai's abilities were way too strong. They were simply unmatched. Han Xiao also shared the same sentiment. Bai turned to his system window and told them to stop flattering him. After all, the flu skill only works on demons with weak physiques, and there were plenty of monsters that didn't need to breathe. Bai then looked at Han Xiao and said he had received the notice of the dungeon raid and the notification to post the strategy video. "How's your task going?" he asked. Han Xiao turned to his notification window and wondered how his mission wasn't over yet. Bai told him that the situation meant that the clue of his mission must be hidden somewhere in the dungeon, so he should hurry up and look for it. "By the way, I plan to release the dungeon cleanup video. No one wants to show their face and get famous, right?" He turned to the rest and asked. Crow put his mask back on and told Bai to hide their appearance in the video. Meng Meng agreed, and Han Xiao even commented that being low-key was the best way to survive. "Anyway, let's see what the boss dropped first, and then you guys can help me find the clue of my mission quickly." Not long after, the video about the dungeon was published with their usernames. The viewing price was 5 copper coins. Back at the villa in Dongshan, Song Ziqiong and Chinger saw the notification about the video and was surprised. And it wasn't just the two, but several evolvers as well. Even the Emperor-level powerhouse, Shuichuan, saw the video and a smile crept on his lips. Meanwhile, back inside the hotel in Jiangqing on the 15th floor, the group watched Bai's video of the hospital dungeon. Zhang Yishui stood behind Wei Shihu, and immediately after they finished watching the video, she commented that although Bai's face was hidden, she can clearly see and remember those claws. "The white figure of the emperor in the video was definitely Bai," she said. Wei Shihu sat on the sofa with her arms leisurely folded, and as she stares at Li Feng and Zhang Lupeng, she asked why they aren't saying anything. "The two of you were the ones claiming that Bai was a fraud." Li Feng, with a confused expression, wondered how Bai was able to raid a dungeon when he was still in the hotel. He continued to say that the video only proved that Bai has a strong combat ability, but it doesn't prove that the settlement he mentioned is indeed real. Zhang Lupeng got up from the sofa, agreeing with Li Feng. "That's right," he said. "This makes everything we know so far even more terrifying. Has it occurred to you that Bai might be exploiting all the evolvers at his settlement to sustain himself? That's definitely the reason why he is so strong." Wei Shihu immediately got up and replied that it's obvious to everyone that Bai and Li Feng don't get along. Also, he didn't give you any equipment. And as for you, Zhang, why are you still being stubborn? Watch the video I'm about to send you. In the video, a wall of flesh was shown devouring various corpses. Seeing this, Zhang Yishui was shocked and exclaimed in wonder. "What kind of monster is that?" "Wei Shihu, what did you send?" Wei Shihu then replied that Song Gu sent her this recorded video. The two then watched the video together. On the other hand, Li Feng tried to protest immediately upon seeing the wall of flesh. In the video, Song Gu explained that the red wall behind her was called the Wall of Flesh. It was the settlement defense system on the outside, and it only devours corpses. Song Gu continued, asking if Wei Shihu was scared. "Anyway, you wanted to see the settlement, right?" Song Gu proceeded to say that recording videos with the Universal Will wasn't cheap, so she only bought 10 minutes. It should be enough to see from the foot to the top of the mountain. The foot of the mountain is the most populated area. Anyone can enter for a bronze coin a day, but causing trouble will cost you your life. The slope is where many of our relatives live. We plan to expand many recreational areas. Here is the area of the villas at the top of the mountain. I still live at home. You know my house, right? There aren't many people at the top, but it's absolutely safe. Not everyone can enter, but you could end up living here as soon as you arrive, even though you said Bai hasn't made a move on you yet. It's just a matter of time. That big pervert has an insatiable desire. Anyway, come soon because I have a lot to tell you. I need to go farm instances and also improve my physique. Otherwise, even all of us together won't be able to handle him. When the video ended, Zhang Yishui leaned closer to Wei Shihu and whispered, "Together? Did you ask Songgu how many women Bai has?" Wei Shihu blushed and bowed her head in embarrassment, replying that it wasn't the point. She continued to blush profusely, thinking that she should have watched the video before sending it to the others. Li Feng then spoke up. "Well, it's not a problem now. I didn't expect Bai to be so strong. Actually, I was just suggesting some possibilities for discussion." However, Jiang Lupeng interrupted him, pushing him away and spoke in a desperate tone. "Wei Shihu, you can't become Bai's woman." Hearing this, Wei Shihu turned around and questioned what Jiang Lupeng meant. "When did I say I wanted to be his woman?" Jiang Lupeng continued to say that Bai was too flirtatious and had many women. "You definitely won't like that, right? But I'm different. I want only you." Wei Shihu then raised her hand and said in a serious tone, "Stop. Don't come any closer. Jiang, whether you want one or several, it has nothing to do with me," she said. "Let me reaffirm that I rejected you many times before the apocalypse. I have no feelings for you. I don't like you." Meanwhile, in the dream space in the Magic City, at the instance of the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital on the 4th floor, Bai was checking the drops from the boss he had defeated, while the three accompanying him waited at a distance, fearful. Suddenly, a notification appeared as Bai absorbed the creature's corpse. It states that the organism contains special bloodline factors, and Bai can choose to continue devouring or expel them. Absorbing the lineage factors will affect the black light virus and the host. When he was done devouring the demon corpse, he gained 500 blacklight virus exclusive evolution points. He also received a red potion, which was the bloodline factor, the blood essence of the demon of an A class. A coagulation of the demon's blood can be devoured to gain away demon lineage. When Bai noticed this, he wondered curiously if it was really the lineage factor. Anyway, it actually formed an item, he continued with a knowing smile. "I thought it would just disappear." He then turned and asked the group if the boss dropped any good item. Han Xiao pulled out 2 scrolls with a smile and said he got a great drop. An A-class Hell Messenger job scroll and an A-class Hell Black Flame skill book. Meng Meng pulled out a sheet, and as she adjusted the glasses she just got, she said she also got a design for armor and a Class D equipment. On the sheet was a symbol of the demon horns and the blueprint, Hell's Call, Shepherd's Horn. The armor was of range C to S class. In thoughts, Bai placed a hand on his chin and said he happens to know where to get pure demon horns. Upon distribution, the blueprint went to Bai, the job scroll went to Han Xiao with the demon lineage. The Hell Black Flame skill went to Meng Meng. And, since Crow also contributed, he got the equipment. Han Xiao gave a thumbs up, smiling, and said, "A reasonable distribution, the group leader is impressive indeed." Crown saluted him by touching his forehead and said, "Thank you, group leader." Meng Meng just smiled. Beaming with excitement, Han Xiao praised Bai for his reasonable distribution of the items they received, while the two just simply thanked Bai. But at this moment, Han Xiao was in Cloud 9. So, with an overly excited demeanor, he thanked everyone for their help. Seeing this, the others fell silent as they watched him act in such an unnecessary way. A few moments later, they head to the director's office, which was on the 4th floor. Han Xiao approached the door and said he believes the clues he'd been searching for might be in there, unless that demon director has another secret room, that is. He took a step forward and pushed the door open, but suddenly halted upon seeing what was inside. In front of him was a huge statue of a demon with terrifying wings. It was placed in the middle of the room. The entire group entered the room immediately after, and as Bai approached the statue, Meng Meng commented that the statue has such a strong presence. "What kind of demon is this?" she questioned curiously. Hearing this, Bai simply replied that it is Jie, the 16th demon of the 72 demons of Solomon, the master that Zhao Chonglin mentioned. The statue has such a strong presence because the demon Jie once entered this statue in some way. This is so interesting. I wonder if we can find a way to summon this demon god in this hospital. After finding a diary, Meng Meng began to read to the group. At that time, there was a woman in the Han family who fell in love with a member of the Jie sect in the Blue Star. Since then, each generation of the Han family has had a similar traits and type of fate. The girl among them, upon reaching adulthood, will always live there, becoming the bride of the Jie sect. As for the boy, he will remain unaware, start a family, marry, and have children. A dozen years ago, Han Xiong's father somehow learned the truth about the Han family's heritage. To escape fate and prevent his daughter from being forced to live in this psychiatric hospital for the rest of her life serving a demon, he chose to kill his newborn daughter. Zhao Chonglin discovered this and stopped Han Yong, then reported the incident to the Jie sect. Han Yong was stripped of his bloodline due to this betrayal. After that, Han Xiong's sister was taken by the Jie sect to be raised. As a reward, Zhao Chonglin received the demon bloodline. And that's about it. This diary belongs to the dean. Most of the diary of this foolish director is filled with envy for the Han family's bloodline and insults towards Han Yong due to his stupidity. It also contains long sections of pledges of loyalty merit and receiving rewards. This is the best I could piece together. Han Xiao walked up to her and said that he'd just received the next mission after Meng Meng was done talking. He thanked her. Honestly, seeing such long texts gives me a headache. Thanks to you, he said. Meng Meng replied that he was welcome. Actually, I enjoy looking for clues like this, she added. As Bai continued to analyze the statue closely, Meng Meng turned in his direction and asked, "Group leader, you've been studying that statue since the beginning. Is there something wrong with it?" Touching a pointed section of the statue, Bai replied, "Of course there is." He then pulled that section of the statue, revealing a secret door. The room trembled a little as the door opens. Everyone with the exception of Bai had a surprised look on their faces. Bai, on the other hand, just smiled at the discovery and led the group inside. Inside the secret room, the group descends a flight of stairs. Bai commented that given the height, they've probably gone from the 4th floor to the basement, right? And Han Xiao replied that it's at least 2 or 3 floors below. He knew this because he'd been counting the steps. As the group got close to their destination, a smile crept on Bai's lips. "We are almost there. If I'm not mistaken, below should be the place where Zhao Chonglin does his summoning or communicates with the demon Jie, and conducts sacrifices for the Jie sect." Seconds later, the group reached a double door, and upon opening it, they found a circle of inverted crosses and arcane inscriptions on the floor. The group approached the ritual circle as Crow commented that the smell of blood was intense. Bai crouched in the center and picked up an object. Curious, Meng Meng asked what Bai had picked up. Bai got up and replied that he had shared it in the group so she can check it for herself. It was a golden medallion with description on it, named the core of the Hell Teleportation Array, a special item. The circle marked with the symbol of Hell can be used to resurrect the rare demon hospital. The requirements needed was sacrificing 16 lives along with their souls and blood. This item was unique, and the summoned demon will be restricted to level 12 due to the dungeon's rules. After the summoning, the dungeon's difficulty will increase to Hell difficulty. Astonished, Han Xiao exclaimed in surprise when he saw the notification, and Crow commented with wide eyes when he noticed the level restriction after summoning. "Wait, does that mean?" But suddenly, Meng Meng reacted with excitement, smiling and saying that if they summon the demon and kill it, won't they hit the lottery? Unbeknownst to her, Crow disagreed with this idea. Bai looked at her incredulously and simply asked, "I'm at level 8. What about you guys?" Meng Meng said she was at level 5, Crow was at 4, and Han Xiao was almost at 4. Bai made a slicing gesture with his hand and said, "Well, summon the demon and you'll die instantly. With levels below 10, and no profession and equipment, where did you find the courage to fight a level 12 demon?" Han Xiao smiled and said, "But isn't Emperor Bai here?" Bai humbly guided him and replied that even with him there, it was not possible. The difference between a demon and a weak-blooded demon is immense. You should know that. Let's go back and level up and acquire professions. Crow turned to Meng Meng and said, "Make sure to bring me along when you return, seniors." Meng Meng winked at him, smiling, and replied, "Of course you'll be prioritized." The group returned to the director's office. Meng Meng asked if the dungeon raid was over. "Does anyone have anything else they want to do?" Han Xiao scratched his head and replied that there's something he can't seem to figure out. A descendant of a demon also has a sister. I'm wondering if she's different or if they look similar. I'm not sure if it could be a coincidence, but it definitely exists now. Bai touched his shoulder and asked why was he thinking about this all of a sudden. "Did your father act strange before the apocalypse?" Han Xiao replied with a no. "Our relationship wasn't close. To me, he was just an ordinary man. My father lived an unremarkable life. The most extraordinary thing about him is that he turned into a different type of zombie than the others." In Crow's mind, he imagined a red zombie with horns and white hair and exclaimed, "A demon zombie? That's so cool." But Han Xiao gestured with a tense expression and replied, "No, it has nothing to do with demons. He turned into a plague zombie covered in purple and green fungal spots. Those spots gave me a strong sense of danger. I didn't dare to touch him. Because of that, I was forced to quickly master telepathy with my psychic power. My father's last lesson." Bai was intrigued, and as he turned in Han Xiao's direction, he asked, "Plague zombie?" Han Xiao replied it must have something to do with the Chinese plague disease he studied himself. His neighbors also had spots. Bai paused for a moment and thought this is really linked to that SSS level of the plague sect mission. Then he turned to Han Xiao and said, I'm really interested in that chemical plant. When I get to Shanghai, please take me there. Han Xiao replied, sure, no problem. Crow raised his hand and said, Emperor Bai, I have some questions about my abilities. Bai smiled and replied, of course, everyone can discuss any questions or share information now. At the same time, he thought that his harvest was great. I even got some clues about the Plague Lord's mission. Later, back inside room 1503 of the hotel in Zhangcheng, Bai woke up from his sleep. But he was surprised to hear the sounds of people coughing continuously. He looked around and was startled to see Zhang Lupeng, Qi Zhang, and Xiaomu sprawled on the floor, coughing around his bed. He exclaimed, questioned what was wrong with them. One of them tried to call out to him, but his voice came out weak. I helped two of them outside and said, what's going on? I told you not to enter the room. I released several viruses to prevent accidents. As one was placed on the couch, he coughed and said, I have 20 diseases related to negative buffs now. And the other replied, I have 30. All my attributes are at 0. I'm going to die. Bai, do you have any antidote? Bai got up and replied, I've already removed the viruses from you. Your abilities will recover soon. Rest here, I'll go get that guy, Jiang or whatever he's called. Wei Shihu then approached Bai with a sense of urgency in her voice. She told Bai that Zhang Lupeng was actually there to kill him. Bai's eyes immediately widened, so he asked what Zhang Lupeng's reason was. Why does he want to kill me? Wei Shihu then began to explain. It started because he didn't believe that the settlement you mentioned was real. So to verify it, I asked Song Gu to record a video and send it. But I didn't expect Song Gu to be very detailed. A while later, Wei Shihu finished explaining the exact reason for Zhang Lupeng's actions, including her refusal to date him. The thing is, after I refused, he shouted your name and said he would kill you, claiming that all the problems arose after you arrived and that killing you would solve everything. The two sat at a table, and as Bai leaned back in his chair, he commented that Zhang Lupeng was an idiot. What kind of logic is that? Hearing this, Wei Shihu agreed and said Zhang Lupeng was really an idiot. He would threaten any girl she interacted with, even forcing her childhood friend to drop out of school. If Song Gu hadn't protected me, he would have used the same tactics he used on other girls to force me. I would have been hurt by him a long time ago. Being stuck in the hotel with him made it felt like hell each day. Luckily, his talent wasn't strong enough to force me. Otherwise, he would have ruined me long ago. Seeing how strong you are now and knowing that Song Gu is still alive, I'm really very happy. After some time, while Zhang Lupeng was coughing violently in the room, the two stood up and walked toward the door. Wei Shihu turned and asked, Zhang Lupeng has been caught in your trap for a while. Is he already dead? Bai replied with a no. Common viruses weaken a person's attributes quickly, but it should take a bit longer to be fatal. Wei Shihu then said she had an idea. This made Bai ask what she wanted to do. She leaned in towards Bai and said, I hate that guy so much. I want to make him die with regrets. The two opened the door and saw Zhang Lupeng leaning against the bed, coughing. It was then that the last thing Zhang Lupeng's red and irritated eyes saw was a kiss between Bai and Wei Shihu. Bai quickly took the opportunity to ask, to irritate him, would a kiss be enough? And Wei Shihu replied that it was. What else do you want to do? This is my first kiss, you know? 2 days later, in the mountainous forests outside the city of Wuchang, Bai was seamlessly jumping between the branches of the trees when Song Ziqiong initiated a voice call. Answering the call, Bai asked what the matter was. Song Ziqiong replied from the other end that she'd received a report of the situation concerning Wei Shihu. Our people have already picked up Wei Shihu and the others along the river road and are on their way back, she said. Hearing this, Bai praised her for a job well done. Song Ziqiong added that there was one more thing. Recently, many people on the Evolvers forum have been discussing a mysterious chat group full of experts. Rumors say that you are the owner of this group and that the members are all pioneers who awaken their abilities before the apocalypse. Is that true? Staring at a nearby city, Bai replied that it was chat group 001. Did she forget the post he asked her to promote before the apocalypse? The sudden realization hit Song Ziqiong like a bullet. A bit taken aback, she asked that with so many experts, won't they become a great asset for them in the future? Also, how should they handle the posts on the Evolvers forum about the discussions concerning the chat group? Bai quickly made his way to the ground and replied that Song Ziqiong didn't need to worry about that for now. He'll check the posts first and then make a decision later. Just send me the titles of the posts with the most discussions. Song Ziqiong responded, agreeing to this and reassuring Bai that she will do that right away. Seconds after, she sent Bai a message containing all the titles with the most discussions in the group chat. Bai read through and thought that it was time to make his chat group famous. This will not only give us great influence and deterrent power, but it will also allow the members of the group to have a sense of unity. making it easier to recruit the specialists of the group in the future, he thought. Suddenly, after taking a few more steps, the green and vibrant landscape around him slowly began to die away until the forest was completely changed to a desolate place with skulls and skeletons scattered everywhere. The environment around him had completely shifted, and as a notification appeared, Bai was notified that he had entered the secret dungeon named the Village of the Demon Worshippers. Seeing this, he smiled, and as he clenched his fist tightly in excitement, he commented that he'd finally found it. The secret dungeon where he received the S-rank class transformation to Demon Hunter in his previous life. Next, the system issued his missions. The first task had a D-level difficulty, and it was to stop the villagers' ritual from summoning the demon. The second was to kill all the polluted villagers. The difficulty was C. The third was to kill the demon summoned by the villagers and all the polluted villagers. This difficulty was of S-level. In his memories from his previous life, he recalled being approached by a young man named Chen Bai. He told everyone that they would just go through the secret dungeon, complete the second task, and then leave. They would also set the dropped equipment for a fair roll for the team, and those who don't win anything will be compensated with gold coins. Brother Chong also promised not to treat anyone badly, so in order to earn some gold coins, he believed the lies of Brother Chong, and joined his team to this secret dungeon. What Bai didn't expect that Brother Chong would deliberately make a mistake. His error allowed the villagers to summon the demon, and then he covertly led his team out of the combat range. His goal was to use the lives of the cannon fodder to weaken the demon. By the time everyone realized it was a trap, he mercilessly slaughtered the ones that tried to escape. Brother Chong had gathered almost 100 evolvers who were struggling in the area or lone survivors for the raid, so no one could organize effectively in time when things went sideways. Many people died in vain, caught between the demon and Brother Chang's team. After realizing that escaping was impossible, the remaining people had no choice but to turn and face the demon, trying to cling to a non-existent hope. It wasn't until the last person fell did Brother Chong lead his team to attack the already exhausted demon. But what he didn't expect was that Bai was still alive. Bai knew he would be silenced if found, so he took advantage of the battle to escape to the edge of the dungeon. At that time, he tried to use the mechanism where completing the first and second task would allow him to exit the secret realm from the edge. And as fate would have it, just when he was about to leave the dungeon, they killed the demon and began to roll for loot. And since Bai was still part of the group, he received the shared points. Fortunately, he was also the winner of the Demon Hunter Scroll, an S-rank item. The roll point function they set up to deceive people into cannon fodder, in the end, it cost them the best loot. Truly, what goes around comes around. Afterward, they frantically searched for Bai, forcing him to leave Wuchang to find a new place to settle. Back in the present, he had a smile on his face as he thought about that incident. What a pity, he said. I couldn't see Brother Chang's expression at that moment. A while later, he came across a corpse. Surprised, he knew it was a dead, polluted villager. This corpse meant that there's someone in the secret realm. In his previous life, there should still be about 2 months left before Chen Bai killed the demon and cleared the secret realm, so there was no need to worry about someone beating him to it. But who could have discovered this secret dungeon so early? He questioned himself curiously. Meanwhile, in the central square of the secret dungeon village, a group of young evolvers were fighting against zombies. Soon, they completed the second task. And with the second task completed, experience reward received was also shared. There was also a notification that they could leave the secret dungeon from the edge of the village. Realizing this, one of them commented that Brother Chong was right. Completing the second task allowed them to leave. "Brothers, let's go," he shouted. "We'll come back next time to kill this boss." However, at that moment, another announced to Brother Chong that someone had entered the dungeon. Of course, this person was none other than Bai, who approached them and questioned if they were all leaving. If they were, then they wouldn't mind if he took on the boss. "Not at all, please go ahead." Chen Bai said this with a smile. Staring at the guy, Bai wondered silently. So it's Brother Chong. I didn't expect him and his team to discover this secret dungeon so early. A member of the team even added that Bai should be careful. After all, it was a level 11 demon boss. Hearing this, he thanked the guy for the reminder and told him to take care. The enormous demon approached Bai, roaring with exposed horns and muscles. "What an interesting little insect," it said. "You don't seem afraid of me. Are you calmly accepting your fate because you know you're going to die?" Bai remained silent for a moment and finally replied that he was just reminiscing. It's been a long time since he faced a lesser demon alone. For low-level demons like him, he usually killed them in groups. Being called a low-level demon made the demon angry, so he launched at Bai, shouting for him to die. However, the creature was immediately sliced into multiple parts before it barely registered the assault. Bai commented that after decades as a demon hunter in his previous life, he doesn't know how many lesser demons he killed. Every movement of a lesser demon, every weakness, every direction of every muscle fiber, he knows them. He knows them all like the back of his hand. The demon was defeated as Bai declared with a grin that his skills haven't deteriorated. At that moment, Brother Chang's group, who hadn't exited the dungeon, erupted in shock, commenting on the experience points they got. Everyone, including Brother Chang, was stunned with the instant kill of the demon. They were unable to believe what they just witnessed. One of them approached Brother Chang and questioned if Bai just absorbed the boss's body. Chen Chang told everyone that they should go take a look. The group approached Bai, who noticed them immediately. "Why did you come back? Don't tell me you want a share of the loot." Hearing this, Chen Chang just laughed. "You must be joking," he said. "You single-handedly defeated the final boss. So how could I dare to take a share of the loot?" With a serious expression, Bai thought that Chen Chang really knows how to handle the situation. Unfortunately, he'd already seen his true intentions. Showing the group what items the boss dropped, he commented, "This boss dropped quite a lot of good stuff. Look, there's a lower B-level inferior demon lineage potion, an A-level demon lineage potion, and even an exclusive mission scroll for S-level demon hunters. Aren't you even a little tempted?" One of Chen Chang's subordinates handed over a handful of demon lineage potion. All this lineage potions that everyone just received. "It would be a lie to say I don't want them," Chen Chang confessed. "But we're not irrational people," he continued, handing them over to Bai. "The rewards from the task you completed should rightfully belong to you." Bai accepted the potions, commenting that it sounds nice and reasonable. "However, you came back, so you certainly didn't come just to congratulate me. If you have something to say, just say it." Chen Chang gestured and said that actually, it's nothing much. He just wanted to make friends and ask where Bai lives, because he'd recently been clearing the area in the western suburbs of Wuchang. "It would be bad if I accidentally encroached on your territory." With a serious expression, Bai thought of the western suburbs. It seems that Meng Meng lives in a neighborhood near the sports complex in the western suburbs. He's being polite on the surface, but he's actually trying to find out what I'm doing in his territory. So, with his hands leisurely in his pockets, he told Chen Chang not to worry. His settlement was in Jiangcheng. As for the western suburbs of Wuchang, I only know there's a sports complex there. Inwardly, Bai wanted to see if he could find out more about Chen Chang and his people's influence near where Meng Meng resides. Upon hearing the question, Chen Chang responded that they just took the sports complex in the western suburbs a few days ago, and would be clearing the surrounding area there as of now. "With your strength, you must have quite a bit of influence in Jiangcheng. We could become friends and help each other out." Bai stared at Chen Chang skeptically, wondering if the sports complex has already been cleared. He knew that these evolvers' so-called clearing was just a euphemism for conquest and slaughter. "No wonder no one was there to help Meng Meng in my previous life," he said. "She was probably cleared by these people." Suddenly, at that moment, Bai received a message from none other than Meng Meng, so he told Chen Chang to wait for a moment. And by some coincidence, Meng Meng's message was a warning. She noticed too many evolvers had suddenly arrived in her neighborhood. It seems they are searching house by house. Meng Meng believes they will find her soon. After reading the message, Bai simply replied that the group of evolvers were probably just clearing zombies and evolved ones. So all she needed to do was not to let them enter her apartment. He will be there soon. Immediately as the chat ended, Bai, releasing a deadly aura as several tentacles emerged from him, was actually looking for a personal reason to deal with these bastards. When Chen Chang saw this, he took a few steps back, questioning what Bai was going to do. Cursing, Bai spared no words and launched his tentacles at Chen Chang, who tried desperately to flee. Activating his evolution devour and memory reading, Bai frantically explored Chen Chang's memories. But due to the memories being fragmented, he couldn't determine the exact location of Meng Meng. But seeing the other evolvers of Chen Chang's team trying to run away, Bai smirked mischievously. "It seems I will need to keep one of them alive to lead the way." Meanwhile, in Wuchang, specifically in the western suburbs, in Meng Meng's room at Building 16, at this moment inside her room, she was clinging to a baseball bat with all her strength, while someone pounded on the door continuously. "Is anyone there? Open the door, I'll count to 3. If no one answers, we're coming in." Trembling, Meng Meng told the group outside that they were not welcome and should leave immediately. If they forced their way in, then they shouldn't blame her for being ruthless. Hearing this, the 3 guys laughed like madmen. "Hey brothers," one of them said. "There's really a girl here." The 2 others accompanying him joined in, teasing Meng Meng about her sudden threat. Meng Meng wasted no time and shouted for them to get lost. She used her sharp screeching skill and her voice suddenly echoed with a pulsating energy through the entire room. and head straight to the ears of the three guys outside her door. They screamed as blood gushed out from their ears, eyes, and mouth. Inside, Meng Meng dropped her bat and fell to the floor, coughing violently. As a bit of blood trickled from her mouth, she realized that the skill still requires a certain level of physical support. She used it for just a little over a second, but her throat is ruined and most of her energy has been drained. But at the very least, there's no more noise outside. With her mental strength, they should all be unconscious now. Outside, the three were lying unconscious in a pool of blood. The leader managed to call for reinforcements before passing out. He also alerted them of Meng Meng's current condition. He speculated that with such strong mental attack from her, she won't be able to use them again for a while. 10 minutes later, the reinforcement arrived and continuously banged on Meng Meng's door. Breathing heavily, Meng Meng's eyes darkened as she thought of a likely confrontation again. The group broke down the door, and as they rushed in, they saw Meng Meng crouching on the floor. They began their group taunt as Meng Meng struggled to get on her feet. She knew that with her current strength, she could probably unleash Hellfire one more time. And that's what she did seconds after as she invoked her Hellfire ability, enveloping the group in purple flames. The flames immediately consumed them, and as it died out, Meng Meng at this point was gasping for air, completely exhausted as she fell on her knees and got on fours. She realized in that moment that Bai was right. The four attributes she had obviously complement each other, and having one of them being too high is not a good thing. Unexpectedly, another group entered the room, and upon seeing Meng Meng's sorry state, they knew she was completely done for. One of them suggested she kneel and beg or die. The choice was hers. Meng Meng's head was spinning, but she tried desperately to drag herself to escape. With this futile effort, she begged for someone to save her. The group began to approach her with malicious intent, intending to have some fun first before they kill her. They reached and restrained her with little effort, pulling her by the hair and arms in the process. As she struggled, Meng Meng still silently begged for someone to save her. Luckily, at the last moment, Bai was seen approaching the massive window through the air. Then, seconds after, he entered the room in a dramatic fashion, crashing through the huge window with a serious expression. In an instant, he made light work on the two who were restraining Meng Meng by kicking them in the face. Bai caught her before she could fall, and at this point, Meng Meng was close to passing out. Bai safely held her close as she apologized for her inadequacies. But upon hearing this, he reassures her that it wasn't her fault, so she should rest now. Now, with a murderous intent, he stared at the dead men walking and questioned which of them dared to harm his disciple. They shouldn't think about leaving this room alive. Bai laid Meng Meng down on the sofa, and as more guys, armed with their melee weapons, rolled in. They comment arrogantly that it didn't matter whether Meng Meng suddenly has help, because her helper will die together with her anyway. They approached Bai in their obvious number. Within a split second, one of them was flung back with a kick, and while another attacked Bai with his sword. Activating his shield with one left hand and the bone claw skill with the other, he blocked the sword strike and forced the attacker into a wall. With the two taken care of, he knowingly asked if there was anyone left. Bai suddenly heard Meng Meng's trembling voice calling out to him, and with her eyes closed, she looked to be in pain. Meng Meng started murmuring incoherent words. Bai crouched down beside her and seemed to know what she was going through. Her exhaustion and excessive mental strain have caused headaches and hallucinations. Bai grabbed hold on her raised hand, insisting she hang in there. He was here now and no one was going to harm her. He gently stroked her head, trying to calm her. But in that moment, a guy appeared with an axe ready to strike Bai down. Unexpectedly, he was immediately impaled with an earth spike skill. Bai then charged it up by concentrating his energy. And with a loud boom, the spikes grew and intensified, impaling all the bodies in the room. An hour passed, and Meng Meng was still unconscious. However, Bai noticed that her complexion looks much better than before. The room was filled with the corpses of numerous evolvers when suddenly, someone approached the door to the room. With a stern look, Bai noticed the person as the guy he deliberately left alive in the dungeon as an escort. The guy nervously greeted Bai and entered the room. Bai then asked that since the guy had arrived, it meant that all of Chen Yichang's forces have been annihilated, right? The guy got on his knees and replied that as per Bai's instructions, he devised a plan to lure the group there to kill him. But now, all of Chen Yichang's trusted followers and core members are dead. Hearing this made Bai then asked if the evolvers left were the guy's own followers and core members. The guy frantically replied that he didn't have any trusted followers or core members, but a wife and children. He was forced to join Chen Yichang because of his A-class detection talent, True Sight. Chen Yichang used his family to coerce him. If he had mediocre talent, His family would have been violated and murdered like his neighbors and friends. Really, I understand now. Bai responded with a smile. You have a useful talent and were the only one to warn me to be cautious of the boss. And for that, I appreciate it. Would you be willing to follow me to the city of Jiangqing? The young guy stammered a little when he heard the question, not knowing how to answer. Seeing his hesitation, Bai, with a warm smile, tried to reassure him that it was okay if he didn't want to. I'm not a strong man and I don't like oppression through the use of power, he said. Zhang Long, I will respect your choice. The guy, Zhang Long, replied that he was willing. The reason he was hesitating was because there are still many people enslaved by Chen Yichang and his stronghold just like his family. Bai replied that he could take them along too. But if there are too many people, it won't be easy to take them directly to Jiangqing. So how about this? You stay in Wuchang for now and stabilize the situation first. As he said this, he took out a potion from his inventory and handed it over to Zhang Long, who happily accepted it. He told Zhang Long to improve his strength with the potion. He'd also sent him a friend request. So once things are stable here, he should contact him again. Then he can decide whether to develop in Wuchang or come with them to Jiangqing, based on the situation. After Zhang Long left, Meng Meng was still fast asleep on the sofa while Bai, on the other hand, was browsing through his system window. Inside his inventory, he noticed that the mask had a different expression ever since he took out the demon lineage potions for Zhang Long. It seemed that the mask back then hadn't mutated. But now, with the profession transformation scroll and those demonic bloodlines placed in his inventory, the mask had changed. Bai decided to move the items around in his inventory. Soon, he realized that it was the demonic bloodline potion. The mask's interests were fixed on the potion. Could it be that it wants to consume these potions? Nevertheless, these inferior bloodline potions are useless to me, so I can feed them to it and see what happens. Bai took a handful of the potions. Then the mask. He thought that, after all, it's a treasure that even Lord Leto wants to obtain. Maybe feeding it will unlock some functions. He began to pour the potions into the mouth of the mask, which gulped everything with a smile. 5 minutes later, the mask, still with a wide smile on its face, let out a burp. Bai expressed his disappointment, wondering aloud if the burp sound was it. This wasteful thing. I used so many bloodline potions just for a full burp? But isn't it something that had managed to consume so many high-level treasures? Suddenly, the mask vomited a purple meatball-like item. Wondering what it is, he picked it up with a cloth. A notification immediately popped up, and it turned out to be an ordinary demonic bloodline essence. A purified essence of demonic bloodline with stronger effects but higher usage requirements. Smiling from ear to ear, Bai realized that the mask can really purify demonic bloodlines. Also, combining it with the demonic bloodlines he intends to farm, he could have an endless supply of high-level demonic bloodline essence. A while later, as Bai holds the job change scroll, he recalled not being able to take a look before because he was distracted and in a hurry to save Meng Meng. It was an S-level job transfer mission scroll for a demon hunter. This was a special and unique scroll that can only be unlocked when the first pure demonic creature is killed. Completing this objective will transform it into the Demon Hunter job scroll. The mission requirements was to use the scroll to enter the first level of the Abyss, kill 100 lesser demons and 100 fallen demons in the Abyss to complete the mission and leave the Abyss. The Abyss was the demon's home base full of dangers and opportunities. At that moment, Meng Meng slowly opened her eyes. She rubbed them and looked up, still with traces of tears in her eyes. But immediately upon seeing Bai, she jumped and hugged him. Bai simply reassures her that everything would be fine since he's here. He had killed all those bad guys. Meng Meng sat up again and told Bai that she was still very weak in the real world. So, for that reason, she wants to double her skill training. Bai patted her head and replied that there wouldn't be much improvement if she does that. What she needs, however, was to gain experience to improve. Her main goal was to level up as well as understand and control her skills. Meng Meng propped herself up and argued that the experience required to level up was too much. Besides, I've already eliminated the nearby monsters in my dream world, and only a few remain, she said. I don't have the ability to rush, nor do I have the ability to find a dungeon. Bai then smiled and asked how she feels now. He proposed they go back to Jiangqing when she's in better health. There are many dungeons out there to explore also. Meng Meng smiled excitedly and crawled out of the bed, commenting how great that idea feels. She can't wait to start. Actually, they should go right now. They should go to Jiangqing. Bai grabbed her by the wrist and told her to wait. He tells her that even if she runs by foot, it would take them a month to reach Jiangqing. He had a better way. Bai picked Meng Meng up in his arms and she blushed profusely. He tells her to close her eyes and hold on tight as he jumps out of the building's window. Also, if she feels the wind pressure is strong, she should just pat him. Bai leaped across the walls of the buildings as he made his way. After a while, in a mountainous area outside Wuchang, the two finally arrived at the entrance of the secret village. Bai placed Meng Meng on the ground, and he tells her to follow. Inside, Meng Meng was fascinated about the sudden appearance of the secret realm. Guiding the way, Bai replied that one of the differences between a secret realm and a dungeon was the entrance. Only secret realms that have been cleared would have entry prompts. Therefore, for evolvers such as ourselves, the danger of venturing into a new secret realm is extremely high. Meng Meng smiled and said she would remember that. After all, her master knows everything. She then asked Bai if he needs her to attract the monsters. Bai turned to her and replied that this wasn't a dream world. Every skill she uses must be crucial. Anyway, she should wait for him near the entrance since it was safer there. Meng Meng didn't even get a chance to argue as Bai made a mad dash forward at an insane speed. Seconds later, he was seen fighting some zombies in his path. He thought that the third mission had changed. It was no longer just about killing demons. Instead, he needed to eliminate all the demon followers and dark priests. There were also no more lineage potions as mission rewards, so it might be impossible to get more bloodlines potions in the future. Anyway, he should kill the boss first. Upon reaching the central square, he found a group of demon worshippers gathered around the sect leader with a cloak and a scepter. The leader immediately sees him and alerted his subordinates of an intruder. They must capture this intruder to become a sacrifice for the demon god. Bai disappeared as he jumped from his high position and enveloped the leader with his tentacles, devouring and absorbing his body. He then blocked the attack from the henchmen charging with swords using his purple shield. But at that moment, he received a notification that made him smile. It seems he can still use the evolution devour for the demon bloodline. So, if that's the case, he commented that he wouldn't hold back anymore. He then buries his hand in the ground and launched his earth spikes, impaling the remaining demon worshippers. With their bodies impaled, he uses his devouring skill on them. At the same time, he separated the blood potion from their corpses. Bai also noticed that the quality of the potion was the same as the level of the boss. Elite monsters can really separate blood potions, but normal monsters can't. But that's normal, he thought. He absorbed the fallen bodies one by one and head back to the entrance of the village. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the village, Meng Meng was sitting on a huge rock with her head lowered. Resting her head on her hand, she thought her master must have killed the boss, right? And there must be many normal and elite monsters around there. So why didn't Bai let her tag along? Has he forgotten about her already? Meng Meng hadn't done anything and also hadn't gained any experience either. She thought that even if Bai wanted to face the boss alone, she was fine with it as long as she was taken along. Suddenly, Bai appeared, running and shouting for Meng Meng to prepare her deadliest skill she can. And she shouldn't worry about any backlash because she didn't have to use her maximum strength. A bit of her mental strength should be fine. Surprised, Meng Meng quickly responded that she understands. Then, she unleashed a supersonic scream that hit all the demon worshippers who were pursuing Bai. Various notifications appeared for her, leveling her up. So, with a smile full of excitement, she exclaimed that she had reached level 6.5. This raid had given her a lot of attribute points. Bai smiled with his hand on his waist and replied that he'd also reached level 9. Meng Meng jumped and hugged Bai's neck, thanking him for luring all the monsters to her. "I love you, master," she added. Suddenly, a notification caught Bai's attention. A video call from Song Ziqiang. He accepted the call and soon felt something was off, saying, "What's wrong?" he questioned. Song Ziqiang didn't seem happy and replied that they needed his help right now. Apparently, a goblin claiming to be the god of trading has arrived at the settlement. Those words echoed in Bai's mind. God of trading? He thought. He then asked how Lord Lido ended up at the settlement. To this question, Song Ziqiang questioned Bai if he knew Lord Lido. Hearing this, Bai didn't need to confirm an obvious answer. So Song Ziqiang spared no time to brief him on the current situation at Jiangcheng. She narrates that after staying in the settlement for a day, Lord Lido found her. He was willing to provide an A-class silver city building order as an investment. But there was a catch. The condition was that after the city was built, the best location should be reserved for the Goblin Merchant Guild. He even offered a lifetime exemption from taxes for the Goblin Merchant Guild. After Song Ziqiang was done with a summary, Bai thought it over. He knew that high-level city building orders were extremely rare. Also, city-states recognized by the Universal will came with many functional advantages. To be honest, Lord Lido's investment deal had only benefits and no downsides. Song Ziqiang agreed with this. She felt the same as Bai did, however, there was still one problem. That was the city building order wasn't something they could use whenever they wanted, but must be used immediately. Hearing this, Bai realized that the monster siege triggered by the A-class city building order would indeed be hard for their settlement to withstand at the moment. However, Song Ziqiong doesn't need to worry because Bai reassures her that he would return within a day. Song Ziqiong was momentarily taken aback when she heard this news. She questioned Bai if he wants her to delay the investment for a day or accept it. Hearing the question, Bai replied that this investment from Lord Lido is for her because he had already accepted other investment from him. As Bai was about to end the call, he added that she could give Lord Lido some more praise and she can also mention his name. With a confident demeanor, Song Ziqiong replied that she understands. Bai shouldn't worry, she would handle it. After the call, Bai opened his inventory, took out some items and told Meng Meng to come over. Here are all my equipment that increases physical fitness. Choose whatever you can use to increase your physical fitness as high as possible. Meng Meng agreed to do as she was told but also questioned what it was all about. Bai replied calmly that there was an urgent matter at Zhangqing that required him to be there as soon as possible. And for that reason, he would be traveling at full speed and she, on the other hand, won't be able to keep up. Hearing this, Meng Meng, with a surprised look, replied that she understands. A while later, she finished gearing herself up with all the equipment she could. Her physical fitness was now over 30 and she got a good amount of defense too. Bai replied that it was enough when he saw the scene. Meanwhile, back at Zhangcheng, in Song Ziqiong's private villa, Song Ziqiong went back to accept her guest's investment offer after the call with Bai. Her guest, Lord Lido, said that Song Ziqiong was quite capable and decisive after hearing her answer. He continued that it's no wonder that Song Ziqiong had been able to establish a settlement at the beginning of the apocalypse. What's even more remarkable was that she can manage thousands of evolvers in such an orderly manner. Song Ziqiong thanked Lord Lido for the praise. However, her management and operation ability was not even 1/10,000th of his ability as a god of trading. To be chosen by him was an honor for the entire settlement. Lord Lido commended her for her modesty. He was becoming more and more certain that Song Ziqiong could turn this settlement into the best city-state for evolvers. Lord Lido then asked Song Ziqiong to take good care of the Goblin Merchant Guild when the time comes in the future. Hearing this, Song Ziqiong took a seat and agreed to do just that. To be honest, she continued, there's someone in our settlement's management who's admired you for quite a long time. When the person found out that the Goblin Merchant Guild would be set up in the city, he immediately gave up exploring outside and is now rushing back here at full speed. Hearing this made Lord Lido very curious as to who this mysterious person might be. After all, not many evolvers knew about his connections with the Goblin Merchant Guild. Song Ziqiong replied that Lord Lido knew him well enough. After all, he also received his investment not long ago. This person was, of course, none other than Chen Bai. A look of surprise flashed in Lord Lido's eyes when he heard that name. It's that kid, he said. The involvement of Bai made Lord Lido change the difficulty level of the investment he initially wanted to give. However, his sudden action confused Song Ziqiong, who questioned if Lord Lido was canceling the investment by any chance. Unexpectedly, he took out an S-class investment difficulty, saying he hadn't realized that Bai was also a manager of this settlement. But if it's the Bai he knows of, then this S-class difficulty is better suited for them. Seeing a golden city building order surprised Song Ziqiong greatly. That's right, an S-class golden city building orders task was priceless. But Lord Lido believes this task wouldn't be much of a challenge for Bai anyway. It was obvious that if Bai managed to get back in time, then they might even have a chance to take down the monster siege for the S-class order. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, alerting Song Ziqiong of the mission, if she chooses to accept. The mission description for the S-class Golden City Building Order was that after a one-day preparation period, all surrounding monsters will be strengthened and launch a relentless assault on the location of the City Building Order. Withstand the siege for 5 days to complete the mission. The mission reward was that the area within a 10-kilometer radius from the City Building Order's location will become City, recognized by the Universal Will, and you will receive a Golden Grade City Building reward. Picking up the mission card, Song Ziqiong was taken aback by the size of the S-class compared to the A-class reward. Of course, the danger would be significantly higher. Lord Lido then asked if Song Ziqiong was still daring to accept the investment. With a confident demeanor, Song Ziqiong replied that she would gladly accept. She was confident that, with Bai around, there was nothing she wouldn't dare. A day later, at the Grand Terrace of the Villa District, Song Ziqiong was waiting patiently for Bai's arrival. Upon his arrival, he commented that the journey took longer than what he initially expected. On his way, the monsters had already started gathering, so he needed to clear a part of the road. Hearing this, Song Ziqiong replied that she was glad that Bai made it back safely in time. Bai decided to place Meng Meng, who was passed out at this moment, in a room prepared for her. Also, Song Ziqiang should brief him about the current situation. She calmly replied that they had only 20 minutes left before the siege begins. However, they have set up 3 defensive lines according to the terrain. The area facing Jiangqing was their primary defensive zone. All in all, they have prepared numerous defensive measures to the best of their abilities. Inside Meng Meng's bedroom, Song Ziqiang was finally done with her briefing. And as she carries a briefcase in hand, Bai praised her for her effort. So, with a warm smile, she made mention that, for the past few days they have been grinding the sewer dungeon and had finally completed the plague set equipment. She then sat on his lap as he thanked her for her consideration. Choosing her was one of the best decisions he had ever made. Hearing this, she countered that being chosen by him was also the luckiest thing that had ever happened to her. Song Ziqiang confessed honestly that she was nervous a bit at first about the whole deal, but seeing Bai still making time to even carry a girl back with him made her feel at ease. Hearing this, Bai corrected her that Meng Meng was just his disciple, and her talent was no weaker than his. He continued that Song Ziqiang should get her daughter to take care of Meng Meng. Also, he should be notified immediately when she wakes up, because Meng Meng was the key for them to defend the settlement, so she mustn't be neglected. Hearing this, a surprised Song Ziqiang replied that she understands. With the suitcase in hand, they made their way out of the room as Bai comments that it was time for them to face the monster siege. Meanwhile, outside Dongshan's settlement, near the city walls at the foot of the mountain, countless zombies of various shape and sizes gathered. They waited impatiently for the allotted time to run out. On the other hand, Bai, who stood on top of the wall of flesh, was amazed by the siege of an S-class city building order. In his white demon castle, the Baidi city was only a B-class in his previous life. The number of monsters this time around is unfathomable. Staring at the monster siege below, he comments that the difference is clear as night and day. With less than 5 minutes left, Song Ziqiang, with the help from a little girl who had a sound transmission ability, announced to everyone in the settlement. Repeating after her, the little girl declared, "People of Dongshan settlement, we are about to face 5 days and nights of monsters invasion. But don't worry, we have the strongest walls in the world, and the most complete resources and the most reliable support. We have hundreds of team members with B-level talents, nearly 10 experts with A-level or S-level talents, and even 2 of the strongest SSS-level talents. We have no reason to fear failure, because in 5 days, we will possess the largest and best territory in the world. All of you defending the city will enjoy all the conveniences offered by various facilities at a discounted price. Everyone, there's only a minute left. Are you ready to start reaping money and experience?" Hearing this, the crowd immediately cheered and shouted in excitement. Turning his head slightly in Song Ziqiang's direction, Bai compliments her for her motivational speech. Hearing this, Song Ziqiang thanked him, adding that seeing Bai and Meng Meng had made her confident. Bai continued that Song Ziqiang should send the little girl to a safe place, not forgetting to add that her sound transmission ability wasn't bad. Unexpectedly, Lu Li appeared at the scene, and upon seeing her, she was asked how the live broadcast preparation was going. Lu Li replied that as per Bai instructions, she had selected the most advanced controllable broadcasting camera provided by the Universal Will. Bai turned to face the monster siege below, and added that she'd done a good job. "With this, we can begin to broadcast now." Hearing this, Lu Li happily agreed. With less than a minute left until the monster siege, a new live stream about the S-level Golden City building was posted in the Evolution forum. The price of the video was 1 gold coin. Seeing this, several evolvers began to share their thoughts on the matter. Some even thought that it was just a clickbait, but as others watched the live stream, they revealed to the doubtful people that it was real. A countdown began when there was only 5 seconds left. Bai prepared himself, and immediately as the countdown reached 0, the monsters below began to mutate, increasing in strength and size. Chinger questioned Song Ziqiang with a worried look that the monsters had suddenly gotten stronger as the siege began. She expresses regret of not killing some of them earlier when they were not strong. However, Song Ziqiang told her not to worry, because, although Bai knew about this, he did not even attack them. The reason was that they could get more experience and coins if they kill the monsters after they strengthened. At that moment, Bai made a giant leap in the air, and, with great force, lands in the middle of a horde of zombies. He knew that with the zombies' attributes tripled, experience and coins gained in killing them also tripled. He grabs the head of a zombie and infused a plague infection into its body, then hurls it into the zombie horde. The plague infection had a rapid spreading effect and also causes continuous corrosive damage and attribute weakening. Bai thought the skill wasn't bad. The damage wasn't high, but with the strong infectious ability and attribute weakening, it could make the defending of the city much easier. But to his utter shock, seconds after, the zombie horde retreated from the infected. It was then that Bai realized that there was a mental fluctuation coming from somewhere within the siege. In a coordinated manner, the infected zombies were gathering and the others were keeping their distance from them. This meant that there was a lord. There was a zombie lord among the siege controlling the horde of zombies. And this was the reason why the zombies had not trampled over each other. They were advancing in an organized manner. So as he cuts down some of the attacking zombies, he wondered where the zombie lord could be. He knew that finding the zombie lord would make the horde easier to handle. But due to the scale of the siege, he knew there was more than one lord and it would take a long time to find them. He deduced at that moment that if he goes looking for the lord, he won't be able to kill a large number of monsters at the front. And if the zombie lord leads a full-scale attack, there will definitely be casualties among those defending the city. But if he doesn't take this opportunity to find and kill the lord, when the zombies from the other direction starts to threaten the settlement, his people would get scattered. Also, by then it will be even harder for him to leave and find the zombie lord. It seems like solving the current situation perfectly required Meng Meng's help. So as Bai activated his shield to block an incoming assault, he silently hoped for Meng Meng to quickly wake up. A while later in Meng Meng's room, she slowly opens her eyes. And as she sat up, she noticed Song Gu, who was quite delighted that she was awake. With a nervous expression, Meng Meng questioned who Song Gu was and where her master was. Song Gu immediately messaged Bai that Meng Meng was awake. Meng Meng also messaged Bai, apologizing for passing out from exhaustion and making Bai worry. She continued that she had already learned the current situation from Song Gu. Anyway, she would enter the dream space right away to offer any assistance. Bai replied that she needn't need to rush. Besides, there was something he needed her to do. He was going to describe a type of zombie, and Meng Meng was supposed to find that zombie in her dream space. Upon reading the message description, she noticed that it was very detailed. She then tells Song Gu that she was entering her dream, so she shouldn't let anyone disturb her. Song Gu was surprised as to how Meng Meng was able to fall right asleep after she just woke up. In the dream space, at the foot of the city wall of Dongshan settlement, Meng Meng stands on top of the high wall, right in front of the hundreds of thousands of zombies. She uses her skill, Dream Weaver, to earthbend, crushing numerous zombies to death. Meng Meng seemed very pleased by the intense destruction she was causing. She then decides it was time to go find the zombie lord that her master mentioned. And with that, she leaps off the wall with a pink butterfly wings on her back and flies off. Back in the real world, on the first day of the defense in the evening, Bai lands on top of the wall of the settlement after reducing the zombies' numbers. Song Ziqiong, who was patiently waiting, handed him a bottle of water. Bai asks her a detailed assessment on the casualties and damages done to the city walls. Song Ziqiong responds, telling Bai that due to his efforts, there weren't any casualties, only a few people sustained injuries, and the damage to the walls weren't that much. Not as much as the damage to the zombies, of course. While Bai was drinking out of the water bottle, Song Ziqiong tells him that he can rest assured and let the others stand guard. Bai immediately rejects the suggestion, stating that their situation wasn't an optimistic one at the moment. Apparently, there's a zombie lord still out there somewhere, and that's definitely bad news for them. Song Ziqiong was completely shocked because it was her first time hearing this information. Bai continued, stating that only a small group of strong regular zombies had appeared. Also, there have been a very few enhanced versions of those zombies which were the special types, and they're a handful, but that's about it. However, Bai feels that the zombie lord is most likely somewhere gathering strength and preparing a full-scale attack. Suddenly, Song Gu and Meng Meng appeared at the scene. Meng Meng called out to her master, happily rushing forward like her life depended on it. Song Gu told her to slow down, but she didn't even bother to listen. Bai immediately asked Song Ziqiong to tell Lu Li not to livestream where they were. Carrying out the order swiftly as possible, Song Ziqiong immediately tells Bai that Lu Li had already moved all the cameras and drones. Bai's reason for this was that Meng Meng's ability was a special one, too unique and cannot be exposed to anyone. Song Ziqiong agrees without any questions asked. Huffing profusely, Meng Meng, exhausted for rushing over, bends slightly holding her knees as everyone watches. Bai reaches over and asks her disciple if she saw the zombie lord. Meng Meng replied that she didn't see any zombie matching Bai's description, although she did sense a few energy fluctuations, but they were all brief. She could only determine the general direction of where it was coming from. She apologizes to her master for not having any tracking or pursuing skills. Bai pats Meng Meng on the head and tells her to quit with the apology about everything. He knows she's been doing her best in finding the zombie lord. However, Meng Meng didn't come up empty-handed. she does have some good news. She takes a map from Songgo and shows Bai a location on it, telling him that although she didn't find the zombie lord, she did find some very suspicious zombie gathering spots. This gathering was for special zombies only, and each location has hundreds of them. Meng Meng points out at a location near the Jiangxing's farmer's market. There are 200 to 300 red-eyed zombie fatties, each over 2 meters tall. Also, at Dongshan Plaza, strange zombies without arms and jaws are heavily packed there. And there is a swarm of fast zombies crawling on the Riverside TV tower. The commercial streets of Ronghua are filled from end to end with powerful zombies with thick arms. Bai identified these zombies as the giant fatty, the tank, the predator, and the whistler. They were all stage 2 evolved zombies apparently, and would be a pain in the behind to defeat considering their numbers. Song Ziqiong points out that Bai was right about the zombies actually planning to take them all out in one swoop. She then asks Bai how powerful the second stage evolved zombies were. Bai replied that they're all at least level 10. And judging by the numbers described by Meng Meng, there were probably over 1,000 of them. If they all come at him, the humans have a chance at winning. But Bai knows that the Lord wouldn't play it that way. He would make the zombies ignore him and go after the city instead. Their aim is to massacre everyone inside. At that point, it will be a race against time about who kills faster. If that happens, not more than 10% of them would survive. This alarms the 3 women. Song Ziqiong declares that the zombie lord has to be eliminated immediately. She tells Bai she's going to check if there is any awakened one in the settlement who has the talent for searching for monsters or for tracking mental fluctuations. With a confident grin, Bai tells her not to rush, as he's already got someone in mind who's perfect for the job. Of course, this person happens to be none other than Han Xiao. Bai texts Han Xiao, asking him if he can trace energy fluctuations and stuff like that. Han Xiao responds and tells Bai that mental control is his talent, so he's naturally sensitive to mental energy fluctuations. In that case, Bai replied that he needed a favor from him. Han Xiao asks him if it's related to the live broadcast, to which Bai confirms, and he explains the situation to him. The next morning, Han Xiao shows up at the settlement very excited and eager to go to work. As Han Xiao takes a good look around, he didn't expect it to be a huge settlement, as the broadcast only shows the walls. He asks Bai whether he can get a villa if he decides to move to Dongshan settlement. Hearing this, Bai agreed to give him one, as there are many empty villas he could choose from on top of the mountain. Han Xiao was ecstatic with this news and thanked Bai profusely, promising to give his all in his task. At this moment, Meng Meng asks what type of monsters they would be attacking first. The ones at the Riverside TV tower. When the group arrived at Jiangxing's Riverside TV tower, Bai describes the whistlers as zombies that pose the greatest threat to the settlement, as they're the only zombies that can ignore city walls. He adds that the zombie lord would definitely not let them get killed easily, so it all depended on Han Xiao's performance from then. Then, Bai and Meng Meng flew towards the Riverside TV tower building infected with whistlers, leaving Han Xiao, who didn't know how to fly, behind. This even made him wonder if he should start learning how to control objects with his mental energy. Anyway, as the two approach the tower, Meng Meng immediately uses her skill, screaming explosion, disrupting the senses of the whistlers and causing some of them to fall off. She gets a little complacent, commenting that in her dream space, she is the strongest person. However, she immediately gets attacked by the zombies, and they were incredibly fast. Too fast to dodge. In that moment, Meng Meng didn't think she could be fast enough to dodge on time. Fortunately for her, Bai appeared in that very moment from behind, telling her not to move. He unleashed his hellfire, which incinerates all the whistlers to ash. Then, he followed up with his earth spike, impaling numerous whistlers with a crackling boom. Meng Meng joined the fray, and the two began to wreak havoc on the crawling zombies, slicing and incinerating them like they were nothing. Shortly after, they managed to kill all the whistlers in the vicinity. Bai devours the last one, gaining 200 virus points and 50 exclusive blacklight virus evolution points. Meng Meng notified Bai that the total number of the whistlers was 297. It was only the second day of the siege, yet so many elite evolved zombies have gathered already. Of course, Bai agreed with her, adding that the speed-type zombies gather quickly than the rest, and the siege would probably consist of all the zombies from the entire Jiangxing city and even nearby towns. There would be more coming later, he continued. Hopefully by then, the zombie lord should already be dead. Without the zombie lord's organization, the zombie scattered attacks won't be worth mentioning. Meng Meng was happy hearing this, asking if they should go clear another gathering point. But just then, Bai noticed an object rushing towards them. It turns out to be a small dagger, to which Bai effortlessly catches in between his fingers. It had a letter attached to it, containing news from Han Xiao. Han Xiao has already pinpointed the zombie lord's location. Anyway, still in the dream space at Jiang City, In the daytime at the northeast of the settlement in the mountain area, Han Xiao points to the beautiful landscape below, telling the two where he believes the zombie lord was. The source of the mental energy fluctuations is right in that mountain ahead. Turns out the zombie lord was behind them. Bai deduced that the creature must not be lacking in intelligence judging from its actions. It was in this moment that Han Xiao expresses his excitement to hunt the boss, adding that he couldn't wait any longer. But his newly found excitement was immediately squashed as Bai mentioned that he needed to return to the real world to fight the zombie lord. Han Xiao asked why. Well, that's simple. It's to live broadcast the fight. After all, fighting and killing the zombie lord is the best stepping stone to become famous. Anyway, you've helped a lot this time, Han Xiao. If anything drops that suits your talent, I'll leave it for you. Hearing this, Han Xiao immediately got excited again, thanking Bai for his generosity. Bai then turns to Meng Meng and informs her to wake him up. Also, Bai tells her to take Han Xiao to clear some second-stage elite zombies. Curious, Meng Meng asked which type of zombies. Screamers, he said. These zombies evolves mentally so you too can suppress them. Although they don't have close combat capabilities, they can emit screams. Even for enhanced zombies, they are quite the significant threat. The two declared they understood and would complete the mission, and thus Bai set off to wake up. Again, at the northeast of the Jiang city settlement in the mountainous area, still during the day. Bai stood on the edge of a cliff, and as he stares at the landscape below, he knew he was close. Although he didn't have any detection abilities, he could sense the aura of the high-level evolved virus. But at this very moment, two mysterious creatures suddenly emerged from behind, and with a mad dash forward, they aimed for Bai. However, their movement, although fast but compared to Bai's, they were a bit slow. He maneuvered his way out of the simultaneous attacks from the two as they slashed and spun in the air like a whirlwind. The arms of these creatures were like a scythe, and they were known as hunters. Their speed-evolved zombies, even more advanced than actual zombie hunters. Bai knew they were probably bodyguards of the zombie lord. But the issue is that these zombies love their infamous hit-and-run tactics, and are almost as fast as Bai if they use that tactic. One leaped forward, and while in the air, spun towards Bai. Bai raised his hands, activating his shield with one hand and his bone claw with the other, to block the incoming assault head-on. With a dull bang, the two clash as Bai maintained a firm stance. When it came to strength, the creature was not far behind either. Bai knew he had to feign weakness to expose a flaw and lure them into attacking him. Otherwise, if they get spooked, they'll start using their hit-and-run form of attack. And if that happens, it will drag on for a long time. Also, if the zombie lord managed to escape in the meantime, it will be a disaster. From behind, Bai noticed the other approaching at an incredible pace. Bai took advantage of this situation and quickly spun the one he was brawling with, colliding the two in a fierce and unexpected crash. The crackling sound of breaking bones could be heard, and what followed after was a loud boom, as the heads of the two zombie hunters were smashed violently on the hard floor. They died immediately after with their heads crushed into pieces. Bai wasted no time devouring their corpses, and the system informed him that all abilities of the Blacklight virus had been enhanced by devouring an elite mutant stage 4th speed-type hunter zombie. He gained a total of 1,900 virus points and 750 exclusive Backlight virus points. His Blacklight virus also gained a new skill named the Blade Form. His hands formed two large scythes with a dark purple aura. Unexpectedly, he suddenly felt an immense pressure on his psyche. The mental shock had such a strong mental energy that Bai was initially finding it difficult to move. But he soon adjusted to the pressure, and as he turned to the side, he wasn't surprised to see a dark figure hiding on a huge nearby tree. Honestly, Bai thought the mysterious figure would have taken the opportunity to escape by now. But it seems this dark figure believes it could kill Bai. A close-up view shows a mushroom-headed zombie with tentacles sprouting from its shoulders. It also had a humanoid figure. With a giant leap, Bai charged towards it. He easily sliced the creature in half with his scythe. As he lands gracefully with the corpse, thinking that the zombie lord was too weak, his thoughts were interrupted when someone suddenly called out his name. And as he turned his gaze to the side, Song Ziqiang suddenly appeared at the scene, hugging Bai in a tight embrace. She starts to thank Bai for killing the zombie lord. After all, she said, dealing with the siege without leadership has become much easier. Then, Song Go, Luli, and Qin Lingyu also magically appeared at the scene, praising and thanking Bai passionately for his victory. They soon crowded him, kneeling at his feet and caressing him. Bai just observed the situation with a grin. He praised the illusionist for precisely targeting his weaknesses and preferences. However, like all fakes, they can't be compared to the real deal. He quickly activated his blade form and sliced through all four women, tearing them apart as the illusion dissipates. In a mocking tone, Bai comments on how it would have been better for the zombie lord not to display this level of illusion to avoid embarrassing itself. Even though it managed to create an illusion, it didn't interfere with his basic judgment, implying that the mental energy of the zombie lord was lower than his. The zombie lord was scared shitless as Bai flashed it a condescending smile. Meanwhile, within the live broadcast, a torrent of comments surged as Bai faced the zombie lord. Some of the audience were a little disappointed when they realized they were unable to see the illusions in the live stream. Initially, they thought Bai was fighting an invisible monster. What was even more ridiculous was the fact that Bai made mention that the mental pressure and illusion was not powerful enough to work on him. Some even criticized that the so-called advanced zombies didn't seem that strong. It wasn't until someone comments that a similar type wiped out their entire 5-member team, all with A-level talents, 2 days ago. The comment discussion went on and on and on until someone suddenly notified everyone, urging them to switch to broadcast room number 3 as the frontal assault was starting. And with that, the scene shifts back to the settlement wall, where the so-called second-tier physical evolution zombies, the rampaging giant fatty, were approaching. These zombies, as the name suggests, were fat and furious. They started picking up the regular zombies and throwing them over the wall in an attempt to breach the barrier that prevented them from entering the city. Song Zicheong immediately ordered everyone to stay alert and kill all the zombies that were being thrown over. Inside the city near the wall, 2 evolved individuals worked together to carry out her order. One had a B-level talent for throwing things. His shots were very proficient and his hit rate was incredibly high. At this point, he was busy throwing arrows, causing significant damage to his targets. The other had a C-level talent for controlling objects. His specialty was the ability to slightly alter the flight of a shot arrow. With this insight, the 2 worked together, hitting their targeted zombies with arrows one after the other. But the zombies' number were staggering, as a screamer managed to safely break through the defenses and lands over the wall. What it did immediately was obvious, as it lets out an ear-piercing scream that rendered everyone helpless, covering their ears in a pointless effort. Seeing this, the others that managed to escape ran in panic, shouting that the 4th section of the wall has been breached. They've started throwing zombies into the 4th section of the wall. Song Zicheong sprang into action, telling everyone not to panic and ordering them to hold their positions. She temporarily discarded the faceless skin she was wearing and made a massive leap in the air, activating her amethyst spear, and with a skillful throw, the double-end spear spun readily, easily tearing through the zombies like they were nothing. Her bodyguard, Chinger, followed her lead and dispatched a few zombies as well. As the screamer was about to let out another massive ear-piercing scream, Song Zicheong spared no effort activating her amethyst spear, and with an iconic snap of her fingers, a massive spear pierced through the screamer with great force, killing it instantly. She turned and loudly declared for everyone to hold on strong. Emperor Bai will soon kill the zombie lord commanding the horde of undead. They just need to survive this wave, and victory will be theirs. The crowd roared and cheered, driven by her bold words. And as usual, the comments in the live broadcast were rained in like a torrential downpour, mirroring the crowd's excitement. Some were amazed about how powerful Song Zicheong was. Others claimed to be in love with her, but she was soon declared as Emperor Bai's woman. And speaking of Bai, the scene immediately shifts back to the mountainous area at the northeast of the settlement. Bai, with his heavy hammer, exchanged a heavy blow with a tyrant zombie boss known as a tracker. As the audience marveled at the intensity of the fight, they were also curious about what kind of zombie Bai was up against. Someone comments that it was a tracker, and Bai has been the one naming the zombies. Just then, a massive flame was hurled at Bai from behind. Bai evaded the attack as the flame hit right in front of him, causing a huge explosion. In the comments section, the audience explained the current situation of the fight to the newcomers that just tuned in. Apparently, Bai was about to take action when the reinforcements of the zombie lord suddenly appeared at the scene. Some called him an arrogant fool for challenging the zombie lord alone, proceeding to state that Bai will pay for his arrogance. Others also called those people out that they just couldn't stand someone being better than them. Back to the fight, after the explosion, the heretic appeared. It was a humanoid zombie completely surrounded in flames. Anyway, the scene shifts to the comments section. The audience were at it again. It is explained that the flaming zombie was a will of the wisp heretic. Apparently, it was on the same level as the zombie lord, and it seems to be a mental mutation as well, clearly an offensive type of zombie. However, during the fight, Bai had been ignoring it completely until he kills the zombie lord. The reason was simple. After all, one successful interference from an illusionist like the zombie lord can heavily influence the fight and completely shifts it to Bai's disadvantage. Bai, again, ignored the heretic momentarily and dashed for a zombie over 10 meters tall. It was known as the strength-type mutated flesh mound. Bai, with the activation of his bone claw, coupled with the activation of his Hellfire Incineration also, allowed him to make a massive leap forward, plunging straight through the giant creature and reappearing behind it. Apparently, the zombie lord was hiding behind this giant fatty. This was the reason why Bai had been ignoring the heretic and even the tracker no matter how they tried to engage with him. The giant mutated flesh mound was the last line of defense of the zombie lord. Bai breached this defense and was now face to face with the terrified zombie lord. With one massive slice of his scythe, the zombie lord was eliminated, and the sudden realization dawned on the audience. After all, the siege no longer had a strategist. The audience watching the scene at the wall even mentioned that the fatty zombies were not throwing regular zombies over the wall anymore. However, at this moment, a giant hand flew toward Bai, and before we could figure out what was going on, the hand clashed on the ground as rocks and sand flew everywhere. The giant mutated flesh mound picked up the corpse of the zombie lord, intending to eat it. Unexpectedly, Bai suddenly appeared on its arm and ran toward its torso, and with a stern look, he confidently told the giant mutated flesh mound that it wasn't allowed to eat his spoils. He then sliced the giant zombie in half with his scythe. At this time, some of the audience were wondering why Bai wasn't absorbing the monsters he'd killed. But someone pointed out that it was inconvenient during a fight. Apparently, they were comparing this fight to the fight he had earlier at the wall of the settlement. Suddenly, the arm of the tracker zombie extended at an incredible length, and using it as a whip, it was swung fiercely. Bai skillfully evades the attack, cutting the lengthy arm with his scythe, and in mere moments closed the distance between them. He noticed that its power was slightly weaker than before. It seems the weakening effect of the infectious plague he had applied was working well. The tyrant tracker zombie raised its massive hand, and in one swift motion tried to crash Bai to death with his hand. It exerted the force it could muster, but it was pointless. The heretic reappeared, unleashing his flames in all directions. At this moment, Bai noticed that the resistance to the will of the wisp heretic wasn't bad, so he decided to use it to his advantage. Bai swung the tyrant tracker zombie and threw it directly into the flames, using it as a shield. This created a perfect opportunity to close the distance between himself and the heretic in an instant. And without any hesitation in his actions, he activated his blade form and sliced through the heretic with ease, killing it instantly. And with that, the battle at Bai's end came to an expected victory. As he turns his head from side to side, observing the aftermath of his wreckage on the battlefield, he noticed several dropped items hovering on the zombie corpses. He gathered all the loot, inspecting each item with interest. And from the looks of it, his luck wasn't that bad. He really didn't expect the materials he had been thinking about for so long to gather so neatly for him. They were all high-quality materials, even better than the needed blueprint. Bai felt like something amazing can be created from the materials he gathered. His collection of ingredient was a brain, a heart, a bone, a scroll, and a zombie claw. The audience comments section were eager and a bit taken aback, baffled at the thought of receiving equipment made from zombie parts. "It's unimaginable," someone comments. "White Emperor, can you show the attributes of the created items?" When this comment came in, someone replied that the person should dream on. There was no way Bai was going to reveal the attributes of the items requested. But under everyone's shocked gazes, Bai casually revealed that the item everyone was most interested in was C-Class. It was the crafted item from all the materials present. A Class C item named the Gauntlet, which can increase all attributes by 35. Although the item was something most evolvers would dream of having, the audience noticed Bai wasn't pleased. And his silence was a clear indication of that. They guessed Bai wasn't pleased with the Class C item and felt that something was off. A Class C item didn't match the materials crafted from the drop of the 4 creatures. The first description of the 4 materials was an active high-tier lord's brain. It can permanently control 3 creatures with lower mental power than the user. The second was an active mutated tracker's bone. This also increases the user's agility and strength by 30%. Accelerates attack speed by 50%. But all the bonus decreases over time with a duration of 50 minutes and a 3-hour cooldown. The third was an active strength-type mutated flesh muscle. Killing an enemy triggers a recovery state, restoring special energy, mental power, health, and stamina. For each enemy killed, all basic attributes except mental power increase by 1, with no accumulation limit. The duration is 20 minutes. The fourth and final material was an active phosphorescent heretic heart. It releases a mental magnetic field for both defense and attack, defending against mental attacks and releasing mental suppression. The system notifications show that the gauntlet triggers a rare forging effect, gaining a special ability of disastrous evolution. After killing 100,000 biochemical mutants and 100 high-level mutated enemies with the gauntlet, the equipment will evolve into a growth-type soul weapon. Bai's perception immediately changed when he saw this notification. A growth-type soul weapon, he murmured in amazement. Apparently, these dead creatures, although deprived of some key parts used as materials, still have a high absorption value. Bai wondered if he could boost his black light virus to evolve even further. So with these thoughts, he activated his Evolution Devourer skill and absorbed the corpses of the 4 mutants he defeated. A series of notifications rang out, and with that, the black light base awakening progress reached 30%. And unlock an advanced skill tree. Upon realizing this new form, Bai opened the black light virus awakening and skill panel. He carefully observed his skill tree and decided to invest all the evolution points of the black light virus. When Bai was done, he was excited with the numerous new abilities he would get when the gauntlet evolves into a growth-type soul weapon. Staring at the treasure, he couldn't wait to test it out. Bai performed an aerial dash and gradually made his way back to the settlement. This skill consumes stamina to change direction or dash in the air. The consumption increased with each consecutive use. Meanwhile, inside a room of a villa in the Jiangqing city settlement, Lu Li was busy coordinating and monitoring various situations of the live broadcast. She informed Song Ziqiong of Bai's achievement, stating that he had completely finished taking care of the zombie lord and is heading towards the city walls. Also, Lu Li decided to adjust all the live cameras of the Universal Will to the front line. Seconds later, the scene shifts to a tent behind the walls of the Jiangqing city settlement. Inside, Song Ziqiong was receiving treatment from Su Xin while on a call with Lu Li. The moment her treatment was done, she turned her gaze towards Su Xin and commended her for her hard work. However, she needed to rest since she hadn't from the moment the siege began. Song Ziqiong insisted Su Xin rest the moment this wave of attack is over. Su Xin replied that she could still hold on. There were many injured in the last major attack. She couldn't just leave them, but Song Ziqiong was not having it. She still insisted that Su Xin take a rest. After all, she was not the only one with a healing talent. If she were to collapse due to overexertion, Bai will be upset. Also, if they don't have her healing talent during the post-siege celebration, all her sisters will be in trouble. Both women faces flushed, just thinking of such event. Su Xin stammered a little, but before she could say anything, Qin Lingyu burst into the room, saying their situation was not good. Although the zombie lord was dead, and the main attack command had lost effect, the distant zombies are still advancing rapidly against the walls. And the zombies within a kilometer from the walls are focused on the settlement with hatred and are still attacking fiercely. The worst part is that, even though the high-tier mutated zombies gathered by the zombie lord are without command, they continue to group together. According to Wei Shihu's complete observation, they have 3 sections of the walls about to be breached. The most dangerous part is the group of tanks that had gathered in sections 6 to 8 of the west wall. Their firepower can't stop them. Song Ziqiong immediately contacted Wei Shihu at the observation point inside the walls and asked about her condition. Wei Shihu replied that the wall in section 6 on the west side should be attended to immediately. Based to my analysis, she continued, I can only hold it for another 3 minutes. I need support. The rate at which the flesh wall is being consumed is faster than its regeneration, so it won't hold much longer. Wei Shihu's all-seeing eye is an A-class ability which can mark, zoom in, and lock onto target within the field of vision. Her ability consumes mental power to quickly consolidate all the information gathered. However, due to overexertion of her ability, she began to bleed from her eyes. Qin Lingyu adds that since the beginning of the main attack, Wei Shihu has been using her ability to observe the entire battlefield, helping with tactical adjustments. As the two stared at an image of Wei Shihu's current state, it was clearly evident that she wasn't well and needed to recuperate. Song Ziqiong gave a mischievous smile, thinking about how her daughter had a great eye for picking best friends and men. She informs Qin Lingyu about her decision to return to the front line to provide support, and about Wei Shihu, send someone to help her from the observation point to rest. Back to the battlefield on the city's wall, the situation was unfolding chaotically. Song Gu arrived with reinforcement to aid Qinger, who had been holding her section of the front line quite well. But Qinger shouted for them to wait and not to advance any further. The zombies she was up against were too fast and she was barely holding on. Song Gu and her reinforcement will not be able to help but only exacerbate the situation. Qinger continued to fend off 2 elite zombies and a screamer by herself. Fortunately, an opening presented itself, but the moment she shouted for everyone to charge with her, Bai appeared at the scene, surprising Song Gu. He too tells Song Gu not to advance because she will only worsen the situation. In a blink of an eye, Bai tear through the zombies with his bone claws. He ordered them to spread the word that the zombie lord was dead, and the rest of the battle should be left to him. Song Gu was genuinely stunned to find out that Bai had returned before the wave even ended, And what was even amazing was that the zombie lord was dead, meaning their victory was definitely assured. Bai used his incredible strength to produce an earth-shattering smash amidst the zombies as rocks and sand flew everywhere. He then uses his new skill, whip in hand form, to slice through multiple undead at once. He had gained this skill from the mutated zombie tracker. The crowd cheered and roared, praising him for killing the zombie lord. Bai used both his virus tracking and heat tracking ability to determine the precise locations of the remaining zombies. And with his earth spike skill upgraded to an advanced level, numerous earth spikes emerged from the ground, impaling the zombies with accurate precision. On the other hand, Song Ziqiang wasn't far behind with an area of effect attack. With her amethyst spear, she cloned multiple attacks on the zombies, killing them with a single strike. In the dream space, Meng Meng was effortlessly incinerating zombies without any reservation. And just like that, the group fought day and night, defeating wave after wave for 4 days straight. In the aftermath of the battle, the city of Dongshan's settlement had suffered more than Bai's previous estimation. The siege defense had cost them more than he had imagined. Song Ziqiang agrees, adding that the walls were almost destroyed. It has been 5 days of continuous battle, and they overestimated everyone's resilience and underestimated the intensity of the battle. Without the 2 SSS-level evolvers, Bai and Meng Meng, the rest certainly wouldn't have been able to hold out. Suddenly, Lord Lido appeared at the scene with a mischievous smile. He thinks that the survivors should be happy instead. Although the battlefield looks quite brutal, the death toll was surprisingly low. He congratulates them for completing the mission perfectly. Now, they just need to build their city back up into a city-state of S-level grade under the universal will. They should be proud and at ease. After all, this is the first city-state after the trial's descent. Song Ziqiang received a notification from the universal will, stating that the construction order for the S-level Golden City has been completed and the task rewards have been distributed. Confused, she questioned if the city has already been successfully built. Is there nothing more to do? Of course not, Lord Lido replied. Bai gently took Song Ziqiang's hand and informed her to go to the location where she used the city construction order. She followed him, and upon reaching the foot of the eastern mountain of the settlement, they found a shining orb that had attracted the attention of everyone present. The crowd, cautious and clueless about what the orb was, began to question among themselves. This shining orb was the city's heart, and only evolvers or authorized individuals could use it. Once used, a city-state can be established. Someone reached to grab it, claiming it belongs to Song Ziqiang. But the moment those words fell, another announced that Bai and Song Ziqiang had arrived. As the two approached the orb, Bai was a bit taken aback that Song Ziqiang actually used the orb in the area they currently wear. Well, before using it, Song Ziqiang replied, I specifically consulted a professional for planning, and found out this location was very suitable. It encompasses mountainous areas and a plain surrounded by mountains, where some important buildings and resources can be placed. There's also a large plain within the city of Jiangcheng, and a river running through the settlement for transportation. Bai gently placed a hand on her shoulders, and with a warm smile, expressed how this outcome was expected of her. After all, Song Ziqiang's considerations had always been thorough. Go ahead, Bai urged her. Go ahead and establish our city-state. Unexpectedly, Song Ziqiang shifted her gaze to the side and suddenly asked Lord Lido to wait. She had something to ask. Turning to face Lord Lido, she first apologized, then proceeded to state that although this was his investment in her, she would like Bai to be the lord of the city. Lord Lido touched his hat with a slight gesture of acknowledgement. However, he explains that Song Ziqiang really didn't need to ask him. The heart of the city already belongs to you, he continued. You just need to fulfill your promise and establish the Goblin Trade Association in the central area. Hearing this, Song Ziqiang turned towards Bai and told him to go ahead. She had already granted him the authorization. He walked over and placed his left hand on the orb, which immediately began to emit a bright and dazzling light. A system notification appeared stating that Bai had been authorized. Does he wish to use the heart of the city? Bai replied, confidently responding with a yes. The system then asked him to name the city-state 5001. He remained silent for a few moments, thinking it was time to take a page from his past. So, with a serious expression, Bai chose the named Baidi City. The naming was successful, and with that, the city-state management panel was unlocked. The S-grade city heart, the shining orb, merged into Bai's body as another notification alerted that the holder of the city's heart was the lord of the city. The experience gain and drop rate increased by 20%. Also, within the range of Baidi City, all attributes increase by 100%. And hostile units within Baidi City will have all attributes reduced by 50%. Then, Another notification prompt from the Universal will notified Song Zicheong that she had been granted the highest level of management authority by the Lord of Baidi City, with an 80% attribute increase within the city. And to all the evolvers, it was announced that the city lord had established the city-state as Baidi City, with its number as 5001 and gained 10 prestige points. So with that, the city defense was completed, granting a 100% experience reward based on the current level of the evolver, and 3 free attribute points, also based on the evolver's contribution. Everyone cheered and praised Bai and Song Zicheong, wishing them a long life and as such, although some were a bit disappointed, cursing that if they had known that contributing more in the city's defense would have granted them more attribute points, they would have worked harder in defending the city. Anyway, a sudden clap and praise from Lord Lido alerted and surprised Song Zicheong, who questioned him if there was any good news he'd like to share. But Lord Lido simply stated that by becoming the lord of the city, and Song Zicheong attaining the highest management authority and reliance were just to his liking. And that's all. After all, it was the perfect transaction and everyone had gotten what they wanted. The investment had ended and he was satisfied with the result. But before he takes his leave to continue his journey, he reminded Bai about the need to complete his investment task as soon as possible. Bai replied in his usual, respectful tone, stating that Lord Lido knows how difficult of an investment task he gave him. The god of trade just laughed to this and simply stated that he trusted Bai to complete the task. So, with his departure, Bai handed 2 scrolls to Song Zicheong, stating that they were the newly drawn S-level Golden City construction reward. Since she had already done some preliminary planning, she can arrange them in a good location. One was a galactic-level supercomputer core of S-grade with extremely high growth potential, which represents the highest level technology in the universe, capable of designing mechanical blueprints that can be used in trials. And the other is a fully integrated automatic production line of A-grade. It can be used in conjunction with the supercomputer core for fully automatic production. However, it only requires the input of materials to complete the entire production process. Song Zicheong, a bit stunned, stared at the notification status of the scrolls and was momentarily speechless. Bai gently placed a hand on her lower back and explained that the vehicles, firearms, and other produced items can be used in the trials. With these items, he continued, the settlement's development will be well ahead. Hearing this, Song Zicheong was puzzled, remembering that times were different now. She tried to say something about firearms being useless, but Bai interrupted her, explaining that the firearms produced by this production line weren't the same as those used before the apocalypse. These firearms came with attributes, meaning they could level up and become stronger like evolvers. As Bai continued, he advised Song Zicheong to discard some concepts of what she knew before the apocalypse. As of now, the city-state management system seems empty, but as the exclusive city-state building projects increase, Song Zicheong will be dazzled. A primary example would be the S-level building biological backup center, which can clone her body, giving her a second life. There is also the S-level anti-gravity base, which can allow them to create a sky city. All these projects and more can only be used by S-level city-states. Song Zicheong finally understands the numerous benefits they would have after the completion of the city-state building projects. So, with a bright smile, she confidently stated that their city-state would definitely become the strongest in the future. But at this moment, Meng Meng suddenly appeared at the scene, interrupting the two. She joyfully stated that she had a wonderful time in the dream world, and even unlocked 3 new skills. Meng Meng first shared the skill descriptions with Bai, which showed her first skill, white noise. This white noise, when enhanced by her dream totem, can emit various sounds that entice people into dreams. The second was also an enhancement of the dream totem, which increases drowsiness. This ability of the dream totem is hypnotic, which can be greatly enhanced, and also comes with a mental suggestion that makes people relax and become distracted. Bai was impressed with the choices, which seemed to be good. Based on his understanding, he believes that now, the dream totem can attract people into dreams without needing to be watched. And drowsiness surge can also be effective in real-world battles. Meng Meng blushed under these compliments, and proudly stated that it was all due to the combination of what her master told her after seeing the skill tree earlier. Meng Meng showed by the third skill, which was a newly unlocked skill tree she chose by herself. The third skill ID, called Dream Visitor, and similar to the two when enhanced by Dream Entry and Awakening, can grant her authority to allow a visitor in the dream world to choose to return to reality from any effective dream totem. Also, it can send people entering dreams back to reality from any effective dream totem. Bai was stunned. This skill was almost identical to a teleportation ability. Basically, if Meng Meng wants, she can pull Han Xiao into the dream now, and use the dream totem he is using to teleport to his side. Or she can also choose not to go and send her master there. Hearing this, Bai smiled and stated that in terms of skill selection, Meng Meng could already be considered a graduate. But in other aspects, She still has a long way to go before she could graduate to the next level. Meng, eager to test and study the effect of her new skills, asked Bai if he had time. Sure, Bai replied. Go wait in the training ground halfway up the mountain, and I will be there soon. Meng agreed excitedly and hurried off. Bai's attention shifted back to Song Ziqiong. He told her to gather some of their people with different levels of mental strength to test Meng's new skills in real combat. Song Ziqiong agreed to this without a problem. She replied that she would have them gather at the training ground halfway up the mountain once they are found. She then leaned towards him, running her hands over his shoulders in a seductive manner. Song Ziqiong reminded Bai about the need not to train for too long. Everyone was prepared, and they needed to reward the lord of the city tonight. Of course, Bai understood what Song Ziqiong meant. Song Ziqiong even added that she heard that her daughter was preparing a surprise gift for him. Meanwhile, as the scene shifted to Song Ziqiong's villa, inside, Bai's harem, fully dressed in their battle armor, were busy getting ready for their upcoming battle. Sisters, one of them announced, is everyone confident in subduing the city lord in tonight's battle? Of course, we're confident. Another replied while the others stretched and prepared themselves. But Song-gu, she continued, please don't be like last time. You passed out before we could even do any important stuff. With a face flushed with embarrassment, she shouted that what happened last time would definitely not repeat. She had allocated all her free attribute points into her physique. Anyway, as the scene shifted, several hours had passed, and at present, Bai was leisurely laying in his bed with Song Ziqiong next to him. And it seems that Meng's training session happened off-screen because a curious Bai wanted to know why his disciple was looking for Song Ziqiong. It turns out Meng asked Song Ziqiong if there was any dungeon nearby because she wants to gain some experience points. Oh? Then tell her to come find me when she's done. I have something to ask her. After a brief series of clicks in the air, Song Ziqiong replied that she told her. And by the way, she continued, staring at Bai, her eyes flashing like dark stars. Everyone actually wants you to give some guidance in their combat techniques and skill selection. Song-gu suddenly appeared at the scene and agreed excitedly with her mother. She quickly made her way on Bai's lap. Bai pointed out that her C-level talent skill tree was so straightforward, and it barely even had any branches. So, what guidance does she really need? Hearing this, Song-gu blushed under embarrassment and had no excuse, but still stated firmly that she just wanted. Her mother was also slightly embarrassed by this, but was powerless to stop her. Amused, Bai agreed and instructed her to send a screenshot of her skill tree when they're done. In that very moment, a close-up view of the entire room was displayed. And apparently, the three weren't alone because the immediate space around Bai were filled with his harem. The first skill tree Bai checked was Song Ziqiong's. The S-level amethyst I had 3 evolution paths, which was quite a lot. Song Ziqiong asked for Bai's input. She believes that her amethyst evolution direction seems very useful. Yes, it is. But you're a queen, not a warrior, Bai pointed out. Your leveling priority should be to mainly upgrade your amethyst evolution and mental fortification. Amethyst gaze, with boundless depth and noble eye. These abilities let you understand your opponent and even come with control abilities. These are more suitable for you. The amethyst gaze allows her to see through attributes and, with a significant enough mental power gap, she can even read minds. With the boundless depth, if someone makes eye contact with her, they'll enter a dazed state and even lose their sense of direction. Song Ziqiong thought over her options, contemplating a little. Bai called Wei Shihu over, announcing that her A-level skill overview was next. Wei Shihu came over, but she informed Bai that her skill tree had only 2 branches. Bai informed her that having fewer skill tree didn't matter. She should just unlock it first so they can have a look together. As she did just that, her first skill path was threat vision. This highlights a target within view that poses a threat to her. Then there was also the skill, See What I See. This allows her to share her highlighted vision with teammates. In the future, it seems that Wei Shihu will be an indispensable god-level support. With this encouragement, Wei Shihu informed Bai that she'll work hard on unlocking these 2 skills quickly. Go for it. Bai replied calmly. Your base skill capabilities are actually already quite impressive. Then, the next person was Lu Li with her B-level talent Illusory Image, which actually has a skill that can create miracles. Lu Li was surprised to hear this, and questioned if Bai was truly referring to her, because she had carefully reviewed all her skills but none of them seemed to have any offensive capabilities. Bai drew her attention to a skill of hers named Perceive Illusion as Reality. Apparently this skill has a strange effect. Thus, if the enemy fails to see through the illusion, then the illusion appears real to them. This meant that whatever the enemy perceived to be real will have an effect in their reality. An example could be that if an enemy believes that a nuclear bomb in the illusion is real, then this enemy will genuinely be affected as if hit by an actual nuclear bomb. Bai explained that it is due to this reason that the skill lacks any damage description, because anything is possible. Song Ziqiong was impressed by this and stated that Lu Li's ability was insane. Was this truly a B-level talent? Not exactly, Bai replied knowingly. He explains that Lu Li's talent doesn't include skills to disguise energy waves or aura, so pure illusions are quite easy to see through, meaning the success of her illusions depends entirely on her technique. Then, the next on the list was Su Xin, who has B-level talent, Rapid Recovery. With this skill, she can distribute points evenly across stamina, flesh, and mind recovery abilities. All her skills take effect on herself first, and then others when she actively helps them recover. Su Xin's ability was simple but practical, and according to Bai, he had yet to see a better medical talent than hers. Song Gu suddenly interrupted excitedly. She hugged Bai from behind, wanting to know if he was done with Su Xin. If he was, then she was next, right? Hearing this, Bai teased her, addressing her as the C-level underdog. He also informed her that she would be the last. Of course, she didn't like this and childishly bit Bai on the shoulder. Anyway, the next was Qin Lingyu. With her B-level talent, Focus Concentration. Qin Lingyu thanked Bai as he explains that her ability looks like it only speeds up her thinking, but it's a god-level talent for duels. She just needs to set a target, focus on it. Then her ability will accelerate her thought process while filtering out irrelevant information. Bai advised her to select skills that would help her make judgment in battle. And she should also practice facing different talented opponents one-on-one. Once again, she thanked Bai. And of course, this little sharp-tongued ex-lawyer wanted to show her gratitude through her actions right then and there. Everyone caught on what she was implying. And it seems this girl was starting to practice her skill on Bai. Song Ziqiong noticed that Qin Lingyu was so focused at this moment that she wouldn't even feel being stabbed. Bai quickly noticed something and reprimanded Qin Lingyu, snapping his fingers in front of her to pull her from her concentration. Bai simply stated that she was going about it the wrong way. Apparently, Qin Lingyu must be able to control who and when she focuses on, otherwise her talent would just be purely negative. Qin Lingyu replied that she understands now, and will first practice on her control even more. At this moment, Song Gu was impatient and wanted her turn. Her C-level gifted talent increases experience gain and skill proficiency, because once fully leveled, she will have 10 times the comprehension, 10 times learning speed, and 10 times the techniques. In short, she will grow at 10 times the rate of a normal person. Then, she can master all combat stance, techniques, and strategies. Of course, Bai again used this opportunity to tease her, announcing that after all, her physical strength won't surpass her in this lifetime, but she might be able to conquer him using refined techniques. Hearing this, the spoiled little princess got angry and shouted that she would bite Bai for real if he continues to bully her. Her mother saw this and found it funny. She got up and announced that it was time. Now that Bai had provided guidance on everyone's future growth, they need to work hard to make sure the new members of Baidi City don't look down on them. They shouldn't embarrass themselves and this city by extension. Chinger was directly outside and heard everyone replying in unison that they will give it their all. She let out a soft sigh, wanting Bai's guidance on her skill path too. The scene then shifted to Magic City, specifically, inside Han Zhao's apartment. When Han Zhao finally opened his eyes, he was surprised and excited to see Bai, standing right next to his bed. He immediately knew that Meng Meng's skill was in play, and how powerful it was to actually manage to send Bai over to his place. Bai, on the other hand, was chatting with the person in question at this moment. Meng Meng informed Bai that the teleportation distance was too far, so she felt dizzy. This was a direct result of a sudden depletion of her mental power. She would be fine after a good rest. Curious about Baidi City, Han Zhao asked how the city was coming along. Everything that needed to be planned and arranged was in place, Bai replied calmly. Now, everyone was working hard to make Baidi City perfect. By the way, how many attribute points did you get from the city building rewards? After all, you and Meng Meng killed quite a few special zombies in the dream world, right? Han Zhao nervously replied that he only managed to kill one. When he and Meng Meng were fighting the screamers in the dream space, an accident happened, and all the screamers screamed together. The mental shock created was too much, and at that time, he was flying using mental power control, so he fell to his death. There was a brief silence the moment he finished narrating his death experience. Bai immediately turned to leave, stating that Han Zhao shouldn't go around claiming he was from the chat group 001 again. No member in his private chat group should bear the level of embarrassment he'd just heard. Han Zhao panicked and pleaded that only Meng Meng and her master knew about it, so it wasn't an embarrassment. Also, considering that he was about to take him to the chemical plant, Bai should make an exception. Fine, I was just kidding, Bai replied calmly. Let's head out when you're ready. Han Xiao was relieved and excited when he heard this. Anyway, Bai stared at a purple glow in his hand and noticed that the SSS-level mission's plague mark had been sending alerts ever since he was teleported. With this, it seems that the mission was related to the chemical plant Han Xiao mentioned, where there were plague zombies. Han Xiao quickly got ready and informed Bai. Bai had been curious ever since Han Xiao informed him of the chemical plant. So he rushed to his location as soon as Baidi City's order was restored. An SSS-level mission. He really wondered what kind of reward it would bring. Back in Jiangcheng, Bai had been afraid to check the mask, for fear that Lord Lido would discover that he hid it. As he checks the attributes, he didn't expect that those bloodline potions could be refined into an S-level essence. The most valuable part was that there were no usage requirements. Han Xiao informed Bai that their destination was right up ahead, where the green mist was. The two came to a screeching halt the moment they arrived. Bai questioned Han Xiao if he knew anything about the factory's interior. Well, I knew about it before the end of the world, Han Xiao replied. Alright then, let's get started. When Han Xiao heard this, he sheepishly asked if he had to go too. The green mist and fungal spots gives him the creeps, and he feels that that place was very dangerous. Bai assures him not to worry. As long as he stays within 10 meters of him, he will be fine. He will also take him to the place where his father works. Maybe that would trigger his quest. Han Xiao agreed to this and donned on a nose mask. The moment they got really close to the place, a notification appeared, informing Bai that the plague mark had been triggered. It was the starting of the follow-up task for the plague sect. A special mutation had turned the place he was into a paradise of viruses and plagues. His mission objective was to find the source of the plague mutation. And the reward was 10,000 experience points and a bacterial cultivation skill tree of A-class. Bai was pleased and very determined to complete this mission when he read the notification. He raised his hand slightly and immediately began absorbing all the viruses in the vicinity. After reaching level 10, his talents had also been enhanced. And although it wasn't specified, his virus control has greatly improved accordingly. Han Xiao placed his hands over his covered nose and mouth in shock and fear as Bai blissfully continued the absorption process. He felt great. All the microorganisms and viruses within a radius of 10 meters were completely under his control. To genuinely enjoy his time in such a terrifying place, Han Xiao comments that Bai was impressive. However, Bai noticed what Han Xiao really wanted to say was that he was perverted. At this moment, a huge bug flew by, and Han Xiao was quick to point it out. The huge bug turned out to be a mosquito. Bai activated his blade form, leaped heavily in the air, and with one slash, he cuts the monster in half. As he lands effortlessly on the ground, he stated that he hates mosquitoes. At this moment, Han Xiao spots a green mushroom. He deduced that the plague mosquito was guarding near this mushroom, so the green mushroom must be a dungeon material. However, the moment he reached out to grab it, Bai stopped him. He stated that if Han Xiao didn't want to take a permanent nap, then he should back off. Just a sniff would completely rot his lungs, so he should just imagine what would happen if he touches it. Unexpectedly, the moment Bai said this, he casually walked over and uprooted the mushroom. Apparently, the green mushroom was a fusion between plague viruses and bacteria. Han Xiao got alarmed when he saw this. Not only did Bai do exactly what he warned him of, but even started eating it. It's fine, he casually replied. I'm immune to these sort of things. Remember? The system also notified him at this moment that he gained 150 virus points for absorbing a lethal fungal virus. Bai ate the entire thing, complimenting how a single bite was equivalent to several elite zombies. Han Xiao, on the other hand, was grossed by this. All in all, Bai gained an additional 350 points. When he was done, he told Han Xiao to follow. They were going to his father's factory and lounge first. In a section of the factory, the two checked the plague factory employees' dormitory and found nothing. Han Xiao had checked all of his father's work areas and came out empty-handed. It seems the follow-up clues for my quest aren't here. Bai suggests they explore the source of the plague together. But if I tell you to run, you must leave immediately. Han Xiao agreed. He will act without hesitation and won't hold him back. The two then came to a place with the highest concentration of plague and viruses. Bai asked Han Xiao if he knew what the place was. Han Xiao nodded slightly and replied that it was the sewage treatment pond. All the wastewater from the chemical plant was collected there. There are two super large and deep pools inside. He had only been in there once and the air made him dizzy back then. Inside the sewage treatment pond of the plague factory, the two entered an entire separate scene from the outside world heavily potent with plague and viruses. Realizing this, Bai ordered Han Xiao to wrap himself with his mental energy. This was to prevent Han Shao from being eroded by the plague if he gets too far away from Bai. Suddenly, a hooded man appeared on a huge mushroom in front of the two, reciting something along the line of the children of the plague, servants of the virus. He rushed 2 steps down on smaller mushrooms, announcing his guests as disciples of the sect. Very abruptly, Bai leaped from his position in an instant, and as he activated his blade form and stabbed the hooded guy in the gut, the outcome shocked him greatly, because his attack didn't break the defenses of the hooded guy. His blade attack was the strongest attacking form. He questioned himself if the defense of an A-class difficulty boss was really this strong. The hooded man sort of snobbed off the attack and bowed in Bai's presence. Shocking enough, all the creatures present all bowed as the hooded guy declared himself and every creature there as devout followers. To our destined god, he announced, we offer the most solemn rituals and the most devout prayers. May our destined god ignite the divine fire soon. May the blessings of the plague spread throughout the world. Are they kneeling to you? Han Shao asked, surprised by the sight. And Bai, equally surprised, replied that he wasn't entirely sure. Of course they are kneeling to you, great god. The hooded guy respectfully announced and continued. Pukashumi can offer everything for you at any time, whether it's life and soul. The system confirms the identity of the hooded guy as Pukashumi, a level 71 plague bishop. Bai's eyes widened when he saw the stats. A level 71 third transformation saint. In his previous life, he only managed to reach level 79 before his untimely end from the bitch Heloise. How could someone of such power appear in the early stages of the trial? However, the mental perception he received when Meng Meng became his disciple was D-class. In a situation where the gap was so vast, perceiving the name and rank of the plague god was an idle solution. He should truly be completely unprepared for him. Doubtful, Bai asked if he was really the god destined to Pukashumi. That's right, Pukashumi replied confidently. The high priest has guided your emergence at the cost of his life for the sect. You, the god destined, who obtained the mark of plague at the beginning of the trial. Bai must be the god destined for us. The god of plague. Hearing this, Bai was pleased. He'd heard that in his previous life that the most precious aspect of high-level talents was having exclusive opportunities. It seems this is the exclusive opportunity of the Virus King. God of Plague. This feels much stronger than Han Zhao's demon bloodline story. Anyway, what can you do for me? Bai asked calmly. Pleased, Pukashumi replied that they paid a great price to enter the trial early, and it was all to assist Bai in the trial. How fortunate he was to have encountered Bai so early. Every member who comes here can provide Bai with a plague sect treasure corresponding to their strength. I'm very sorry, but to avoid the perception and interference of the cosmic will, we cannot directly hand over all the treasures to you. Bai was okay with this, and Pukashumi thanked Bai for his understanding. He then asked what type of treasure Bai needs. Do you have any job transfer scrolls? Bai asked calmly. A class scroll? Pukashumi repeats, a little bit surprised. He then bends even lower and answered that he does indeed have them. He pulls out 3 scrolls. An S-class Plague Knight, an S-class Insect Master, and the third, which was the most precious scroll of the sect, an SS-class Son of Doom. Han Shao immediately lost his composure when he heard of the SS-class profession. But Bai, on the other hand, was a bit disappointed. He sighed helplessly and asked if that was all the scrolls Pukashum had. Pukashum stared blankly at Bai for a moment, then tried to explain. You may not know Plague Gog, but at the beginning such as this, reaching SSS-class professions is almost impossible. Many gods also ascended from S-class, A-class, and even B-class professions. I know all this, Bai replied calmly, but I only want an SSS-class job change scroll. Just an SSS class? Pukashum repeats the question as tears freely flowed down his cheeks. He then loudly rejoiced, shouting like a madman that this was for the future of the god of plague. So the plague set's revival will be promising. Bai feigns being down and a bit hopeless, stating that if Pukashum can't help him, then he would have to just look elsewhere. Pukashum laughed joyfully, and informed his plague god there was one possible method to obtain an SSS-class scroll. Really? Bai asked anxiously. Pukashum confirms this. It was not guaranteed though, and Bai will need to retrieve it himself. What's the way? Pukashum explained briefly that he can open a special secret space which leads to the greatest plague event in Blue Star's history. Then, Bai can enter and collect the plague seeds that were engraved in that point in history, and use it to forge a class change scroll. It's possible to obtain an SSS class scroll with this method. Well, since there's a chance, I must give it a try. Bai spoke up honestly. Without hesitation, Pukashum began the process, his eyes shimming with a bright glowing blue light as he recites the following. I sacrifice my life, power and soul to become the ladder for my god, to pave the way for the god of plague. Pukasham's body suddenly began to burn by a green flame, and the moment he shouted, "Open!" his entire body was engulfed by these green flames. Then seconds after, his remains disappeared, leaving his staff which dropped to the ground. Anyway, with Pukasham's sacrifice, the system notified Bai of a sudden instance entrance, and the remaining time till the entrance closes was 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Seeing this, Bai informed Han Shao about the exclusivity of the instance dungeon, and by extension, the reason he can't tag along. Han Shao readily agreed and was even relieved to be able to leave that place. Besides, a powerful boss like Pukasham managed to only open the instance dungeon after sacrificing his life. This was a clear indication that he wasn't even fit to dare go in. The portal's opening time was limited, so the White Emperor decided to drop Han Shao away from that place, then come back ASAP. Otherwise, if the bugs around doesn't kill him, the plague and viruses definitely will. But as for getting out of the city's premises, Han Shao can do that on his own. Shortly after, at somewhere near the plague factory, Han Shao stared Bai's departing figure as he seamlessly jumps on top of buildings back to the factory. He was truly relieved to have survived what he'd just been through, which was basically nothing, though the experience was worth telling someone. He immediately posted in the group chat that he was in Magic City, and he'd just said his goodbye to the White Emperor. But no one in the group can guess what he'd just gone through. The chat immediately exploded with a barrage of comments, wanting to know the details. A user named YZ told Han Shao to hurry up and elaborate already. What happened to the White Emperor? Another with the username, "I'm really not Sword Immortal," asked Han Shao to help him ask the White Emperor and Meng Meng when they're free. There was an instance dungeon he can't pass. Han Shao replied Sword Immortal to wait a while. The White Emperor probably doesn't have time to help him at present. A user named Overlord chimed in, telling Han Shao to stop teasing and spill already. Otherwise, Han Shao should be careful when he starts to poke a few holes in his district's Magic City. Han Shao finally relents and pleaded for Overlord to put away his guns. He continues, narrating that an ultra-powerful NPC knelt to deliver a class change scroll to the White Emperor, but the White Emperor wasn't satisfied. Overlord then asked how strong was ultra-powerful. Han Shao stated the NPC was just wearing a robe, but the White Emperor's full-strength attack didn't even break his defense. So Overlord can imagine beyond that kind of strong. Seeing this, Overlord wondered how it was even possible. Crow joins the chat and asks Han Shao what kind of class change scroll it was. Han Shao replied that they were 2 S-class scrolls and 1 SS class. Crow was speechless when he read this, unable to type anything for a while. Shui Chuan asked Han Shao if the White Emperor really wasn't satisfied with what he just mentioned. Yes, Han Shao, reiterating what the White Emperor said back then. If it wasn't an SSS class, then don't bother. Shui Chuan was speechless reading this. Han Shao continued with his narration, stating that the NPC sacrificed himself and opened an instance for the White Emperor to obtain an SSS class job change scroll. Sacrificed himself? YZ, a bit skeptical, repeats this with a bewildered look. A user named Lightning Whip Successor comments that the gap between the White Emperor and them was probably even greater than the gap between them and ordinary evolvers. Overlord added that every time he hears news about the White Emperor after a great massacre, it makes his little pride and complacency disappear. Han Shao suggests Overlord stop looking for trouble, and he shouldn't compare himself to the White Emperor, but rather use the White Emperor to show off. Being in a group with the White Emperor is even enough. And what's more, its group number meant it was the first group created on Blue Star. Isn't that cool? YZ agreed and replied that Han Shao was right, but he doesn't want to use the White Emperor to show off. He wants to turn things around. Lu Huai, another user, voiced his confusion as the chat ended. The scene shifted to Bai, who was currently checking his hourglass, which was glowing with a golden light. Bai was puzzled as to how the hourglass of time managed to appear. As he hid it in his clothes, he stares ahead, only to see that a Roman stone gate, the instance dungeon, was a secret realm of Florence. He realized that this secret realm was probably a medieval Florence. It was truly the city of world art. He entered the city only to find the streets completely empty. Why is there no one around? Bai questioned himself, genuinely puzzled. After some brief exploration, he finally spots someone. A hooded person crouching in the dark alley on his left. He approached this hooded figure as the person coughs violently. The person warns him not to get close. She was dirty. She had been cursed by the gods and was stricken with illness. Poor soul. Do you want to live? Bai questioned as he bends down slightly and absorb all the virus inside her. The system informed him that he'd absorbed the Black Death virus, also known as the Plague virus, increasing his virus points by 3. So it's the Black Death virus. Contacting the Black Death virus unlocks the Plague Sect's hidden side quest, Seeds of Plague, the Whales of 8 Million Souls. The quest description was as follows. In Blue Star's history, the Black Death virus caused at least 80 million deaths. The plague was ravaging the land, and the Plague Sect has the responsibility and ability to collect these seeds of plague. Then the quest objective was to collect plague seeds. The quest rewards was that the collected plague seeds will form plague-related class change scrolls when the quest was completed. As he read through everything, he wondered what plague seeds were, and how can he collect them? These were the things he needed to figure out first. The girl fully recovered at this moment and pulled off her hoodie with widened eyes. She joyfully thanked Bai for driving out her plague, declaring him as the messenger of the gods. She was willing to follow and serve him. This made him realize the need to have followers and renown. This will make it easier to gather information and find things. He then took out his beak mask from his shoulder and puts it on. No need for the cross, Bai stated casually. I'm not a messenger of that god, you know. Curious, the girl asked him which god he was a messenger of. I'm not a messenger. He was the god of plague. He then tells her to inform everyone that he can eliminate their plague. Tell them to come to Lord's Square to find me.